it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Waking up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top.
Now rocking with the legendary stunt.
To the grand finals of the Ristar and Gyan Gaming Cup, where history isn't written, it's fought for. On one side, the Kings of Dominance, Godlike Esports, and of course on the other side, we have the fan favorite Empire, S8UL. This isn't just a final, this is India's El Clasico in esports.
Absolutely, my friend. And today is the grand finals of this tournament happening right now. It's a LAN event happening right now in Novotel Hotel, Newtown, Kolkata. And to be fair, right now Godlike are facing against S8UL, the one team that, you know, they have beef with, and they are absolutely gonna crush it. Both teams are bringing their A game. They're not gonna actually stop at nothing for this one.
Yeah, of course, to bring you this action, my name is Kronos, alongside me, the one and only Crucifix, to break everything down. It is a tournament to watch out for. About $17,000 in terms of the prize pool. It has never been bigger. There's not been a better event so far. Of course, there's lots of hiccups that happen, but folks, it does not matter. 15,000, or rather 15 lakh rupees on the line. And if you want the exact conversion, as of today, $16,551. And oh my goodness, it is absolutely insane.
You're absolutely right, my friend. And now we've got to actually wait for this exciting, exhilarating matches to begin. But I'm more excited to see who is going to be the winner, who's got one that's going to come up on top. Both of these teams, amazing teams, S8UL, someone that you don't want to really mess with, because these guys have been playing in the pro league since forever. And Godlike, obviously, they are the LAN dominators. They've got the presence, they've got the victories to actually back them up. They are absolute beasts on the scene. And hey, I'm really excited to see what they're actually going to pick, what they're going to actually build and bring to the table, and what they're going to build up with this tournament. That's absolutely going to shock everyone's rocks.
Yeah, I agree. And of course, it was a difficult journey for both the teams to kind of make it to this stage. And if you ask me, neither one of them had an easy way to get up. Of course, there were two ways to get up. You have two brackets. That's the Gyan track and, of course, the Ristar track as well. Basically, two different brackets where they have to make it up to the top. And from one, of course, being the Group A, which is... you got the Gyan track, if I'm not wrong, came out Godlike Esports beating Zutsu Esports. And on the other side, of course, S8UL beating Elusivity Esports. And both the teams made it on a 4-0. So that's not just a random win, my friend. That's an absolute statement when it comes to trying making sure you are the team to watch out for. 4-0 on both the upper bracket, or both the semifinals. This best of 7, Crucifix, I know we've had a long day, but I think it's going to get even longer.
It's longer. I believe that both of these teams are going to be absolutely crushing it, dude. 4-0, when you mentioned it, I actually kind of like had this moment where I'm just like, yo, these guys are the best of the best. They're going to bring their A game. Regardless of whatever is actually going to happen in the game, it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be this exciting journey to actually be a part of. I'm absolutely happy to be here. And Kronos, I believe that you have that same emotion right now.
I think the emotions, of course, is different when it comes to the players, right? They've been waiting for a long time. They're trying to get into the stages. Of course, as I look, they are getting on the stage right now. It's not just about the fact that they've been playing for a long time. it's the legacy of S8UL and Godlike, right? And I call it the El Clasico of Indian esports for that particular reason. Yes, in this particular game, like you mentioned earlier, Godlike esports are a fan favorite, right? They are a fan favorite because of the lineup they have. Of course, talking about their lineup, you got Art, you got Romcom, you got Van Satoru, and I got a story about that guy as well, folks, so stay tight and glued to your screen. I'm not sure if this is going to come from anyone else, but I did some background research regarding this. But before we get into that, of course, we're talking about Fate, who came back into the game after taking a small break as well. And then the Control Tower. I like to call him the Control Tower, but his name is Bid. And oh my goodness, this is a star-studded lineup. And in the start, they weren't performing as good as they were when they got into Godlike. The problem was the name of Godlike Esports was weighing them down a little too much, but then they got the backing, the support of the organization, the managers, the fans that they have, a lot of the other content creators saying it's okay, play the game as you do. Don't think of the big org name that's there on top hanging over your head. And that weight was lifted. And of course, in the Mythic Showdown Season 2, they beat S8UL in a 4-2. score, right? A 4-2 score, one of the biggest tournaments ever in India, of course, recognized Mythic Showdown Season 2, brought to you by Wardrum Games, and the same thing here as well. Wardrum Games bring you that the Rystar and Gyan Gaming Cup. And on the other side, when you speak of emotions, Crucifix, for S8UL, it doesn't get any more emotional for the fans when you talk about this team. This team has been together for a very long time. The lineup, of course, we're talking about Apex himself, the one who has represented India before in the international stage. And then you have Radium, his buddy, who's been playing alongside him for a very long time in the gold lane. And believe it or not, they were enemies at some point. They were not friends always. They were on the opposite teams. Yeah, and then you got Avi, also known as Asuna, who's there in the fold. And then you have Anti as well, an old player coming back into the fray from joining S8UL, making sure the lineup is strengthened. And their newest addition, my friend, Kakarot. Yes, it's that Kakarot, folks. Joseph, as we know him, he's joined the lineup as well. And this lineup speaks emotions, not just from a certain part of the country, but all over, bringing things together.
Be very honest with you, that one lineup, it kind of like shocks me to the core, because Anti-Mage, this hero, like the guy who named himself after this hero from Dota 2, all of these things that I actually got to know about them, it makes me want to actually support them too, but I cannot stop thinking about how good Godlike and S8UL are gonna be today. They're absolutely this powerhouse. Both of them are powerhouses, like you said. Both of them are empires, all right? S8UL is well known throughout the Indian community. They are absolutely well known. They're almost like a family name to, like, not family name, I mean, it's like everyone in the family almost knows about them if they're actually competitively watching esports. And let's just face it, Godlike is nowhere, behind them either. They're absolutely, they're behind them. No, they're not, how do I put it? They're right on par with each of them. They're absolutely toe-to-toe with each other. So how do I put it? My apologies again. But both of them are on par with each other, and they're going to be here today. Both of these teams fighting off against each other. I can't wait for this matches to begin, but well, that's about it from my side.
Well, I was just trying to take a look at what's going on in the venue as well that we spoke about happening in Kolkata in the Novotel Hotel. Of course, you can see that they are having a confrontation, a players interview, where I just heard, I just overheard Scared asking, what's your game plan, at least for this event? And you could tell that when he spoke to Radium said they're going to ban out Freya. They don't want to deal with it whatsoever. Of course, understanding that Fate's great in playing Freya. And of course, on the other side, we have Fate saying the same, that they're prepared.
Well, I mean, do you think Freya is going to be actually that big of a threat right now? Well, let's just be very honest with you. I believe that Freya gets shut down very easily against a lot of crowd control. She does have a lot of, sustain with her ultimate. The moment she actually gets her ultimate online, she does get that immunity, control immunity, and then a lot of heal with the basic attacks. It's like a passive Demon Hunter Sword. Instantly, she just gets it in her kit. Do you think, Freya can be used to the fullest of her potential against these top teams that actually are playing against each other? Or do you think some pocket pick is going to come up, maybe something that could actually just completely shut down Freya, something with akin to a Mincetar, something like Phobius, something that can completely keep them off of a team fight completely. Do you think that's actually a possibility, or do you think Freya is going to just be in the ban section 24/7?
I mean, it's a hero that's there in the current meta, right? It's absolutely destroying goal laners left and right, and both these guys like to play the Freya's, Fate especially. So if I'm expecting a ban, it's gonna be definitely coming out from the side of SAUL quite a lot, because they want to make sure Radium shines a lot, right? He's the player that really brings SAUL to light. He's the one that they rely on in towards the late game. So I would say 100% that Freya should be in the ban section at least. Or if they're planning to leave it open, there should be a game plan, something like an Esmeralda coming out on the other side, something that can shut it down, maybe a Kalea, some sort of an instant burst to make sure that the Freya has no room to just move around freely.
True, I completely agree with you. Esmeralda could really be a big threat to the Freya. Well, let's just face it. The fact that Freya gets a shield from the first skill that she uses every single time, obviously, before she enters a fight, mid-fight, it just comes out all of a sudden, and then she's got this instant lifeline to keep her alive for a bit longer. That's definitely a big problem, and Esmeralda completely counters that. No shield can actually stand against that Athena. That is going to be a very good pick on the gold lane. It could be a possible, EXP lane, and we could actually see a possible Claude or something in the gold lane, just to actually, shift the lanes. Both of them will swap the lanes, switch up the game later on, obviously, and then Claude could actually just farm up a little better. But I don't see the possibility of it. It is a good option, but I don't see the possibility against Freya, if at all she gets picked. However, there are heroes that I actually have been seeing quite a lot lately. It's surprising to say the least. Kalea has been getting more spotlight as of late. I think that she was a little bit obscured in the meta as of the past few months, I believe, and then all of a sudden she just started coming back as pro players were just like, we need a hero that's similar to Kaja, who can actually abduct one of the enemies, bring them into the position that they don't have to be in, like take a backliner, for example. Take that person, put him in the front line, and absolutely devastate him with his frontliner. That's going to be a big threat. Kaja is a hero that you can't really rely on 24/7. He doesn't have that much of an impact on a team fight. He sustains with his first skill, and then has to back off by leaving 3, of his eggs. But in the end of the day, I think that Kalea is much more of a utility, a better utility than a Kaja. It's more like, an Atlas and Cho had a baby, and that's Kalea, literally. Figuratively speaking.
I'm gonna leave it there, bro. I'm gonna leave it there. That last line had me thrown for a doozy. Either way, I'm pretty excited to make sure this game goes down nice and smooth for us. I want to enjoy the best that we can, and I think it will be starting up soon as well. Just making sure to follow up with what's going on with the rest of the team. Of course, folks, if you are in Kolkata, if you are in and around Novotel Hotel, make sure you go and watch it. There's enough space for about 200 plus viewers, if I'm not wrong. 200 is what I was told, but 200 plus. But hey, you never know. Squeeze yourself in, go and enjoy the stage. And those of you who want to take a look at what's going on in the venue, there's of course a Hindi desk happening parallelly to the English as well. And you can see the scenes that's there in the arena. And maybe False Jail is nice, right? He'll probably switch it, show us what's going on there, just to make sure we can enjoy a little bit of a view in the arena, if he's up for it. If not, it's okay. We're here to bring you the action either way. And as you can see, that's the arena, the players there, the audience is there watching as well. And I think it's going to be exciting to see which team will go up against each other. Of course, the 3 casters over there, the Hindi casters that are bringing the action at the venue, DSM Gamer, RV, and Shinryu. And hey, those 3 are having a blast. Of course, we have Scared It as a host as well, and Fredo alongside him to bring down whatever they have to in the arena. I'm enjoying it. I know you're enjoying it, Crucifix. I know the audience is enjoying it there as well. And I think there's no better time for MOBA 5v5 as a game in India, which is growing rapidly.
You're definitely right. Right now, with Mobile Legends 5v5 in the Play Store, we are absolutely getting crushing number of downloads. Hey, if you don't have it downloaded yet, or if your friends don't have it downloaded yet, make sure you get them to download the game. Make sure you start playing the game pretty soon, because this is going to be the next biggest thing after BGMI, obviously. Well, talking about that, there's some things that you really need to know. Mobile Legends is a strategy-based game, so you gotta make sure you study every single thing about the game. And hey, talking about that, Kronos, you do teach a lot of this definitely, definitively inspiring, not inspiring, detailed guides and all of that, I believe.
I mean, of course, it is a great game. It's a strategic game. It's a 5v5 for those of you watching in India for the first time in this event. Of course, there's a lot of people that are watching that are from around the world hosting watch parties, but there are also some first-time viewers from India since the game has just been released, just growing. We're getting some new players coming in. Make sure you go and check out our channels. Crucifix got his own Instagram. He got his own YouTube page going. I got mine, Kronos. You can check me out as well. And at the same time, make sure you follow and subscribe to Wardrobe Games, also Mobile 5v5 official, to bring you the action for this RNG Cup. And you know what, Crucifix, I think I told you about it. A couple of guys that went there for the Gyan Gaming meetup, they actually ended up winning a phone. A phone, my guy, a phone. They just ended up winning a phone.
That's amazing, man. And hey, even if you actually don't really have that, how do I put it, man? These guys, they're trying to do something special. They've got this whole thing going on. If you actually get in, the whole tournament in itself, I remember hearing this. If you get in the tournament without a team, these guys will actually give you a team. They will make sure you actually have a team. If you're a solo player, they would actually get you a team, let you play. And then with the makeshift team, I don't think you can get really far. Well, there are people like SAQL and Godlike, they're absolutely going to be like very strong. They have got synergy, they've got this years of practice together, so they might actually be like coming up on top. But in the end of the day, they are making a revolutionary change onto the whole gaming department of Mobile Legends 5v5. And hey, I'm absolutely loving it, man. RiStar and Gyan Gaming, absolutely loving what you're doing for the community. Thanks a lot and much love.
Yeah, and I think they could not have been a better time to try and bring a lot of players into the community apart from now. And I'll be honest, I'm just waiting to see when the games will start. It's a best of 7, folks. It's a best of 7. And both the teams are making their way here to the grand finals on a 4-0 coming in from the semifinals. The RiStar track and the Gyan track, a little too wordy, but it has been 4-0. But the one thing that I can talk about, of course, the Mythic Showdown Season 2, where SAUL ended up losing to Godlike 4-2. That's when Godlike kind of stated themselves, or the nickname that's been given to these guys, the LAN Demons, right? The LAN, Local Area Network Demons. They play in the offline arenas. They haven't lost a single game. They haven't lost, let alone a match. They haven't lost a single game. I think the only 2 losses they've ever faced was with SAUL, and they have been to so many, be it small ones with a small prize pool or big ones. They have not lost a single one yet, and their so-called LAN Demons will be taking the stage sooner than later. Of course, it's going to be a massive prize. It's going to be a massive audience that they have, a massive fan base. Might not be in the arena, but of course in the chat, I know you guys are watching. Put down in the chat list, who is your favorite to take this entire thing? Is it going to be Godlike? Is it going to be SAUL? Hey, hashtag Dilse Godlike, hashtag SAUL. Put it in the chat.
Hey man, well, let's just be very honest, dude. I feel like, from the bottom of my heart, yeah, Romcom, he is absolutely something that I really want to actually see playing. Dude, tell me something about Romcom. Have you seen that video of Romcom on his recent stream on Valentine's Day where he had this rose on his mouth and he was just like, y'all, my chat, my viewers, y'all were my Valentine that day. It was one of the most cutest. It was absolutely wholesome, bro. This guy is an absolute, what do you call it? No, I would sound very, homo if I actually did say it. But he was absolutely cute.
If you ask me, of course, I mean, I call him the heartthrob of Godlike, right? I call him the heartthrob of Godlike, and I know, and rightly so. He's got loads of fans. Of course, the way that he plays, the heartthrob of Godlike is what I would say he is. On the same hand, he's EX playing. He has been really good in knowing what to do and what his team needs. Yes, he overextends quite a bit every now and then, but at that point, the team is ready to back him up. He gives the space, he peels for the team as an EXP laner should. And at the moment, I do not think there's a better EXP laner in India than Romcom, right? Although he might be ways behind the international scene, comparing it to the Philippines, the Indonesians, Malaysians, you know, the rest of the world, Americas, that's coming up soon as well. So I would say he is behind, but in terms of Indian EXP laners, he is definitely the best one out there at the moment with his current form, with the current meta. And one thing I heard, of course, on talking to Bid, their mid laner, he told me that their EXP laner, Romcom, panics quite a lot, right? And if there's one team that capitalizes when someone is panicking, it's S8UL. They know how to put the hurt when the pressure is on. And then begs the question, will they be able to break it down? Will they be able to make it hurt?
Hey, yo, even if they can't make it hurt, it's going to be a long night for us because this game is going to be very, very long. And both of these teams, they're at the top of their brackets, they're at the top of their tracks, and they will be very, very into it. Let's just face it. Both of these teams are not going to actually be very kind to each other. They've got history. They've got this thing going on for them. They want to win. Ristar XGAN Gaming, this cup has the biggest prize pool of whatever we've seen so far. So I think it's where they need to actually put the pressure on each other. And
yeah, I agree. I think the pressure is the one thing that kind of really makes a big difference. And pressure makes diamonds, man. Pressure makes diamonds. We've seen it before. We've seen it in the global stage, right? Where pressure kind of comes to the players and they shine. Especially take the gold standard, for example, Kelra, Sekai's. Again, formed through immense pressure. Innocent, the beast, absolutely performing under pressure. And there are so many more. The recent M7 champions, Aurora Gaming from the Philippines, light under pressure. All the lights on him, and he is absolutely amazing, tearing it up. But in the Indian scene, pressure. S8UL have crumbled under pressure once already against Godlike. This time, will they rise to the occasion? Will Godlike continue their winning streak? Will they continue holding up the names of LAN Demons? That's the biggest question I gotta know. Crucifix, I don't know about you. I feel like this is gonna be a cracker of a game, because the one thing I want to see is how is Joseph Kakarot integrating himself within the S8UL lineup, right? Communication is a big factor, and I know for a fact that S8UL players like to communicate in Hindi, right? Because 4 out of the 5 players can communicate in Hindi. Before they had the jungler Jay, he used to communicate in Hindi as well. They had a good lineup going. Now you add Kakarot to the mix. Kakarot doesn't really speak Hindi that well. He speaks English. I worked with him before. I know him personally. He likes to speak English more compared to Hindi. He doesn't really understand much of Hindi. So the communication gap, how will that be fulfilled? How are S8UL really making the entire lineup work? And if they have reached the grand finals even having so much of a communication issue, yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like they're definitely a team to watch out for. At least I got my eyes on Kakarot as well as Radium. Let's not forget him.
Radium has always been that one person in the goal lane that you can't really look down on. This guy is an absolute beast. The moment he actually gets his items, he's dominating throughout. Like, take his Harriet, for example. The moment he gets that Holy Crystal, he's doing beautiful plays with some man force. He's absolutely crazy on every single hero in the gold lane. His main, Beatrix. Dude, that guy, not someone you can actually just rub off, onto the side. This guy is a big threat in the gold lane, and everyone knows this already. But the thing that you mentioned, Kakarot, him not being able to understand Hindi, when the main source of communication between the whole team, S8UL, is Hindi, I think so far with them being, 4-0 on the semifinals on their track, I think that actually speaks a lot, man. I'm going to be very honest with you. I think that the side of Team S8UL, they've overcome that little problem. Maybe the pressure might get to them. They might lose a few matches, but it does not really it's not like I'm saying that they're going to lose. I'm just saying that it's going to be very, it's not going to be that big of a deal when the communication is the issue, because I think that most of the people from the side of Team S8UL, they've got the English, communication going on for themselves too. I think that, to integrate Kakarot into their mix. but overall, I don't think that that's going to be an issue. The Sida team, you know, godlike, they've got this, you know, communication from forever. When you mentioned that Romcom might actually have some, you know, pressure-related issues, I don't think that's going to be that big of a deal. Both of these teams might actually have these caveats, but they might actually have a workaround between themselves. I think it's kind of like their secret, you know, sauce. They might actually work it out. Something is not going to be like something is not going to be the biggest. No, you know what? No, I'm not going to continue that.
no. Crucifix is just thinking about what he can do. But of course, at the same time, folks, you're watching us, but at the same time, you can also take a look at what's happening in the arena, I would say. You can take a look at what's going on. And it's okay, even might listen to some of the background music that's going on in the arena, the Hindi casters, what they have to say, and how the scene is in the venue. So let's take you there.
इससे आपकी जो आगे आने वाली समस्याएं हैं वो बहुत जल्दी सॉल्व हो जाती है, आपको बहुत इजीली डोमिनेट करने में सहायता मिलती है। एंड इसी चीज का हमें देखने को मिला है कि दोनों टीम्स किस मंशा से यहाँ पर खेलती है। क्या अर्ली गेम डोमिनेशन की तरफ जाएंगी, क्या वो मिड गेम की तरफ जाती है, या फिर वो ऐसे हीरोज पिक करेंगे जो मिड टू लेट गेम की तरफ जाए। क्योंकि बहुत बार हमने मैचेस देखे हैं कि एक साइड हमें फुल अर्ली गेम प्लेयर्स मिलते हैं, हीरोज मिलते हैं, एंड दूसरी तरफ जो प्लेयर्स होते हैं वो मिड टू लेट वाले होते हैं। जिससे क्या होता है, जो पहली टीम होती है ना अर्ली गेम में डोमिनेट तो कर लेती है, जब गेम मिड टू लेट की तरफ शिफ्ट होता है ना तो उनकी दिक्कतें बढ़ने लग जाती हैं, वो टीम फाइट्स हारने लग जाते हैं, और जो गेम उनके हाथ में होता है उनके हाथों से निकल के चला जाता है। तो ये छोटी चीजें बाद में बहुत बड़ी दिक्कत करने वाली हैं अगर आप इनका अर्ली से ध्यान नहीं रखते तो।
बिल्कुल, मतलब ओवरऑल जो बात कर रहे हैं वो ऑब्जेक्टिव के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं कि ऑब्जेक्टिव के ऊपर फोकस करना है उनको। उनके अलावा वाला जो फाइट है वो अर्ली की तरफ जा रहे हैं, मिड की तरफ जा रहे हैं, लेट की तरफ जा रहे हैं। तो रिसेंटली जो टीम्स हमारी खेल रही है, जो मैथिक लीडर बोर्ड की टीम है इनके कहते हैं, तो ये जो टीम है उनमें स्पेशली गॉड लाइक जो है अर्ली होते हुए
Cepet OTW bukber, selalu ada harga murah pakai Goride, silaturahmi tiap hari.
जो प्रतिद्वंदी है, जो मिड लेन पे जो खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे आसुना और एपेक्स होंगे, उनको जितना हो सके वेव्स मिस करवाना या फिर साइड लेन से रोटेट करवाना, ताकि क्या होगा अगर वो लोग रोटेट कर रहे तो वो रोटेशन काट सकते हैं। और अगर उनके पास फास्ट रोटेशन है, अगर सोचिए अगर उनके पास फारसा है या फिर किमी वगैरह भी है, तो क्या होगा उससे कि अगर आप पनिश कर सकते हो तो इससे आपका एनिमी का जंगल पे जाना बहुत आसान हो जाता है। आप लूप अगर आप पैनिक खेल रहे हो, पर्पल बफ नहीं मिलने वाला आपको, आप अंदर जाते रहोगे, जितना जाओगे उतना पर्पल बफ लेके आ रहे हो, पैनिक का मोबिलिटी लो हो रहा है। उसके ऊपर अगर आप ऐसे हीरोज खेल रहे हो कि अगर आप टैंक हीरोज खेल रहे हो तो उनको उतना आइटम्स नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन फिर भी अगर आप ऑब्जेक्टिव कंटेस्ट करने जा रहे हो तब तो आपको लेवल चाहिए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बिना लेवल के दिक्कतें बढ़ेंगी। और जैसा कि आपने चीज एक बोली कि अर्ली गेम में वेव्स को जितना ज्यादा हो सके अवॉइड करना, ताकि हमारे जो प्रतिद्वंदी हैं वो लेन ना ले पाए। इससे आपने एक बहुत ही शानदार चीज के बारे में पॉइंट आउट किया कि रोटेशन बहुत स्लो हो जाती है और हम उनको फोर्स कर सकते हैं कि आप किस लेन में रोटेट करें। तो ये बहुत खूबसूरत चीज देखने को मिलती है। बिल्कुल
जी बिल्कुल, ये जो फोर्स होता है उसकी बदौलत क्या होता है कि आप जो एक लेन की तरफ उनको मजबूर करते हैं आने के लिए, और दूसरी तरफ जो है उनको मौका मिलता है कि आगे की तरफ वो पुश कर सके। तो ये चीजें हैं, ये छोटी छोटी चीजों की आप बात कर रहे हैं ऑब्जेक्टिव के बारे में, तो इनके ऊपर मोस्टली उनका फोकस तो रहेगा ही। एंड मेन चीज तो वही देखेंगे कि ड्राफ्ट की तरफ जब आगे बढ़ते हैं तो कौन सी प्रायोरिटी रखते हैं। आज देर में थोड़ा सा बदलाव है, तो कौन से पूल की तरफ हो जाते हैं और कौन से हीरोज है वो बैन देखने को मिलते हैं, क्या टारगेटेड बैन आएंगे नहीं आएंगे।
देखिए ज़ूशिन पक्का है, कडिटा शायद, लेकिन YSS के लिए बहुत ज्यादा कंटेस्ट होगा यहाँ पे, क्योंकि दोनों जंगल YSS खेलते हैं और फर्स्ट पिक भी होता है। अगर नहीं करते गोल्ड लेन पे डाल देते हैं, रेडियम खेल लेते YSS।
बिल्कुल, अभी हमने रिसेंटली देखा कि रेडियम ने क्या चमत्कार करके दिखाया था YSS से, अपनी टीम को वन साइडेड डोमिनेशन दिलाई थी, जो दिक्कतें बढ़ाएगा अगर गॉडलाइक को YSS नहीं मिलता और रेडियम को YSS या फिर IQ एसिड जंगलर YSS मिल जाता है तो प्रॉब्लम्स बढ़ेगी। क्या लगता है क्या करना चाहिए उनको YSS को कंट्रोल करने के लिए, जो अर्ली गेम से रोटेशन देखने को मिलती है YSS?
देखिए, अब YSS की बात करें तो YSS वो फ्लेक्स की तरफ अब जा रहे हैं। मोस्टली क्या था कि उसको जंगल की तरफ लोग खेलते हैं, अब ये सिचुएशन आ चुकी है कि गोल्ड की तरफ भी खेलना पसंद कर रहे हैं। अब ये जो स्टार्ट किसने किया? रेडियम ने। सवाल उठाए गए तब भी कि सवाल ये थे कि
नहीं, ये स्टार्ट केलरा ने किया था, और यहाँ पे अडॉप्ट रेडियम ने सबसे पहले किया।
अभी हम बात कर रहे हैं मोबा 5 है स्पोर्ट्स के बारे में, जो कि है इंडिया का मोबा। भाई बात तो सही है यार, बात तो सही है
बात
आरवी
तो
भाई।
सही है। हम इसीलिए हम कहेंगे कि रेडियम ने स्टार्ट किया।
रेडियम ने स्टार्ट किया।
एक और चीज जो मैंने वहां जाके नोटिस की थी M7 में, कि वहां पर ना प्लेयर्स बहुत बहुत ज्यादा ऑब्जेक्टिव फोकस रहते हैं। अगर आपने लास्ट के ग्रैंड फाइनल देखा होगा तो अराउंड 7 to 8 मिनट्स ना वो फाइट जितनी ज्यादा अवॉइड कर, मेन मैक्रो ऑब्जेक्टिव थे उस पर फोकस कर रहे थे। एंड जो आई थिंक सेकंड लास्ट या थर्ड लास्ट मैच था वहां पर जो फर्स्ट ब्लड अराउंड 5 to 6 मिनट के आसपास मिला था। चीज हमारी कम्युनिटी अडॉप्ट कर पाएगी।
देखिए, इंस्पायर्ड काफी चीजों से होते हैं, आप भी किसी भी फील्ड की बात कर लीजिए, पर कई सारी चीजों में क्या होता है कि हर किसी का एक अपना यूनिक स्टाइल होता है। तो हर किसी चीज के ऊपर वो इंस्पायर्ड होते हैं या फिर अपना एक खुद का जो स्टाइल है उसको एडॉप्ट करते हैं, वो जरूर देखेंगे। और उस चीज के बारे में हमने बात भी की, तो वो रिजल्ट उनके ऊपर डिलीवर्ड हुए। सवाल उठाए गए थे पर उसके बावजूद भी उन्होंने जो है वो प्रूव कर दिया कि उनके अंदर वो क्षमता तो है। इसीलिए वो अक्सर उनके बारे में बात की जाती है कि गोल्ड की तरफ जो उनका माना जाता है, उनका दबदबा जो है वो चलता है। पर एक और चीज है जिसके बारे में हम डिस्कस करना चाहेंगे कि अभी जो है फाइटर मेटा चल रहा है गोल्ड की तरफ भी, और फेड जो है वो मास्टर है फाइटर्स में।
देख चुके हम लोग, फ्रेया पकड़ लीजिए, सीसी पकड़ लीजिए, एस्मेराल्डा।
फ्रेया का मेरे को ये सीन लगता है ना कि फ्रेया अर्ली गेम भी डोमिनेट करती है, मिड गेम में भी अपनी लेन बड़ी बैट हैंडल कर सकती है, और लास्ट गेम के जो टीम फाइट में उसका दबदबा देखने को मिलता है ना, वो बहुत बहुत ज्यादा काबिल तारीफ रहता है। तो जैसा कि आपने कहा कि अगर रेडियम वाइसेस के साथ तो मिड टू लेट गेम में आपको नहीं लगता अगर हमें फ्रेया देखने को मिलती है तो दिक्कतें बढ़ेंगी?
देखिए, पहली बात जो वाईएसएस का मैकेनिज्म है, आपको आगे बढ़ना ही
बढ़ना
पड़ेगा।
ही
पैसिव
आप
ट्रिगर
close
करने
नहीं
के लिए
जाना पड़ेगा।
आप उस पर कुछ नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन वो ज्यादा खतरा नहीं हो जाता आगे जाने में।
तो चीज है, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि फ्रेया के आप जितने ज्यादा पास जाएंगे आपको उतना ज्यादा दिक्कत होगी। कहते हैं ना, चलो बाद में कहूंगा मैं।
आरवी भाई के दिमाग में कुछ और ही चल रहा है, लेकिन उन्होंने पॉइंट यहाँ पे सही किया कि आप फ्रेया के सामने नहीं जा सकते हो, तो इसकी वजह से आपको रेंज हीरोज पिक करना ही पड़ेगा। उस पे आपके पास ऑप्शन रहेगा ग्रैंजर अगर आप वाईएसएस नहीं खेलना चाहते हो, लेकिन लेन जीतना मुश्किल हो जाता है क्योंकि फ्रेया के साथ आपको फारसा, ईव ऐसे हीरोज चाहिए जो दूर से डैमेज दे सके और अपना पोजीशनिंग हमेशा मेंटेन कर सके। क्योंकि अगर आप एक बार भी पकड़े गए तो बचना बहुत मुश्किल हो सकता है। और हम लोग अगर बात करें बिड की, उनकी पोजीशनिंग बहुत अच्छी रहती है और उनके लिए टीम हमेशा पील कर देता है, चाहे वो रोमकॉम हो, चाहे वो आर्ट हो, या फिर कभी कभी पेट खुद भी कर देते हैं। वो नहीं चाहते कि उनके टीम मेट ज्यादा खतरे में रहे, स्पेशली क्योंकि बिड, क्योंकि उनका जो प्ले स्टाइल है वो देखो, आप अगर देखोगे वहां पे उनके डेथ्स बहुत कम होते हैं हर मैच में।
जी बिल्कुल, यही तो खासियत है जब हम गॉडलाइक की बात करते हो, तो कि उनका जो डिफेंस है और उसका जो अग्रेशन है वो कमाल का रहता है, वो बैलेंस करके रखते हैं। और आपने बिड की बात की कि जब उनके ऊपर ऐसा लगता है कि खतरा है तो उनकी टीम जो डिफेंस के लिए ऑलमोस्ट रेडी हो जाती है, और जब टीम के ऊपर बात आती है तो वो रेडी हो जाते हैं कि डिफेंस के लिए जाना है, अग्रेशन के लिए जाना है, अपनी जो पोजीशन है वो अच्छे से हैंडल करके रखते हैं। मेन चीज वही कि किस तरीके से वो पोजीशन को हैंडल कर रहे हैं। और आप जो फ्रेया के बारे में बात कर रहे थे कि चलिए बिल्कुल नजदीक नहीं जा सकते हैं, आपको रेंज हीरो की तरफ ही जाना पड़ेगा। पर एक चीज वो भी तो है, मोबा 5v5 या फिर मोबा की बात कर ले तो 10 बैन होते हैं यार।
आप सब कुछ तो बैन नहीं कर सकते ना,
कितने बैन
बहुत
करोगे?
सारे ऑप्शंस हैं।
देखिए, इसमें वही चीज है कि जिसे खतरा है वो बैन कर दीजिए।
क्या क्या बैन करेंगे आप?
पहला मैच है
a big, of course. I'll translate what they were trying to say. They were basically saying that RV was talking about his experience in the M7 stage, of course, and at the same time, we're looking at highlighting a couple of players, of course, right? In Godlike, we're talking about. Okay, in SAUL, we're talking about Radium. In Godlike, we are talking about Bid, of course. Radium, being a local from the state of West Bengal, they've kind of called him a tiger. Tiger's baby. He's the one that kind of brought the Easunshin goal lane into India, and I think it's going to be absolutely crazy when they're able to pick it up. Of course, you can see the bans have already begun. The names are kind of switched up. Of course, Godlike is on the blue side, and we got SAUL on the red. Oh, there we go. It's switched up already. And the first ban being Claude from Godlike, already looking at the fact that the goal lane's going to have a tough time, take away some of the marksmen that can carry the rest of the game, get something early and aggressive for Fate to get things started. Crucifix.
Absolutely, man. I'm going to be very honest with you. The quad, I understand you want to actually cut down the options Radium has to actually dominate the match. But obvious one ban that we can actually always expect on the red side. The first ban's always going to be that Zushin, a hero that can control you and ruin positioning for most of your teammates. I think Zushin is a very valid ban. Most teams actually just go directly to get that Zushin ban on the first banning phase in itself if they're on the red side, or they just directly go for the pick. So I think I actually saw that from a mile away. The Kadita is a no-brainer. I believe that, you know, you don't want to actually get your mid lane, especially when your mid lane is Bid, who is very stationary most of the time. He's got mages like Farsa in his roster. He's got mages like Yve. You don't want him to be in trouble. Neither do you want the rest of your team to actually face any big threats from any bush. From like, you don't actually expect to see a Saber in this stage of the game, obviously. So Saber, Etira, no, none of these heroes are not going to be picked. So the other biggest threat per se is that slippery fish lady, the mermaid that causes death and a lot of, you know, salty water in your face. I think Kadita, a very reasonable ban.
I mean, not just the fact that, I mean, it's not just for the fact that, you know, Kadita is absolutely a big threat to what Bid has in store, but it's also something that they need to look out for in terms of what's going on the other side. It's a really good pick in the hands of Abhi. He has been playing this for quite some time. He's ready to use it instantly whenever there's a stationary high ground mage on the other side. It's expanding river, so you can expect some sort of fast rotations coming in from both teams. If it was dangerous grass, it would be even better, but knowing that they don't want to deal with it, they take it out. They want to give Bid the high ground. They want to make sure Bid has a great time in the mid lane, not losing out of the battle, because Godlike have a mid lane duo that likes to play aggressive, likes to rotate fast, and especially into the EXP lane. Once you unlock Romcom in the EXP lane, then you know you can apply pressure on the gold side, where you have Fate, who will be looking to get that 1v1 in the laning phase. He wants to have the laning advantage. That's what Godlike like. They're an early game aggressive composition. They're an early game composition. They like to play aggressive as much as possible, and that's why you're seeing some of the bans that could hinder that being taken away, like the Baxia, and of course on the other side, the Freya that we spoke about earlier, someone that's not going to be given away, and Yi Sun-shin taken off the table. Look at that. Esmeralda being prioritized, knowing that whatever may come, they can play to their strengths. Put that in the goal lane in the hands of Fate. Absolute monster on this Esmeralda. Put in the EX lane. Romcom can work wonders with it. And also, it's a denial pickup for S8 UL. You don't give a tanky goal laner that Radium is comfortable playing with as well. So this looks good for Godlike at the moment. To start off, I think the reply has to be something very simple, something plain. Go for a Kalea. Kalea carry maybe at this point. Those are the two gold lanes kind of left open. You know you have a tank shredder on the other side.
That too, and you've got Lunox, a hero that can actually shred through Esmeralda's shield. Oh my goodness, that's a song onto the EXP lane. And hey, honestly, I would be kind of surprised if I see him in the gold lane, because obviously he's not going to have any chance against the Esmeralda if it's the gold lane. But Yuzong in the EXP lane is a big threat there. That is a hero you don't want to really fight, even with the reduction in the damage that he deals with Sha Residue, the passive. Once it starts flying, it does 10 damage less, but in the grand scheme of things, you don't really care about 10 damage or not. But look at that. We've got a Guinevere too on their side.
No, and that's the reason. That's the reason for the Guinevere pick. They hard read into the fact that Bid is going to be able to pick up this Yve. Usually, S8 UL against Godlike, the Yve is off the table. That was a prediction coming through as well. They took out the Yi Sun-shin, give them the Esmeralda, knowing that they picked the Esmeralda so that Bid can have a good time in the mid lane with this Yve being picked up, and it works like clockwork for Godlike. And instantly, S8 UL locking down this Guinevere, use that spatial migration, jump to the back line during the RWM phase. Even though you're not susceptible to CC, you definitely can dish out the damage with Violet Requiem, and you have this Yuzhong being picked up that can dive straight to the back line with the Black Dragon form. And for that very reason, already Big has a big target on his back. Grok into the fray, making sure he can slow down, provide those big massive sets, let them play as aggressive as possible, give space for Van and Bid. and Lunox being locked in, knowing that they need a tank shredder, knowing that carry might get taken away, and you don't want to give carry in the hands of Radiant when you know you're going to have someone like this Esmeralda in his face the entire time. So Lunox, again, it's going to be a mid lane war. You have the ability to use that brilliance to get out of team fights, and another comfort pick for Abhi and a great pick in this current meta. So the first phase is set, and I think S8UL have laid down the trap really well, and Godlike fell into that trap without even seeing what was coming. And it only translates into the next phase of the draft. Looking at all the early game picks that they can go for. Leomord's taken off, so Van might be looking to pick up the Lancelot, but if I was S8UL, don't leave it open, man. Just ban it out. That Lancelot, you don't want troubles. Yes, there's a Fanny that he's great at as well. Now you pick your poison. Which is the one hero that you're going to take off?
I'm gonna be very honest with you. I feel like there's a possibility of a very, very invadey style comp for the side of Team S8UL. That's what they're actually going for, a dive composition. So they want to actually have that hero. They might not be able to. Oh, look, they've got the Fanny down. So basically, what I was about to say was they don't want to actually invest too much into crowd control. They've already got the Guinevere, who is good at crowd control, obviously, but she's not a very, very, safe option to actually crowd control the enemy. The moment you actually miss the spatial migration, you're going to have this hard time catching the enemies. And I believe that Grok is going to be the biggest threat for the side of Team S8UL. But if they go for a dive style comp, they can just dive the backline, get them out of the picture, because obviously Esmeralda is going to take his own sweet time to do whatever damage that she wants. He's either going to try to split both of the front line and the back line of the side of Team S8UL, or they are going to make sure that they actually play it safe and pull the enemies back to their safe spot, play around maybe a wall or two, try to get Grok spells, connect properly, get a few people down.
You know what?
Might actually work.
And you know what? Look at the bans that are coming on from the side of Godlike. They understand that they need someone of a set potential with that Kalea, rather than set potential to pick off for Abhi to shine on this Lunox. Take that off the table. Then you have the chip that's taken off to make sure a backline dive is prevented with that teleport, with that shortcut. The only kind of options left open were this Khalid. Of course, Hilda was a great option as well, but not knowing what they're going to go for. Khalid, again, another hero that has AoE damage, can dive straight into the back line on top of this Eve, and can go toe-to-toe against this Grok in the early game, and at least give some poke down to make sure they have the aggressive duo in the mid lane. Like I said earlier, Art and Bid like to play aggressive. That mid lane duo love to play aggressive. They want to dominate the river, so S8UL, Apex, and Abhi have to go toe-to-toe against them in that aspect. And so far, every team that has gone toe-to-toe against Godlike in the early game has not made it out alive. They have done the best that they can to understand what the early game is and put their money where their mouth is. And speaking of that, Lancelot is the one that they chose. They went for that in the jungle, and of course you pick up Arlott in the EXP lane. And now we're looking at an aggressive dive composition coming in from Godlike with the backline Yve present to provide the high ground. RWM dictate the pace of the game, the tempo of the game. But on the other side, S8UL, a full dive with this. A Martis being picked up, and it's going to be a Martis in the EXP lane. We've seen this come out from Anti before.
I mean, to be fair, dude, you get the Martis on your side, I think that you've got a lot of potential, assault type of things. Like, how do I put it? This assault, a full-on assault from the side of Team S8UL. I'm actually expecting that, but the side of Team Godlike, they've got a lot of crowd control, they've got a lot of sustain, and, Esmeralda, Arlott can sustain well. They've got crowd control and, Grok, Arlott, they've got even Yve to slow down the enemies. That is technically considered crowd control, slowing down the enemies. So it's going to be very hard for S8UL to actually position themselves properly against whatever Godlike is going to be dishing out in this game. But again, at the end of the day, I think S8UL have this immensely strong, overwhelming, in fact, kind of damage sources in the form of Khalid, in the form of Martis, the Guinevere, the Yuzong, and also that Lunox, man. It's going to be very, very, very dangerous for the side of Team Godlike if they actually make any single mistake in this whole game.
Hey folks, if you're watching from around the world, yes, you're looking at a Martis in the EXP lane. Not something that we see quite often, but it has worked with S8UL before. It's worked with Anti before. When they want to go a full dive composition, they're trying to bridge the gap between the early and the late game. In that mid-game phase, this Martis is going to be screaming and looking and hunting down the squishies. In this case, Bid with that Mortal Coil looking to stop that Thorn Rose coming out from Van Satoru as well, and give enough kill pressure on their side. Of course, it doesn't ideally work if you know how to kite that. If you know how to play around this composition, you can. And I think that's what Godlike are looking to do. Bid is going to be the target. He has a big cross on his back. He's going to be the one piece that S8UL are going to be looking for at this point. It all comes down to if they're going to be able to get the early game in their favor, because Kakarot is going to be looking to hunt him down as well. I do not want to be Bid in this game, but you know what, folks? I know you are all craving for it. We are up and ready. The grand finals has begun. The El Clasico of Indian esports. We're talking about Godlike on the blue side, IQ S8UL on the red. You're looking at the RNG Gaming Cup final. $16,551 US prize pool. My name is Kronos. Alongside me, Crucifix, to bring you the action. It is a best of 7, and game 1 is just a teaser.
Oh my god, look at that, dude. We've got a little bit of a, how do I put it? A beginning of a fight here, but it's not going to follow through with too much. I obviously kind of like wanted some fight there, but in the end of the day, decided Team S8UL really don't want to engage there.
Oh no, Radium! Oh no, the dive!
Come migration!
He gets
Destroying,
the
dismantling, man. Wans the root goes down, first blood.
Yeah, he does indeed. The Petrify coming in for Radium as well, at the right place, at the right time. They know the early pressure is important. They understood that Van was going to come in for the Retribution at the right time, and they used it, bite the bullet. And now you can see a bit of a rotation coming out from Anti. But this is what they wanted to do. This is what I spoke about. Godlike love to play early, love to play aggressive, and S8UL are going toe-to-toe in that aspect.
I kind of see it, man. I'm going to be very honest with you. I think the Martis pick, in all honesty, is kind of to counter whatever Arlott can actually bring to the table in the early game. That's a lot of crowd control to be worried about, and with dashes, you got to actually avoid getting dashed on and giving the health regeneration. So keeping that mark off of you always helps in every single aspect of whatever Martis' kit actually provides. However, I believe that, you know, Lucas would have actually been a better choice if that was what you're going for. But I get, you've already mentioned this, but, you know, Anti's already proven that he's done very good with Martis on the EXP lane before, and I think he can prove it again. Overall, I think the S8UL really have a good positioning for, you know, for the turtle fight that's coming up. Do you think it's going to be possible for Godlike to actually get it without any trouble?
Not sure about it. Apex looking to scout out the bushes. Van goes in with a puncture. Thorn Rose to push him back. And TNLB looking to dominate that riverside as well, waiting for Fate to make his way. Radium sees that and provides the vision. Apex again, Desert Tornado zoning them away. Fate's gonna be a problem. A Thorn on their side. Speaking of a Thorn, Thorn Rose gotta come out. Romcom goes in. He looks to get the final slash down as well on top of Apex. Radium with the Black Dragon form, but Romcom chases down Apex, gets that kill, and now it's a 5v4. Venom Execution comes in. Thorn Rose, but he misses the turtle. Spatial Migration as well as the big tech charge coming out from Art at the right time to make sure they do something, but Kakarot gets a kill, secures the turtle, and Radium follows up, chases down Bit. There's the Violent Requiem, and Romcom is down and out. S8UL are on the hunt. It's a 4-1 in the early game, less than 3 minutes in.
That's a wolf at your door, knocking and scratching at it. I'm telling you, man, S8UL, the positioning on that fight. Oh, good grief, the spatial migration. Romcom almost down. He's trying to run away. No, it's not Romcom. I mean, Fate is trying to run away, but does not. Oh my god! Raging Sandstorm catching Van Satoru. That's going to be okay, because Apex might actually not be able to act. He doesn't. Romcom gets that kill, but that's also going to lead Anti into that position where he's going to be caught by all 3 members from the side of Team Godlike who are on the bot side, and he will be taken out in a matter of seconds, man. That's also a blue buff being stolen, by the way.
A blue buff stolen, a lot done. There's no answer coming in from Godlike. They did not expect this coming. S8UL. Not a lot of teams go toe-to-toe against Godlike in the early game, and S8UL said, no problem, my guy. We've been in this position before. We know what to do. The pressure is not on us. The pressure is on you. You've proven to everyone that you have done it before. You have a reputation called the Land Demons to live up to, and now they use that pressure against them. A complete Uno reverse. And Godlike, they need to find answers, and they need to find answers quick, and it's got to come with this next turtle. 20 seconds. They got to position themselves better, need to find the right timing. Van Satoru not able to get the retribution on point, and you know what? There's no one better in this game in India for retributions compared to Kakarot.
Agreed, Dan. And to be fair, I think that the side of Team S8UL are bringing too much already onto the table. They've got the low though hit. Forget about that. Raging Sandstorm connecting. That's going to be Phantom Execution trying to chase away Apex, but he's an Apex Predator. He's going to make sure he actually disengages the whole side of Godlike away from the fight to get the turtle. S8UL continuing the fight. Bid's ultimate is in connection with S8UL, but nobody fallen just yet. The side of Team S8UL chasing now. The wolf is going at Godlike with blood in its eyes. There goes Yuzong jumping in, getting the kill on Bid. Radium absolutely demolish him, but gets traded off by the same guy that he killed. Van Satoru might be in trouble.
Oh, up he goes in. Oh, he got that Chaos Assault. He caught him at the right place at the right time. Flickered for his ult. Was quite hungry, quite thirsty. Now using the Brilliance to make it out of harm's way. Van had the Thorn Rose to try and make it out there alive, but he was too low in HP, man. Abhi was just there waiting. They expended a flicker, and now you can tell the pressure that they put up so far has extended to a 1.7k goal lead. IQ S8UL, no womb to... Oh no, where it hurts. The spatial migration, Violet Requiem on can't breathe. It's Chain CC upon Chain CC. And he's not able to do anything in Apex. This is the reason for this pick. An invasive lineup, like you said. An invasion is what they're getting. Again, tried to go for the spatial migration. Romcom, what was that? I don't think it was needed. Goes in for a nice final slash, but they take out the back line. Van is down and out. And now the Violet Requiem to follow as Anti's able to pick up Romcom. Felt like a disconnection in terms of communication there.
I completely agree with you, man. That was absolutely like a landslide there. So S8UL completely shut down whatever opportunities Godlike actually had in that previous setup that they were trying to do. But in the end of the day, S8UL really made a better setup there. The fact of the matter is, right now, they've got the Genius. Whoa, they've got the Genius one doing a lot of damage. There goes Apex inside the tower, tier 2, getting the kill on Bid. A very stationary mage, obviously, that's going to be a big caveat for that, you know. For Bid, obviously, it's going to be very risky. Van Satoru also pretty low. That's the point of a utility jungler. You invade, and there goes... Oh, I think that fight is not going to lead to much. There goes the Tectonic Charge. Misses. Art, what are you doing? So, Anti gets that turtle, and we've got Van Satoru getting taken down by Lunox. More coming through. We've got the Petrify, and also the knockup from Radium, and that's going to lead to another one. Anti is stacking up those stacks onto that Sky Piercer. It's like stealing candy from a baby, man, at this point.
Man, stealing candy from a baby is the right expression for this, because if you ask me, Godlike are put themselves in this predicament. They have completely fell for the trap coming in. Look at Bid. He's not able to do anything. He goes down. It all came down to the nice draft that they kind of went for. It's unconventional, but it works. The point of this Mart is to make sure the Mortal Coil comes out so the Lancelot cannot escape, and you need an Executioner, and that's what they've been doing. Look at their kill score, 2, 2, and 8 from Apex on this Khalid. He's applying the pressure. At this point, he has the region to make sure he comes out alive. They're able to put down pressure where it hurts. Abhi, he's looking to get into the back line. He has the Ruby DD combo. He dives straight in. 5-0-6 at this point. Anti's getting kills. They've got kills left, right, and center. The goalie right now at a 5,000. And at this 5,000 deficit for Godlike, they need to find a way to try and close the gap. They do not have the damage. They're lacking. They want to be in these team fights. They can get the wombo combos in, but the poke is not enough as Bid is not allowed to breathe whatsoever. 1, 4, and 2. This is not looking good. They need to find a way to get some advantage because S8UL love to go for a brawl.
Hey, yo, and look at that. I think, okay, they're disengaged. But all honesty, I feel like with the lack of marksmen not being there in both teams, they are definitely going to rely on team fights to actually put the pressure onto each other, obviously. But Godlike are not able to actually get that pressure overwhelmingly because S8UL really have this insane amount of dive. They've already invaded. They've already put so much pressure that I don't think Godlike will be able to come back from. This is going to be very difficult. Look at the bot lane in itself, man. Guinevere positioning himself to make sure that his teammate Anti will not be caught off guard, and that is exactly what just happened. Anti was able to run away because Kakarot was giving the vision, and Art, Romcom, Bid, Fate, they couldn't really do anything in that position, man.
The Lord already being pushed away. They're already being started. Lord Dance is in effect. Kakarot looking to dive onto Bid. Bid does have the flicker. Godlike being pushed back. Lord reset. S8UL looking to chase them down. Apex looking for the right target. The Guardian Barret comes out at the right time. Apex goes over the back line. They're looking for something at this point. They get it. Apex flickers out of harm's way. Tech Charge's not there, but the Mortal Coil already used up. Nice Tech Charge with a flicker, capturing 3 members. But Radium's in the sky with a Black Giant. And misses Retribution. Kakarot kept it. No Phantom Execution to make it out alive. And now S8UL on the hunt. And Radium gets a double. That's 2 for Anti. Just give him the third. At this point, they get a full 5-man wipe out. The Ricos are coming in, and S8UL dominate game number 1 and caught Godlike by surprise.
Dude, even if the spatial migration missed, it is the fact that Vance III was not higher, equal to levels as, obviously Kakarot. And that just led to that Retribution being easy, safe, and done for the side of Team S8UL. They're able to get the tier 3 in the mid lane. And hey, let's just face it, dude. The fact that Martis is running Killing Spree is allowing him to actually go inside the tower, get HP back, and walk out. That was the 5-man wipe they needed to engage in this pressure building situation for the side of Team Godlike. They're not allowed to actually even get out of their base at this point.
Well, the base, I don't know, man. We're less than 12 minutes in. I don't even know if this Holy Shield is worth it. You can see already getting a pick on Van, and it's coming at the right time. Now it's a 5v4. The next waves are already crashing in. Final Slash comes in on top of Apex, but he's not the right target. He uses Raging Sandstorm to go away, but Art with a tech charge. I'm not sure if Godlike are playing the same game. It's completely disconnected. S8UL have gotten into their head. The base crystal is exposed, but S8UL have done the job that they came for. Throw a wrench in the plans of Godlike, and now they're scattered. They don't know what to do. They're scrambling at this point, and they're looking for answers. They're turning towards each other, but where is it coming from? The control tower Brid has lost his head. He's 1-5-2.
Wait, but I'm more confused, I'm more curious actually at the fact that Khalid just used Raging Sandstorm to cross over to the wall, on the top side. He wasn't able to because I think Rock actually put the earthen part in a position where I wouldn't actually, think that would stop Khalid. So does Khalid actually get stopped the moment he actually gets CC'd during Raging Sandstorm? I don't believe that because obviously Raging Sandstorm is giving him control immunity, but in that given moment he was stopped completely. Now it's kind of like making me want to check it right now. But overall, all in all, I feel like that whole team fight just ended with an absolute chaos.
Facial migration by the Requiem catches them as well. Look at Apex, goes to the back line. He has Raging Sandstorm, Quicksand guards, make sure he catches them. They get Art already. Radiant to the back line. Anti gets a double, looking for more. Spatial migration with a Petrify. And the combo of the Furious Dive. They get more. And oh my goodness, he's on a maniac. Anti, 4 members. Oh no, they get another one. And Kakarot dives into the base crystal. S8UL dominate game number 1 in this best of 7.
Damn it, man, I believed in it, Godlike and their potential, but Levine, against that kind of composition, even I wouldn't actually be surprised to actually lose a game, dude. That is an absolute evil composition right there. That's absolutely like, I'm gonna invade your jungle and you can't do nothing about it. I'm gonna jump you inside your tower and you can't do nothing about it. And that is literally what just happened. That was an absolute one-sided massacre to the side of Team Godlike. They didn't have any response to that. Either if they actually did use, if they used Arlott or Grok to play like a little bit more safer. I think that might have actually given them a little more chance, but overall, I think that it wouldn't have actually changed the outcome of the game at all. I think Ante getting the MVP is an absolute no-brainer. This guy absolutely was fearless throughout the set of the game, and he actually made Martis work in the EXP lane, and I'm actually kind of surprised.
And you know what though? Making him work in the EXP lane, he's done that before. Like I mentioned, right? He knows where the pressure is. He knows how to do it. He knows he has to be executioner. He went for a Sky Piercer, man. He had about 4 kills in towards the late game in their base when they were looking to get that crystal. That's 40 stacks right there. And for the amount of kills that he had before, I don't know. This pocket pick that we were talking about before, right? Crucifix, a pocket pick in the hands of SAUL with that Martis coming into the fray, and also that Guinevere being picked up. Now Godlike are thinking, okay, we expected SAUL to fight, right? We expected a fight. It's not like we expected a 4-0 sweep. We're not going to make sure we're going to get swept 4-0. But the one thing we kind of did not expect is a first game pocket pick. And to be honest, in a best of 7, that is the best game to bring these out, because now in the next few games, you're really throwing a wrench into the plans of Godlike. They're thinking, okay, are we really going to see another Martis EXP? We better watch out for that. We can't really go for this composition, which we like, double fighters. Look at something that's tanky, have Bit play the high ground mage. Now, with what they have, it doesn't work.
I kind of agree with you. Overall, I feel like, you know, the Esmeralda pick, this first pick for the side of Team Godlike, actually kind of like nudged them into that whole Esmeralda in the gold lane only. Look at that, dude. Esmeralda against Radium, as his Yuzong was in the gold lane. It surprised me even. I was talking about the possibility of a Yuzong in the gold lane. He actually did it. He put the Yuzong in the gold lane and kind of like stomped on the Esmeralda. I'm kind of surprised there. But hey, the biggest mention here, Guinevere absolutely invading and making sure Lancelot did not have any farm. That is the point of picking a utility jungler. You need to actually have that, you know, early game dominance in the enemy's jungle. Apex gave that to Guinevere. Kakarot used that to the fullest, man.
Kakarot, you know what? He just went Super Saiyan mode, man. If you ask me, this guy is absolutely insane in the jungle. Best jungler in India. Not me saying it. The other junglers from different teams are saying it. Of course, Godlike would like to prove otherwise. Van would definitely contest for that title. But at the moment, regardless of what Godlike have achieved, with all that Godlike have done, with Van showing and showcasing his absolute best, Kakarot has done this multiple times before. And Kakarot, previously known as Joseph, or that's his real name anyway, he has been at the tip top of this mountain for a while. Players know it. Internally, players know it. In the scrims, players know it, right? And now when it matters the most, the only kind of problem I would say he really had was to showcase that in an offline stage. And Van is a demon on the offline stage. And Kakarot now, having the right pieces around him, knowing what to do, he's really shining. And let's not forget, with all that took place, Radium in the gold lane. He's not in the picture here. The rich guy, the carry, the sandbag, the wingman, you can see Ante, the rich guy, on a Martis EXP. Absolutely insane. I never thought to see an EXP lane Martis, to be honest. But what Radium did in this game by picking that Yuzong is give that flexibility to the rest of his team. And that's one thing I like about this player. He's willing to take a back seat when he needs the others to shine. Right? That's what Radium does. But when the team needs him the most, he is there front and center, and he is one of the pillars of SAUL. And oh my goodness, did he showcase that in this game by not even doing a lot. It just let everyone else take reign.
Hey, yo, you're not actually giving him credit where it's due, man. I think picking that Yuzong kind of like denied the Yuzong from the enemies. Godlike did not have the opportunity to get the Yuzong in itself. So I think that too could have actually been a plan. I think that's all calculated, you know. I'm not going to put that symbol out there, but you know. So it's all calculated, my friend. I think the Yuzong not being there on the side of Team Godlike as an option for them, that kind of like hindered them a bit. But overall, I think that Yuzong, the threat that he brings, Radium actually had it in his bag. But again, the rich guy title obviously goes to Martis. This guy had 12 kills, 1 death, 5 assists, and this guy had like 5 items in his bag, with one being boots, and almost done building his last item, I believe. I think it's either the Malefic Gun or the Blade of Despair, whichever he wanted. I think it's more like Malefic Roar, not Gun. Malefic Roar. Why do I keep getting that confused? Malefic Roar. I believe that was the last item, because obviously you've got Art with that Grok. I think the Esmeralda is going to be a big problem too. He's already got himself the Sea Halberd. Why not get that Malefic Roar?
And you know what though? One thing that we need to watch out for, right? I was reading this in the chat, by the way. Malson, big shout out to you. He kind of mentioned this. By seeing this Martis in the EXP lane, now we're going to see a lot of Martis EXP in the solo queue. Folks, please, like they say, do not try this at home. Do not try this in your ranked games. These players come prepared with a composition, with a strategy that they want to play, right? So don't try this at home. Don't try this in your ranked games, because you're going to be putting everyone into trauma. And hey, we don't want some dark system players coming up, man. You know,
Firstly,
we already have Crucifix liking Argus. We can't have more.
Hey, you know what? Fine, I'm just gonna take it. You know why Martis does not work in the EXP lane? This guy falls off pretty fast during the later stages of the game, because this guy really needs to actually connect that Mortal Coil to actually get the movement speed boost. Otherwise, anybody or any single human being, not human being, the heroes in the game, could kite the hero, and he's not going to be able to land his spells. He's not going to be able to do damage. There are heroes that actually out-sustain him in the EXP lane. There's a lot of heroes that out-sustain Martis, dude. This guy, even if you got the fighter emblem on him, you've got the hyper regeneration with like around 10%. You've got the Festival of Blood talent. Even if it's maxed out, you're practically not going to be able to catch the enemy and regenerate the HP that you need to sustain in a fight. So it's a very bad pick. We'll give you the explanation for it, but do not, for the love of God, pick the Martis in the EXP lane. There are heroes that you cannot play, and this is one of them.
Well, hey, let's move on from that and look at the draft that's already underway for game number 2. S8 Duel this time on the blue side. On the red, we have Godlike, of course. We can see Guinevere, Yu Zhong, and Esmeralda being banned out from S8 Duel. So now they probably want to play a hero that they want to play in the back line, see if they can execute that. Godlike on the other side, going with the similar bans that took place on the red side the previous game. The Jushin, the Kadira, and now with the Baxia that they had banned out previously. This feels like Godlike have come with a set strategy, right? With looking at the bans that's there. Yeah, but Freya is open. I agree. Freya's left open. I think Godlike kind of went for a gamble. Can Radiant really play the Freya? That's the big question to ask here. And he says, you know what? Even if I can't play it best, I'm not going to give it to the hands of fate. So Freya in the gold lane for SAUL. And Godlike now need to respond. What are they going to respond with? No Esmeralda to try and counter this Freya. They need someone that can kite the Freya. They need someone who can burst down. Maybe go for a Kalea right now. Art plays it really well. Pair it up maybe with a Lunox if they can in the mid lane. Give something to Bid that's not so stationary, because SATUL have kind of figured it out. It's a Kalea and Yi Sun Shin. In the gold lane, in the jungle, it's been flexed for quite some time now. We're going to find out soon.
In all honesty, though, I feel like Yi Sun Shin can actually counter the Freya overall, because I think that he has got the dashes, he's got the CC immunity, he's got also the damage. Obviously, I think if he's played in the gold lane, I think Freya might actually have a tough time in the early game at least. So he's something akin to an assassin more than a marksman, and he does his job pretty good. Him being able to actually dominate throughout the course of the game is also one of the factors that make him a big threat in the gold lane, especially knowing the fact that gold laners get more farm than every other lane in the game. So I think that overall Freya might actually have that little advantage, but Yi Sun Shin has the range advantage and also the kit that actually kind of like counters a bit of whatever Freya can actually bring to the table. But hey, let's not sleep on the fact that Kalea was picked onto the side of Team Godlike. They've got the second pick, so obviously when it was kept open, Kalea is on their side. Now it's up to the side of Team SAUL to decide what they want to pick. A Hilda is open. There are heroes that can actually jump in on the back line, like, heroes like Yi Sun Shin can't really do much against a Hilda who's charging at him, though.
Yeah, I think the Hilda is a great shout, right? I believe that Apex can definitely play the Hilda as well. So Hilda's got to come through, give the Yisunshin a tough time, but also you kind of put the Kalea and the Piccolo. You're really going to go and pick up the Hilda as soon as she comes in to make sure the Yisunshin has a good time in the jungle. But again, at this moment, looks like it's going to be a flex. And as you can see, folks, the timer is stuck. No, it's not an issue on the production, yada, yada, yada. It is a pause that has been done in the draft phase by the teams. I'm not sure what the reason is. We'll get back to you as soon as we get that. But
It's
looking
not.
at... Yeah, I mean...
it's not. It's everything is under my Genjutsu. I've stopped time.
It started, folks. It started. I've seen
not.
Looney Tunes, but I've not seen Looney Crucifix. But
It's not started though. I mean, talking about you can see that it's stuck at 4, so it's not started.
all right, you can't see it. You can't see it. Speaking of Genjutsu and stuff, like, hey, I heard the new skin is coming, bro. Am I right? Is it gonna be Itachi? Is Itachi really gonna be coming into the game?
Is it the Yellow Flash and Mr. Itachi? Obviously, yes. We're gonna get two new Naruto skins coming in Mobile Legends 5v5 very soon. In the time of April, May, you're gonna have an action-packed set of skins and a lot of collaborations that many people would love. So make sure that you actually keep yourselves ready for that time. Hey, talking about that, the bans have resumed, and we've got Kimi and Gatot.
I like the combo of the Kimi and Gatot Kacha, and I think it's making sure you have a failsafe, right? Making sure you have an insurance policy. If this Freya is not able to snowball in the gold lane, which should not be possible, to be honest, it should happen, but still, why risk it? Making sure you get damage dealer in the mid lane in the form of this Kimi. Give Apex some sort of an AoE roamer that can really face check bushes quite a lot, can provide a lot of vision, can cover some ground, can tank the hits. They're okay with it, can even reach into the back line if he needed to. And instantly, though, Godlike still sticking to what they know and what works. Goes for Yve. And you can take a look as well. The players are laughing. That's a good sign, right, Crucifix? It's a really good sign knowing that no matter what happened in game number 1, they're okay. They're not really that phased. They've shaken it off. There is a game. They're excited. They're ready to go into the next game. And they're not mentally affected.
It is a good sign, but all in all, I feel like the side of Team Godlike, they've got a good, solid draft right now. They've got the Yve, they've got the zoning potential, they've got the Kalea to actually bring people into the RWM or into the side of Team Godlike's, influence. I think in the map, they're going to have a lot of control, but the side of Team SAUL do really have options that can actually bridge the gap between both of the teams very quickly. If at all there was any pull by Kalea to, Tsunami Slam that pulls them into a very uncomfortable spot for them. They've got Freya, who can actually use Valkyrie's Descent, and AOG, Avatar of the Guardian, by Gatot Kacha. They can bridge the gap instantly, and Kimi can always be safe. That's a hero that can actually have Purify on her and still actually manage to do a lot of damage. So we gotta make sure that we actually see this, combination working out here. If not, then I think Godlike might actually just have the upper hand. But if they do play it pretty safe, they're still going to have the opportunity to engage or re-engage whenever they want. And the side of Team Godlike, surprisingly, like you mentioned, gets the Martis banned off in the second banning phase.
Yep, they've gotten into their heads, man. I told you about it. They don't want to deal with it whatsoever. PTSD coming through, especially if I was Bit or Van. Like, nah, bro. The discussion was probably like, you know what, guys? We kind of need to ban out EXP laner. Maybe Yu Zhong is already taken off. The CC is something that we can look at taking ourselves. Nah, instantly. Bro, please. I do not want to deal with that Martis once again. It doesn't matter. I don't want to I don't even want the option for them to try and pick that up. So Martis banned out, traumatized the mid laner and the jungler of Godlike. And now instantly they go back into another, into a jungle ban. Look at the Fredrin. Okay, I think Fredrin's a good ban against Kakarot. Kakarot really likes playing the Fredrin. It's one of his favorite heroes from what he told me. Bro's been hitting the gym so much as well. Probably that's why. Maybe taking inspiration from him.
I think so, man. I think Fredrin is the one reason that most guys are just like, yeah, I've got to hit the gym. This guy is a big, beefy man who actually carries around the most heaviest set of armor and also the most heaviest set of equipment. This guy's carrying like tons of equipment. I mean, it's emeralds, it's actual stone that he's carrying on his shoulders and his hand, man. That's got to be something. This guy is a beast of a man, and I think that actually kind of inspires most guys to actually go to the gym or do a workout.
Crucifix, sound like you sound like you're jealous, bro.
Kind of.
Kind
You
of.
don't have to point it out, man.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. We've been glazing Frederick quite some time. But either way, look at the ban on the other side, though. Carry being taken off, making sure Radium's having a difficult time. This Yi Sun-shin still kind of flexed. I mean, usually you like to see him in the jungle, right? That's where I would prefer him. But at this point, with the way things have been shaping up, Kelroy kind of played it in the gold lane. Radium's tried it in the gold lane, made it work. So, yeah, you get a global vision with that Mountain Shocker. So, of course, but Phoveus being picked up in the hands of Romcom in the EXP lane. And look at the reply. Instantly, Alice. They want to dive once again. At least this time, they have a little bit of a front to back. Going with the idea that Godlike went in the previous game. Have be in the backline with his Kimmy. Dish out damage. Pew, 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 pew. But, you know, Alice diving in with that Throne of Ruin. Oh, no. It smells like trouble for Godlike.
Something smells fishy, man. I can't put my nose on it. I think
it's Kalea.
Possible. You're absolutely right. It's probably Kalea, the half mermaid, half sea serpent. I don't know, man. What is Kalea? It's a philosophical question. She's a philosophical being. I don't even want to know at this point. But we've got a Phoveus onto the EXP lane for some reason. I believe that it's to counter the Freya in the later stages of the game, because the moment Freya starts dashing here and there, obviously Phoveus is going to get himself the passive, and repeatedly, bro is going to get shields for days, man. That guy's not going to actually stop engaging in fights. We've got Sora in the gold lane and Yi Sun-shin in the jungle.
Yeah, I like the Sora, but now you're really putting a lot of pressure on Van as well. You have Leomord can go for an invade. You have Alice, the Freya, the Gatotkacha. Again, S8 you will look very invasive with their lineup. And Godlike want to have their sides win out in the early game so they can have their jungler scale up to the mid-game point, have consistent damage throughout. I mean, from there on out. But they need to survive this early game onslaught that S8 you all are bringing to them. Godlike not looking like themselves, if I may say so. Maybe a shift in the way that they're playing, adapting to the style of their new coach, maybe learning new things and kind of forgetting what their original identity was with the early game lineup that they always went with. But this time, S8UL, the aggressors.
There is something really wrong with Godlike's drafting. I can't really put my nose on it. It's just not right. There's something that's not working for them. There is some cog in the whole, clock that's not actually turning. S8UL, they've got a really good draft. They've got Alice to jump in, Throne of Ruin. They've got AOG from Gatotkacha. They've got Leomord, who has Barbaril just charging in at him. And then they mount together, and then they just start attacking everybody. And then Valkyrie's descent with Freya. And to top it all off, they've got Kimmy to actually back them all up. And the side of Team Godlike, it's like they're not even trying to outdraft S8UL. There's something wrong. I can't understand it, but Godlike really has this composition that does not actually have any synergy within themselves. I believe that, Sora could work well with Phoveus, but it's not going to work together as a complete team.
No, I would agree in terms of what Kalea has to offer, right? Kalea usually has to offer that big Tsunami Slam, but there's nobody to follow up with it. There's not enough burst damage coming in from Godlike. I think that's what you're looking at. Not having enough burst, that is an Achilles heel of Godlike in this game. But S8UL know what they want. They want to dive in. They just want to go gung-ho, go for the jugular straight up to make sure they can get that early pressure down, as they did with game number 1. This is game number 2 in this best of 7. IQ S8UL Godlike, who's going to come out as victors. Already Radium on the top side, giving Fate a difficult time after cutting the lane. And now you can see the pressure into the jungle of Godlike. And they need to absorb this pressure if they can even reach that mid-game power spike that they like.
he's not aiming properly, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. They're not actually trying to engage. But Kimmy, I could believe at least Asuna could have actually done a lot more damage to the enemy, forced them to go back possibly. It doesn't really matter. Everyone's just gonna stay healthy, try to play a gentleman's game, try to not do much to the enemy. Like, it's all trying to, you know, poke out and test the waters overall. I believe that that's what they're trying to do. Nobody's trying to do nothing at this point of the game. The first match obviously shook them to the core, and the side of Team Godlike don't really want to make any mistakes in the early game.
And you know what? Godlike, though, as an organization, as a team throughout, they haven't really got the big ones, right? They haven't really gotten the big ones. They've been fighting for titles in different games. They've been looking to always try and get to the top, always fell short, sometimes beaten by S8UL. But in ML, they have reached the top. They won the Mythic Showdown Season 2, one of their first titles ever after being in the scene for quite a long time. So naturally, this team is expected to kind of win, but you can see the taunt already coming out from Apex and S8UL. Hey man, they've been beaten once before, but it feels like they're not going to be beaten once again if this continues. However, now you can see Godlike have kind of found their structure, found their shape into the Turtle Pit. You can see already Barbiel being called by the Phantom Steed. Turtle is up, Mountain Shocker being used. Bit is going to be the target, goes in. Oh my god, I'm not sure if this was needed, but he gets the first blood. Kakarot gets it down. Art into the back line, zoning away LB as much as possible. That's the Kalea going against the Kimmy. They get the 2v1 down. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bid has been surviving with 1 HP for the longest of times and now gets on top of Radium. It's a 2v1. And now Radium has to run away under the tower of the opposition. I'm not sure if he's able to do that. He makes it out. No, he does not. Van able to get that kill. 4-2 in the hands of Godlike. They have found their footing and now are looking to convert this into objectives.
Surprisingly, even though they actually got 2 extra kills, it's only like 300 gold, you know, that they have additionally. It's not actually that big of a gap just yet, so S8U will really have an opportunity to turn it around. But Godlike, I think the way that they're playing is actually surprisingly good, especially with the composition with that AOG in the air. Now it's got to be a taunt with the Unbreakable Phantom Steed coming up with Kakarot, absolutely demolishing the front line. But Bait's gonna not stop with that one. He's gonna make sure Kakarot's out of the picture, gets into the Stormy form, gets the kill. Asuna too, and he's gonna follow up with Phobius to get the kill onto the end. Oh my god, Freya comes in too late. Radium is not actually there in time, but in the end of the day, he is able to stop Art and his domination, but Bid is going to stop Radium, who came up pretty darn late in that team fight. Now that did not work well for the side of Team S8UL again.
Yeah, 2-0-3 in the hands of Bid on this Eve. He's been doing well. Fate on this Sora. Able to get that early aggression, 4 kills now, and I think Godlike have kind of tilted S8UL. They have flipped the script. 1.5k goal lead in their favor. They are comfortable now. They are where they wanted to be. They were caught by surprise in game number 1. They prepared mentally for game number 2. And now S8UL need to find opportunities. And it has to come out through these. Oh no, speaking of opportunities, they get a Purify at the right time from that Tsunami Slam being used by Art, but that's 80 seconds of not having that Purify, and that means the next turtle is not going to be having it. The Tsunami Slam, however, does have a lower cooldown.
You're right. I mean, expending one of the most important things, obviously being the battle spells. These are additional spells that you get with your original hero spells that allow you to actually evade maybe spells that actually control you, like the spell Purify. Or,
oh no!
But talking about that, we've got Phantom Steed, but no, we've got a Flicker from Bid trying to escape that. It's a good decision, but overall, I think that, you know, the Flicker might have actually been more important. Turtle spawning in 30 seconds.
30 seconds. I think that 30 seconds plenty for them to decide where they want to be, how they're going to make this happen, how they're going to position themselves, knowing that Godlike already have the lead. But I said you all not shying away. They do have powerful ultimates. They have hit the point where they can pick a fight, even though they're down in terms of gold, especially if Anti makes it to the fray. It's going to be difficult for Godlike to try and find an opening. And already there you can see S8UL looking to dominate this Turtle Pit.
Right now, we've got Bid with Glowing Wand. Oh, we've got Tsunami Slam already connecting onto the enemy backline. We've got Abi getting taken down. We've got Phantom Seed running in, and that's going to be a big problem here. The side of the team, S8UL, engaging, but Tsunami Okay, that's not. But the second skill of Kalea connecting, that's going to be Art taking a lot of damage instead. We've got Freya doing even more damage with that Valkyrie's Descent. But in the end of the day, it's going to be Anti that's going to get the final kill and put the nail in the coffin. But the side of Team Godlike, they might actually just attempt for the Lord because obviously Phantom Steed is not ready for engaging just yet.
Well, Romcom is there trying to zone out the rest of the members. Godlike this time get their hands on this turtle. It's 2 turtles in their pocket now. SAUL, we spoke about it earlier. Those battle spells were important. Using the Purifier early on, baiting the Purifier early on from the side of SAUL's Abi. And instantly Art knew who the target was supposed to be, went for it, got the target, converted that to an objective, and now Godlike have also gotten the tower on the top side. It has been mirrored by SAUL on the bot side, but Radium taking one on the far lane. But here, Godlike 10-5, looking at their itemization. He's got a Dreadnought armor, building a Dominance Ice. Romcom's going to be a force to be reckoned with now with the amount of physical damage that's coming out on the other side. They're okay to take it. However, I think it's all up to Ubby. Is he able to scale? Went for a first item Sky Piercer. Yes, you want to go that for a Kimmy, but you're lacking the damage early on that you're needed. No, goes for a Tsunami Slam this time, but not catching the right target. RWM comes in as well. AOG going straight on top of him. They're trying to make something happen, but they get the tier 1 in the mid lane. Radium has to run away. The Valkyrie Descent was used. Kakarot just using the Phantom Steed to disengage.
He just used the Phantom Steed to actually get on the force so he can go back to jungling, dude. That's exactly what he was thinking. I know what he was thinking, obviously, because I would have done the same. Just walk out in style, man. That's the best course of action in that position. They've got the bot tower tier 1. I believe the side of Team Godlike are over, they're over-exerting themselves in these team fights. I believe that they actually are doing pretty good, but I see that the exertion from the side of Team Godlike, they're actually kind of like trying to make this, make everything turn into a victory. The Mount Shocker used to steal the blue buff from the side of Team SAUL. It's kind of reversed now because obviously the previous game Godlike were the ones losing up on their farm, but now it's going to be SAUL that's going to lose up on their farm, and especially the jungler's farm. That's going to put them in a bad predicament overall, because the moment they aren't able to get the neutral objectives, that's going to make them lose the game.
The neutral objective on the spot. Oh, title strike coming through as well on top of Apex. He gets caught in the dark wave coming in from Romcom. Traction pulse to pull Art back as well. They go in. Romcom goes in once. I don't know. They're just poking him out at this point. The Lord is up. And I think Godlike turned their attention to the Lord. I feel like they're looking for a pickoff, knowing that they have a Purifier on the other side. They can't go for a Kakarot or the Phantom Steed. I don't think that was the right call. And now IQ SAUL are forced to go for an engage. And Godlike understand the big ultimates are not available. Romcom zoning out the members by himself. That's an easy Lord for Godlike, thanks to a mistake coming in from the side of SAUL.
Oh, honestly though, I actually didn't expect SAUL to really engage in that turtle fight, sorry, the Lord fight, because obviously they're hyper. Kakarot was not actually interested in engaging. Obviously they've got a big difference in the amount of farm they have, and also the amount of, how do I put it? Geography. The amount of towers that are up through the side of Team Godlike are basically just 1 less than what they had in the starting of the game. And SAUL have already lost 4 towers, and that's going to put a big dent in that one, because the Lord is marching in on the mid lane, and that Lord is just going to connect in the next 3 seconds, man.
Yep, the Lord is going to be charging on the tier 2. Art charges the title strike as well. Tsunami time catches Apex. At this time, he goes in. Dark Wave coming connecting as well. But look at a Radium in the back line. Goes into the Valkyrie Descent, but doesn't have enough damage. Ban able to get that kill. Phantom Steed coming out as well at the right time. But Bid sitting beautifully with the RWM. Catches one, but NT able to reply back. But Kakarot gets one more. It's a trade. It's a 3-for-1. And Apex wants to go in. The damage coming out from Ubby is too much. They make that a 3-for-2. Godlike dove in along with the Lord, but SAUL were ready, and they were ready to defend. The Lord is already taken down 10 minutes in. A successful defense coming out, and they bridged the gap from a 5K to a 3K now.
Dude, that's actually pretty crazy. The fact that SAUL were able to completely turn that team fight around. Well, let's just face it. The Torrent form was used by Sora because he actually wanted to get everyone together. But Bid and everyone, they actually put them in the kill box. It did not work out for the side of Team Godlike because that kill box ended up putting themselves into trouble. They didn't actually have an opening to actually escape. And, well, I think SAUL are performing very well under the pressure that they're in. And the side of Team Godlike, they're actually kind of crumbling slowly. I'm not sure about this. I think that Godlike are really playing good at this point of the game, but I'm starting to see these cracks form.
Yeah, the cracks are already forming. You can see that, but they are applying the pressure where it hurts, right? Soul needs to find an answer, and that answer has to come in from the dive that they have. Ubby has been dishing out the damage, but he hasn't gotten the kills. He has a Sky Piercer in his toolkit, but unfortunately, it's a 0-3-4. That's not where you want your main source of damage to be. Kakarot the same, an early game absolute monster on this Leomord, but it's a 2-2-4. Not been working in their favor. Anti, who wants to get to the point where he can get super tanky, hasn't gotten to his item power spike yet. On the other side, though, Bid, the target, who was there the entire time, 406. He was the one who was targeted down super hard in the first game. This game, though, he's okay. He understands the dive is still on top of him, but he's able to make it out alive. He was almost 1 HP on the bot side fight, but he still does. And you can see again, Romcom goes in, gets the taunt. Apex trying to create the space, trying to find the peel. Oh my goodness, what a shifting skies to catch him up. He has to make it out purified, but the Throne of Ruin catches them as well. Kakarot to the back line with the steed. Van makes it out with a trace that Art finds a Tsunami Slam, and now they go gung-ho, but Kakarot does not come out alive as Bid is unstoppable. Apex has to run away. There's no backup. 4 members, 5 members just jumping on top of him, not letting him get out of there. AOG finally able to make it out with the help of the Revitalize, and Godlike have come in to make a statement. They are bright, but they shine brighter when the light is upon them.
Man, I actually kind of like feel like that pressure, the cracks that I was seeing, absolutely not there anymore. The side of Team Godlike dominated that fight. Hey, all honesty, I felt like, you know, Phoveus jumping onto Freya, Radium getting the pressure, obviously, by Phoveus. Romcom, his positioning, absolutely crazy. The moment Freya actually had to deal with Phoveus, that's when he could not engage in that fight anymore. And, well, since the side of Team SAUL already started the engage, they could not disengage, especially at that crucial moment when Radium had to go back and Kakarot was stuck amongst 4 people and a Tsunami Slam took him completely away from his team. Not good. Lord marching in. There's going to be 8 seconds left for the Lord to connect onto the base, unless SAUL have other things in store for them.
I don't know what plans they have, but Fate is looking to spoil them, along with Art looking to get a pick off. Purifies are present, though, however. Phantom Speed comes out at the right time, looking to clear off the Lord. Munchakra being used. Bid is positioned beautifully, looking to find the right target. Has the Blood Wings to provide extra bit of sustain as well. He picked up the Wishing Lantern earlier, so you know no matter how tanky they are still going to get hurt down. The Dauntless Fleet used up, Concealed Play coming through as well. Dark Wave right on top of Anti, the Throne of Ruin coming through. But at the same time, AOG to the back line. Wan makes it out alongside Bid. Fate's gonna be the target. He has it. He goes for the damage. And now you can see Bid again left in no man's land as they find it. Romcom with a double in the back line. Anti goes in, tries to show the damage, but he just doesn't have it. And Van finds it, but gets taken out by Apex. Anti buys some time, but doesn't have the damage title strike. And Godlike have found the opening and are looking to crack down the base Crystal of Soul.
All honesty, okay, we've got a lot of punches from the air, dude, and I think right now, Fate, he knows he can be fearless. There's nobody from the side of Team SAUL that can really stop him. The moment he actually engages or disengages, nobody can actually catch him unless, of course, Captain Cash uses the Unbreakable Taunt and keeps him in place, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. They've only got Asuna and Apex together. They can't really afford to make any slip-ups here. There are a lot more difficult opportunities for the side of Team SAUL, and they don't want to take it just yet because they can't afford to take the game slow, at least in this stage of the game. They might actually have a lot of deficiencies in terms of towers and farm, but all in all, I feel like they do have an opportunity to turn it around. But Godlike, they're still so far ahead, man. It's surprising how they actually have more than at least 80% of everything done in the game. They just need to focus on the Nexus. It's almost done. The Lord is now, spawning in. This is going to be the third Lord of the match, and I'm absolutely cracked to see what happens right now.
Yeah, I think the Lord is going to be something that they need to contest. At this point, Seoul are already down by 6k, right? This team needs to find an opening, and they're not able to find it. Anti went in, dove into the backline. He just doesn't have the damage. Bid is able to make it alive. Bro, Bid is 509. That's a dive composition coming in from Seoul, but still haven't died a single time. Dial strike coming in from Art. Kakarot goes in for the Steed as well. Looking to go to the backline. Van with a Mountain Shocker. And you can see now they go in, and they get the Purify, but Radium is already taken out. AUG, but nobody home. Van finds the target. Kakarot's taken down, and now Seoul will have to run because they don't know what to do. Apex back into the banks, and Godlike don't even need the Lord. They have waves crashing in from all three sides.
Torrent 3-man
will get caught into the torrent, and now they go in. Fate finds a play, and Bid like a conductor in the back line, dishing out the damage in the RW, and Anti goes in, and Abby's there as well, but Godlike are taking heads one at a time, and Soul W left standing to defend by his lonesome self, but Soul not able to do so, get wiped out as Godlike make a statement comeback and make this a 1-1, and oh my goodness, Crucifix, it's gonna be a long night.
I had my doubts about this draft, and while there's a reason why PH, coach actually made this draft, they absolutely crushed it. SAUL had no response to this. And the fact that Godlike really just stomped over a, Sanity and SAUL after that first defeat, that just shows commitment. That shows determination to win this game. And it just completely turned it around. That's absolutely amazing. I loved it. I doubted them. I'll be very honest. I had my doubts, but they absolutely, showed me up.
Man, that they know what to do. They've understood the assignment. This guy deserves the MVP. There's no chance whatsoever. Even after going against the Gatotkacha, a Leomord, a Freya, you can basically just Valkyrie descent with a Flicker. He didn't have the Flicker, that's fine, but a Valkyrie descent straight into the back line. All the pressure on him. Yes, they caught him in game number 1. Ain't no way that's gonna happen again, said him. Bidya Sagar, that's his name, but oh my goodness, did the way he played, the way he positioned himself, beautiful.
Amazing.
Absolutely beautiful.
Hey, and let's just talk about Kalea for a second. Art! Dude, this guy made sure that Kakarot's life was in danger at every single given moment. The fact that in the last team fight, he used Flicker just to get himself closer to, Kakarot, that was... bro, just leave the enemy jungler alone. You're not even taking objectives, you're taking a fight. And bro legit just made sure that, Kakarot or Radium had to, run for their life when Art is right nearby them. And I think that Kalea, in his hands, obviously one of his signature picks, is something that you should actually not be reckoning with. That's a force to be reckoned with.
Well, force to be reckoned with indeed. And you know what? If we take a couple steps back, right, folks? If we take a couple steps back and think about what draft game number 1 was, where Godlike really laid out the trap, where SAUL really laid out the trap, right? They're like, okay, we're gonna go with the Guinevere first pick. We're gonna leave Bid's favorite hero, which is the Eve, open. And I'll be honest, for the longest of time, Bid had almost a 100% win rate in competitive play for ML with this Eve. Right, for a very long time, he had a winning streak going. Nobody could really understand how to take him down, and they finally did. But then again, it's not that it was his fault. It was just the fact that the draft was never in his favor. So Seoul kind of understood the assignment, and I'm assuming Apex is the one that does the draft. He does the homework. He comes in prepared with sheets. He kind of knew what was needed to get that surprise, get that surprise factor in, and that's what they did in game number 1. With that surprise factor, laid the trap down. Godlike fell into the trap. And now SAUL won the first game. Okay, well played. But in the second game, Godlike figured out, okay, that was the trap. Now we got to switch it around a little bit. It's okay if they leave that open. We will still pick that up, showing that we are strong. We know what we want to play. It's all right. It's our mid laner's favorite hero. It's Bid's favorite hero. It's Bid's best hero, rather. They are okay picking it up, even though you're going to dive on top of him. And they laid a trap of their own. And instantly, even though he's going to be dove upon, he had the protection, especially from Fate in the goal lane, who was the rich guy, using the shifting skies at the right time, catching them off guard. Made beautiful sets, and then you have the carry Bid, who dealt the most damage, which is what he does with this kind of a lineup, which is what he does for Godlike. Unfortunate that Anti, even though he played an Alice, in this case he was the sandbag, dive into the backline, absorb a whole tons of damage. They just didn't have the execution coming in from Kakarot on that Leomord, and of course the wingman Art looking to bait out those purifies at the right place at the right time, 60 seconds before the turtle, knowing that they have 20 seconds in that neutral objective fight to pick somebody off, and he played that beautifully. Godlike have come with a game plan. Yes, they were shaken at the start, but at this point, they are unfazed, man, and well-deserved MVP for Bid.
Totally, I completely agree with you, man. But one thing that I want to talk about is the drafting. The fact that they drafted it so well. Like, the side of Team Godlike, yeah, if they wanted to go for the Sora, they need to make sure that Valentina is not going to be there. It's not an actual potential threat to a Sora pick. They made sure that Fate actually got the Sora in the end. They had the Yi Sun-shin, a flex pick, played and, trying to bait out the goal lane pick. Obviously, it wasn't Freya, it was for pick first. And then, let's just face it, the fact that Yi Sun-shin was there, they actually believed that Yi Sun-shin would have been played in the goal lane, if not the jungle. But that goal lane thing was always there. And the moment they actually saw that the jungle position was getting banned off in the second banning phase, they realized, oh, it's a Yi Sun-shin in jungle. So they didn't know what the side of Team Godlike were going to bring to the table in the goal lane, and they had to make sure they actually had something or the other to counter whatever they had. They did not expect a Sora, though, a hero that's very tanky, very, very utility based. It's got so much in its kit. You can use the torrent form to completely just shut down teams of waves of enemies in just the place that you want them to. The kill box actually worked out in that favor, in that regard. Obviously, the moment he used shifting skies and pulled people with the torrent form, he was able to actually keep everyone to Bid's control. Like you said, the control tower for a reason, bro.
I agree, and it's like you kind of choked down Bid early on. You know Godlike are gonna crumble. That's what they did in the previous in the first game. In the second game they tried. He was a little more prepared this time, and I think it worked out in their favor. But look at the bans though. It's the same. It's literally just the same. Godlike banning out the Kadita, the Baxia, and let me guess, it's a what was the third ban in the entire time? I've kind of forgot.
Kadita, Baxia, Jushin in the previous game.
Jushin, yeah, exactly. If they were on the red side, of course. But yeah, Jushin this time, Freya taken out. Was it a Yi Sun-shin in the game number 1? Oh, that was Yi Sun-shin by SAUL, right?
I think Yi Sun-shin was banned. I can't remember for the life of me which team banned it.
But definitely with the way that they went about, they understood the assignment, they know what's going on, they know how to deal with the problems. Claude, that's what it was. So I think it's probably going to be the Claude once again. Is it going to be the Claude? Yep, it's going to be the Claude.
It is going to be the Claude. I hope not, because I wanted to see a Claude getting picked. It would have been fun to actually see a Blazing Duet, the positioning, and everything that, maybe either Fate or Radium could bring with the Claude. But, well, sadly, we are not seeing Claude anymore. We're not even going to see the Yi Sun-shin because both of these heroes are banned. We're done with the first banning phase. We're jumping straight into the first picking phase, and let's just face it, the side of Team Godlike, they've got the drafting done to the perfection that they needed it to in the previous game. I'm expecting a lot more in this game because SAUL, they're not going to be kind about after, whatever happened in the previous game. So they're going to bring a lot to the table this time. So Godlike, show us what you got.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're definitely not going to take that lying down. They're definitely going to clap back. But how? Oh, Yu Zhong. All right. Being picked up as a first pick. Again, that's a hero that Radium kind of played. Deny both in the gold and the EXP lane. Again, they don't know where it's going to go. Is it going to in the gold lane? Is it going to be the EXP lane? Ideally, you would assume it's in the EXP lane, right? But these guys just kind of understand the assignment. And then you got Esmeralda here being picked up in the gold lane for SAUL. Guinevere picked up in the jungle. The Guinevere in the jungle works. Prevents Bit from playing any sort of a stationary mid laner. We already saw that in game number 1. Is it going to be a repeat though?
Do you really think that it's going to be possible for, Bid to fall for the same trick twice? This guy is very, very vengeful after that first loss. I don't think, he's going to go for maybe a Yve this time, especially not against that Guinevere. Even if he does, he's not going to allow the Guinevere to catch him anytime soon. But again, he's not going to be that guy who's just going to take everything laying flat down. He's going to make sure he actually has precautions. He has a response to that. But look at that, we've got a Fanny getting picked out of the side of Team Godlike. They've got Vance Theroux on the Fanny, the hero that does not have a stop button, keeps flying in the air, or running the tornado slashes, and going cuts, roading everybody else. And again, Godlike do get themselves a Kalia getting in the hands of Art. They got that again. The previous game, we did see that the enemies had the advantage with the Kalia, shutting down the jungler all the time. And we've got SAUL.
Will it work again though? That's
possible.
that's the question I kind of want to ask.
It's
Like,
possible.
okay, it worked in game number 1. Yes, the conditions kind of work here as well because you have Fanny that needs to fly around with the cables. The Mortal Coil does prevent that a little bit. Yes. Will it work again though? That's my question. Like, it's a pocket pick. All right, it worked in game number 1. Now Godlike are more aware about it. So they'll take their time into seeing what they're going to pan out. They're going to take their time to see how they can make things work. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, okay, a surprise is nice the first time, right? If you're trying to repeat it, it's not more of a surprise again, is it?
It's not. But hey, I'm kind of expecting an Argus to be picked at this point of the game because they've got a Martis already, and just pick an Argus already. Come on.
No, this guy, bro. No. He wants Argus. He wants Argus here. I don't know. I don't want to see an Argus in competitive play. I'm not gonna lie. Maybe an Ocean White with DJY, but I don't know. Not no Argus in competitive play, I would say. But Argus though, I don't know. Won't fit the bill, bro. You know what? Let's move on. Let's forget about it. Move on. Lunox being banned out on the other side. Grok being banned out. Carry being taken off the table. Fovius this time taken away from the hands of Romcom. So what are they gonna go? No Lunox available. No Kadira available. No Jushin. Okay. This is some insider info. I don't know if the Hindi desk are gonna be able to say this, but let me tell you something. Abhi doesn't like to play Yve. Abhi, from what I've been told, I wouldn't say he doesn't know how to play Yve. He does know how to play, but he doesn't like to play the hero. It's not his best hero. So they don't really go in that direction. And look at that. Knowing that, Godlike just leave it open. They don't care. It's okay. They know for a fact Abhi's not going to pick up this Yve. So this kind of leaves a hole in their lineup. Right? This kind of leaves a big hole in the lineup. So they go for the Zetian. They're going to poke from afar. CC going to be locked into the gold lane. And now whatever may come, it's probably going to be a Yve again, isn't it? What are the better mid laner?
Look, I'm going to be very honest with you. I think the Yve is a possibility from the side of Team Godlike, but again, I mean,
they do have counters.
Yeah, they do, but let's just face it. Kimmy.
Even better.
I was about to start a big, paragraph about something else, but since Kimmy's been picked, all right, we'll just go with that. Godlike get themselves a Kimmy, but the one thing that I want to mention right now that I just noticed is the fact that Celestial Armaments on the passive Zacian, obviously, completely negates whatever Fanny can actually do. That's swoop in, kill people, and walk out. Celestial Armaments keep her alive, and I think Fanny will have to actually take it out, because the moment she actually crushes into Celestial Armaments, that little circle around Zacian, she's going to be stunned. That's going to keep, give SAUL an opportunity to take down the Fanny. I think that's actually a very good pick, a solid pick for the side of Team SAUL. And they go doubling down on the Fanny complete counter. They got the Kaja getting picked on their side.
Yeah, the Kaja is good. They kind of do have some sort of a wombo combo that can work out with the spatial migration. But then again, I feel like this Kaja is a little bit of a forced pick, right, Crucifix? That's where we're getting at. Kind of stop this Fanny from flying around. Kalea's taken off the table, the one that has like an instant lockdown. Or what? Yeah, Kalea, like it was already stolen away by Godlike. Kaja works. Yes, it has a suppression. But then again, you're already playing into the hands of Godlike. It feels like Godlike have completely dictated the pace of this draft, completely, and Seoul just don't know how to bounce back. They go with heroes. It feels disconnected again compared to what they did in game number 2. So it's giving me a tough time to say that they have a great lineup.
They don't. It's just like a makeshift team. Like in a zombie apocalypse, you just make a makeshift wooden bat with a bunch of nails. That's exactly what Seoul have. SAUL really have a makeshift bat with a bunch of nails poking out of it, trying to beat off whatever zombies are outside of their door. I think Godlike really have a solid draft. They've got a few heroes that can actually dive to the back line. They've got a big kind of like mid lane control with the Kimmy, obviously. But I think that Zacian might actually outrange Kimmy, so that's going to be a big problem there. But overall, I feel like Godlike's got a very good, solid lineup for themselves. SAUL, it's literally what I said before. It's like a makeshift weapon in a zombie apocalypse. It might work, all right? It could beat up a few zombies, but I don't think it is the thing. It is the, draft that might actually win them again.
Well, folks, we are getting ready to go into the game. It's game number 3, best of 7. 1-1. And I think this is going to be a cracker to set the pace of the game. Usually, the third game is the one that kind of puts them into gear. It puts everything in motion. And looking at the emblems as well, everything looks set. Nothing really crazy. You got a Brave Smite coming in from Apex. Looking to go rock that support emblem. A lot of mobility in and around the map. Nothing too crazy so far, I would say, from what I see. But that... Oh, no.
The one thing that is kind of crazy is Kimmy with Weakness Finder, dude. That's going to like slow the enemies down, obviously, but I don't think that's actually the most optimal, set of the, emblem for Kimmy. But there's going to be a problem here. Art surviving barely. He's trying to heal himself up with the minions, man.
Yeah, he does. Oh, look at him, and he goes in, misses out on the Lethal Wanderer. Anti gets it for himself. That's kind of like a blessing in disguise for SAUL. They have this Martis that can go quite aggressive early on. I'll be here. We should be looking to stop the recalls of those 2 members. Gonna get a first blood. Forces out a flicker though in the mid lane. Bit doesn't have a flicker for the first turtle.
Dude, that's going to be until the next 2 minutes. That's going to be 3 minutes, 30 seconds. That's when Bit is going to have the next flicker available. But again, I think Kaja trying to poke his way into Bit's jungle allows themselves to get some vision on where the enemies are and kind of allows... Okay, I don't think that's going to be a follow-up, but the turtle is spawning in.
Hey, Van already level 4. That's why I said here we go. Looking to get a target, bringing it on the mid lane. Art with a titled strike on top of Ubia. Apex comes in. Whips it out, gets a little bit of damage on him, but meanwhile on the bot side, Kakarot, knowing that Van is thirsty for those kills, gets first blood, attention to the turtle, and now this is where Seoul needs to capitalize, get this neutral objective quick, because here comes the Black Dragon, looking to go to the back line, Retribution secures it, Kakarot able to make it on harm's way, Petrify on top of Apex as well, Romcom chasing it down, but Apex makes it out with the help of a flaker, Van comes in, no purple buff, but he doesn't have the energy, doesn't have the damage, and I think Seoul have found themselves at the advantage in the early game.
Dude, and the fact that the Fury of the Phoenix was able to allow Apex to get that window of escape and let him escape, that was crazy. That one thing I'd say is the power of friendship incarnate. This is anime. Okay, I'm not going to go too deep into that, but again, that was absolutely beautiful. That was very, very beautiful teamwork from the side of Team SAUL. They are playing it pretty good this time around, but the top lane is where I'm actually kind of like really excited to see who is going to be the first one to take the L there. Esmeralda already getting the best advantage that she has because it's an Esmeralda against a CC. CC is definitely going to lose the lane, unless of course, that CC is a one trick and he will win. No, it's not.
Yeah, at this point, I think they have kind of found the answers, at least for the early game. They need to translate that a little bit more. How are they going to bridge the gap from the early to the mid? For Soul, they need to have Anti kind of scale up. If I'm not wrong, he's probably trying to build a Sky Piercer, get that item rocking and rolling. So Apex needs to get these Divine Judgments on point. Kakarot has been the key so far in game number 1 and in game number 3 so far with this Guinevere. Knowing when to use the spatial migration can be a threat in the backline, can be that false hope that Godlike might need. But here's the Divine Judgment coming in, take the spatial migration without Fury. The Phoenix follow up. I'll be able to get that kill onto Art. Bid has to make it out of harm's way, has the flicker still, using that gun to dish out the damage. Van, he gets spotted out. I don't think this is a good idea for him to contest that jungle creep. It's definitely not worth it. Neither is it for Romcom. It's 4 members that's moving to the bot side. But Romcom holding his own for a while, knowing that Turtle's going to be the next target. He has the Black Dragon for him. I'm not sure if it's a good idea for them to contest, but Soul secured the second Turtle of the game, extending their goal lead, reaching about 1,000 now.
Right now, all I'm seeing is the side of Team SAUL completely stomping on whatever Godlike wants to actually do in this game. Because they try to actually find an opening, but they can't find any opening because of how SAUL are playing. Top lane is not actually having any, action whatsoever. They are trading blows, but that's about it. And Fanny's trying to engage on the top side. Van is going in. I see off camera Esmeralda running away, and that's going to be Fate, giving Radium a taste of his fate this time. The previous game, they actually ended up winning, but this time Fate is still winning the gold lane, at least with the help of Hanzo, obviously.
Yeah, and I think at this point on the top side, you can see Godlike already getting and hacking away at the turret. Oh, Tsunami Slam out of the target, but here comes the Fury of the Phoenix, but at the right time of the spatial migration catches Bid. Apex gets that kill though. Tidal Strike to make it out, but I think they're going to chase him down. Anti comes in, forces a flicker, but they flicker forward to get that kill. And Anti strikes. And now Van goes over the steel cables, being right of the back line. Romcom goes with the Black Dragon form. I'll be able to make it alive with the help of a flicker. And Van, he was occupied with the 2 members of Soul. And now you can see they're trying to make a sandwich out of him, making sure they can get that tier 1 spatial migration. But the Violent Requiem connects. And they're able to get the kill. Fate looking to chase them down with the Yo-Yo Blitz. Gets the double after the curtain call. And now Soul, they have taken 1, but they've given 2 in return. Tidal Strike catches 2 members looking to get that Tsunami Slam, but nice use of the Mortal Coil to get an immune on it, making sure Art doesn't catch anyone.
Dude, that was beautiful, but again, the side of Team SAUL are slowly losing up all the, momentum that they've had since the starting of the game. However, the side of Team Godlike, I feel like they're making a lot of pressure plays. They're making good ones, but it's all under pressure, so they might actually slip up here and there. In the previous fight, I think there was a little bit of a issue overall, but the Tsunami Slam connecting, even though the Mortal Coil was there, and I think Romcom getting himself the turtle is actually kind of like important. Vanthru gets taken down by Anti, and that's going to follow through with 1 more, because the ultimate for the Martis is not going to stop. It's going to give him even more opportunities to get even more. There's going to be 1 more, possibly. He's got the Mortal Coil. He's getting the passive locked in. He gets another 1 mega kill, but shut down by Art. And that's going to be Anti getting to the first L of the game, and now it's going to be followed through by Art taking on 3 people. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he's been caught between a rock and a hard place. He can't really escape with Kalea, dude. I think that is the best course of action, and Bid can't really do much against that. So.
Well, they tried. They really did. Godlike found an opening, and they wanted to strike, and they did. But Ubby's Fury of the Phoenix was on point, but the Black Dragon form from Romcom making sure go in right to the target. Kakarot is the one that needed to shut down. He's the one disrupting the composition of Godlike the most, so Romcom understood, went in, Black Dragon, straight petrify, caught him and broke him down, and now kind of evening the odds, but still Soul walking out with a slight bit of an advantage. Like you said, Art caught between a rock and a hard place. Can't really do anything. And if you've noticed in this game, Art is not allowed to play as aggressive as he usually has. 1-3-1. He wants to go for the pickoff, and he has been. Just like now. This time finds the right target. Van comes in, but you can see Fury of the Phoenix doesn't stop nobody. Kakarot get taken down, but the Black Dragon form coming in right now from Romcom. He's looking to chase, but doesn't have the Petrify. Already used up earlier. Fate with a vengeance as well. And now Soul one member down. Godlike chasing them away, zoning out members to convert it into a neutral objective.
Oh man, Fanny tried to actually push the bot lane, but it didn't work out. Overall, I think the previous team fight for the side of Team SUL was a big L. I did not expect, obviously, Apex to just fall down like that. He wasn't able to connect anything meaningful. But overall, I think that the side of Team SUL still do have the advantage overall. They do have a 1,000 gold lead to their side. Godlike are not far behind. They're able to actually bridge the gap that they had between both of them. And now they might actually just try to bait the enemies to reveal their positions with the Lord that's coming up. Art already kind of like in the open. He's just there. But all the 5 enemies of SAUL are now revealed by the side of Team Godlike. They've gotten engaged. Tsunami Slam is right now there, but the Fury of the Phoenix again stopping Art in his place, but Bid is able to get the kill on Apex. Purify wasted on Radium. That's going to be, Radium getting taken down.
Oh, no.
It's going to be crazy right now. There's going to be another one because Bid is going to find the kill on Kakarot, who even used the Wind of the, Winter Crown, but in the end of the day, doesn't really matter. He was taken down. There was 5 people right in front of him, and there's no option to actually back off from that. No spatial migration. And that's going to be a big problem here because SAUL are going to lose on this
Tidal
one.
Strike!
Tidal Strike with the Tsunami Slam, but that's going to be Van Satoru getting the kill onto the enemy Martis. Anti out of the picture, and that's going to be Abi also falling through. That's going to be all the members from the side of Team SAUL completely taken out. But they're back in action again. All 5 were taken out, though.
Well, all 5 members were down and out, not in consecutive succession, but with the way that Soul were looking to capitalize, get the Lord. I think Godlike have found the answer, right? I feel like Art kind of understood who he can target. He's looking to target down Kakarot now as much as possible. Godlike have adapted in this game. They have adapted so far, and taking a look at the itemizations, hope they have adapted here. Dreadnought armor in the hands of Romcom, knowing who is the target. Meanwhile, on the other side, nothing too crazy. A first item fleeting time coming in from Apex left them to be a little more squishy. That's why we saw fewer engages coming through, rather. Sea Halberd, Rose Gold Meteor there. The Lord is already crashing in on the top side. Tier 2 taken away. They do have the Holy Defense. The Holy Shields are available, so they'll be able to defend this Lord on the top side. But meanwhile, they will lose the Tier 1s, both in the mid lane and the bot side. And now the bot side Tier 2 is going to be the target. Spatial Migration comes up, but what a Black Dragon form! Catching him at the right time! Making sure that Spatial Migration is rendered useless. Fury of the Phoenix comes in as well, but you can see Tsunami Slam locking him down. Art catches Nancy, but he gets a shutdown. Apex gets taken away. But Van flying in with the steel cables doesn't find a target. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Soul are able to defend.
My God, they did lose. They ended up losing all the Tier 2s. They ended up losing all the Tier 1s. However, it's a small price to pay. They might have actually lost in terms of the architectural structures that they had to actually defend against, defend for. But overall, I think that them having all 3 Tier 2s, Tier 3s, are actually the one thing that I can actually look forward to keep their high ground advantage. They can play and make the enemies try to force themselves into a team fight that they might actually just lose. I think that they can actually do that. SAUL really still do have an opportunity. Godlike, though, they are pushing down the pressure, and they've got another engage. Fury the Phoenix. I think that's going to be another Tsunami Slam to actually evade this. Oh my God, the Spatial Migration was absolutely rendered useless. But we've got the big Black Dragon form in the air, scaring SAUL, forcing them to go back, and the Dragon has landed now. SAUL, though, they're afraid of the Dragon and whatever comes behind the Dragon, and they actually were forced to go back.
Forced to go back. 14 seconds to the Lord. They burned out a big ultimate, and I think this is the opportunity for them to look and lock down this Lord. And Soul should be looking to take that at this moment. Brute Force secured by Kakarot, going in towards a tankier build that doesn't want to get any damage down whatsoever. He's going to be the false engage before Apex goes in. Radium goes to the falling star moon. Art title strike doesn't connect onto anyone. Looking for the right target, doesn't want to dive. So far, oh no, look at Van. He goes into the back line, no purple buff. He's looking to execute somebody with the cable cutthroat, but meanwhile in the mid lane, they find the target. Tsunami Slam right on top of Ubby. He's mispositioned himself, and now Kakarot, what a spatial migration, catches two members, but he can see they come in the bottom coil. Finds a double for Anti. Did have to run away, make that 3. They traded 1, but Soul found the opening, and Kakarot's the one to deal that and make sure they get the kills in the pocket of Anti. Those Sky Piercers are definitely starting to hurt. Soul looking to secure this Lord and convert this into some internal tower structures.
Hey, I'm gonna be very honest with you. Have you noticed the fact that Apex was forcing, obviously, Van to actually force the retribution off his room? I think that was very important because that now makes Godlike in a position where they can't actually contest for turtle. Even if they were able to actually micro away from Kaja and still steal this turtle, they could not because there's no retribution, and that's going to be a very, very big loss for the side of Team Godlike if they lost their jungler, at least in this stage of the game. He has the blue buff, so he's got a lot of windows of opportunity to escape whatever the side of Team SAUL might actually throw at him to actually take him out. But the side of Team Godlike, they've got Lord marching in on their side. That's going to be 11 seconds for the Lord to connect onto their tier 3, but that's where Soul is going to capitalize on. They're going to take the tier 2 with the bot lane, and that's going to be another minion wave that's going to connect onto the bot lane tier 3.
Oh well, now they're at the inhibitors, looking to take it down. Godlike looking to defend. Traction Pulse misses out. Kakarot, his spatial migrations have been crucial. They have been on point. And Godlike are been scrambling around it. Meanwhile, in the top side, Anti giving chase to Van, but in the mid lane, they're able to defend their inhibitor. The Lord is still left standing. It gives more time for more super minions to be spawned up. 11 seconds, 10 is what we're looking at. 15, 10 is when the next super minion wave will come up, and I think Soul understand that. They need more pressure. They need as much time as possible, and yes, they found it. The Lord crashing in on the top side, but hey, I think Godlike, a good defense.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the day, I think even without the Holy Shield, they were able to defend against Lord, but let's just face it, the side of Team SAUL really aren't putting that much pressure into taking fights right now. They've already bridged the gap of whatever they had. They've even surpassed that gap of gold and especially kills. They are now in the position of power. They are able to actually dictate this for the stage of the game to their advantage. However, the side of Team Godlike are not really far behind. They've got an opportunity. If push comes to shove, they might actually just take the advantage of anything that could be considered a mistake from the side of Team SAUL. And I think Art knows what he wants to do. He wants to catch either Kakarot or at the very least, Ubby or Awesome.
Well, they need to find the right targets. If they got to go to Ubby, he has to make sure the Celestial Armament is broken off first.
You're right.
At this point, I think Kakarot's the best target. You need to catch him before the spatial migration or even after. But if you catch him, you gotta burst him down. And Godlike have done that so far. But every time Art tries to go in, he gets caught up. And so far, all the damage on the eggs, I mean, all the damage in the basket of Anti that Martis, he has the stacks in the Sky Piercer. I wish I could really take a look at how many stacks he has. And not just what items he's got in store. I think he probably 80 at this point. Does he? Because that's the first item he rocked in game number 1. I think he rocked that in this game as well. The Lord is up, however. And Soul have first peek at it. Art coming in from the side. Looking to get somebody down. Tidal Strike on top of Radium. But he is quite tanky. Has a lot of shield. Gets himself Blood Wings to add it more to it as well. And now Lord already 20,000 HP. They're looking to burst it down. Traction Pulse misses. Lord's knockup catches them. But here comes Romcom with the Black Dragon Fall. Looking to catch them. Furious Phoenix for Retribution at the right time. Van goes into the back line. Anti able to pick off Art. As Romcom able to pick up Ubby. And now Romcom gets caught in the spatial migration. Will get taken away. Anti on a double. And now SAUL are on the hunt. They flicker forward. Looking for more. Anti's thirsty. But Godlike not giving them any more. Do not want to give away more advantage.
That was a possible two-man wipe. I cannot actually believe that the side of Team Godlike would make that kind of mistake, especially knowing the fact that Zacian, the Fury of the Phoenix, is going to be the biggest threat in terms of actually taking the Lord. Contesting in this one was a direct denial from the side of Team SAUL. They completely shut down whatever idea that Godlike might have actually taken to get into that Lord pit. But again, at the end of the day, I think SAUL have won the fight, but they might actually have to put even more effort to win the war. Lord marching in, connecting in 3 seconds. Do you think they might actually be able to end it right now?
Oh, Tidal Strike, Tsunami Slam catches the one member. That's going to be Anti, but they get the inhibitor on the top side. Radium falling Star Moon to disengage the Lord. He's already knocking at the base crystal. They have Abhi trying to clear out the mid lane. A little bit of a misstep taken by Soul. Now they're trying to regroup. I'm not sure if Abhi is there at the... okay, I don't know what he's doing. He's not... Bro's taking the Lethal Wanderer when they kind of need him at this point. I don't know if he has the vision for it. They don't want to dive. Okay. I figured it was a great opportunity for Soul still to go for it. They have the advantage. They have already baited out a couple of ultimates coming in from the other side. And I think it was okay for them to go for an engage, but it seems like they didn't want to. You can see 21 stacks on the Skypiercer for a bid. He has been dishing out the damage quite a lot. Maybe Anti's 80 already? Yeah, bro's at 80 stacks. He's a nightmare. He's a nightmare for them.
That's crazy, man. But I just asked ChatGPT why Asuna as a Zacian went for the Little Wanderer, and it tells me that back in the day, apparently Chinese empresses actually preferred cabbage soup, and that's exactly why. Thank you, ChatGPT, for answering that. So we understand why Abhi was there. Asuna had to actually, do the role play and get the Chinese empress and him out before he actually engaged in the next crucial team fight.
I mean, it gets the double buff as well, goes complete damage at this point, looking to dish out as much as possible. Lightning Truncheon, Divine Glaive, Glowing Wand, Wishing Lantern. Along with that, get a fleeting time. It has hybrid attack, so you know you're going to dish out a lot of damage. You're going to get the cooldowns to your ultimate as well. Radium right now gets caught. He goes in for the Falling Star Moon. Purify not being used up, but you can see nice use of that as well on top of Kakarot. They catch him, the Spatial Migration comes through. Winter Crown being used, but the Black Dragon gets melted down. That's 80 stacks what we're talking about, and Radium gets taken away with the help of the Curtain Call. Immortality's top, left, right, and center, but Van's going to be the target trying to run away. But Anti, he gets caught, but doesn't get taken down. Finds the right opportunity, but I don't think Van wants to go in. Apex is present, protecting the damage dealer. That shutdown could have been costly, but able to survive and make it out alive.
But the factor of the matter is, all right, Anti has the ultimate. He does have it. Enemies are all low. If he actually connects the ultimate, he would have actually gotten the killing spree talent, refreshed his HP a little bit, felt more, alive, and then continued the fight. But look, I don't know what was happening over there. He used the flicker to disengage. Very good decision, obviously. But the thing is, I think that he had the opportunity to go for a perfect kill there.
In that turtle fight though, we'll get in that buff fight, we'll get back to it. But right now, the Lord already 15,000 HP, 16,000 traction pulse, pulling Anti back to Immortal Coil comes in. They're looking to contest. They don't have the retribution. There it is, Fear of the Phoenix. But able to steal the Lord. Art goes down, but he gets a shutdown bid. Anti, he got the job done, but at what cost? The gold is in the pocket of the mid lane, the damage dealer that they were looking for, and you can see instantly the goal lead has almost been neglected, has almost been negated at this point. Soul do not have loads of advantage, but they definitely have this Evolve Lord, and I think they're looking to end the game. 30 seconds for Anti to spawn. He's the main damage dealer, but they don't care. They dive in, they get them one that they want the most, and that's bid. Van's flying in. I don't think it's the right time to do so, my friend. Godlike are looking down the barrel of a shotgun as Soul go in. Spatial Migration from Kakarot, catching them once again. Fate should be getting caught now, but never survive. Another Spatial Migration. A Petrify coming through, but Romcom's Black Dragon form is not enough as Soul find the base crystal. It's a 2-1 score.
Dude, what is that damage on the Nexus? What in all things that's actually good was that damage on the Nexus, dude? I wish Argus had that much damage on that Nexus. Dude, what? It melted down in a second. I cannot believe this.
That purple buff fight, right? That's kind of where it changed everything. I think Godlike found the right target. Art went in. He had the Tsunami Slam locked down onto Anti. He knew that was supposed to be the target. There was no Mortal Coil available, so it was the perfect time to use it. But Apex was just one step ahead. He went in. That's when he locked down the... No, not onto Anti. He locked it down onto Kakarot. Right? Because you could see he wasn't able to use the Retribution. He was locked down by that Tsunami Slam. Instantly, Apex pops in the Divine Judgment. That gets cancelled out, and now that gives a second opportunity for Kakarot to engage. Spatial Migration goes into the back line, and now you're looking at everyone vulnerable on the side of Godlike. And that was more than enough for them to dish out the damage. And of course, Abhi knew what his assignment was. He was the one who has to dish out everything, because the rest of the members didn't really have it. Yes, you have Anti on the Skypiercer, but he's the finish. You need the poke coming in, and he needed to come in from a range. And Abhi did the job well, got the job well done. And Soul knew what to do, whom to target, when to be, who's got to be the bait. And unfortunately, in this case, Godlike's art just kept falling for the bait, and Soul just came out with a victory.
Hey, yo, this is what happens when you try to overthink into what you have to do. I think Art, you could have taken a back seat, try to play with the enemies engaging onto you, like how Apex was trying to do. Throughout the course of this game, he used Kaja to its beautiful fullest. I believe that I actually said that it was like a makeshift kind of team composition, but it did end up working out for the side of Team SAUL. Head to head, we've got Godlike, CC versus Radiums. Radiums Esperada, and that we understand what just happened. CC, even though Fate played him amazing, it's not that much of an impact compared to what Radium brought to every single team fight.
Yeah, and I think given the fact that the meta has shifted more towards a little bit of a brawly composition coming in from both teams, more tankier, more fighter heavy in the gold lane, you know, Radium has not been able to play the picks that he likes, right? He loves to play the claw. He loves to play marksman in general, man. He's a great marksman expert. He's a marksman specialist from India, if I may say so. And I don't think there are many that are better. Arguably, maybe Kyle when he was in his peak form. At this moment, I can gladly say Fate does not match up to the marksman that Radium to the play of marksman that Radium has in his pocket, right? His hero pool is quite deep in terms of marksman. He knows how to lane in terms of being in the goal lane, knows how to play. Basically, he's a marksman expert, bro. The point is, like, the meta just doesn't give him the opportunity to shine. Yeah, exactly. But utilizing that, Soul know that it's okay. Give Radium a hero that he can lane well with, that he doesn't die too much, can hold his own, and that's what he did. Once he did that, it's all right. You turn into the other side. You got to protect Abhi, who has been the carry for the entire game with 120,000 damage on the Zetian. And unfortunate that Godlike did not know whom to pick off, and they tried, but they just didn't succeed, man.
Forget the amount of damage that Abhi dealt, dude. Think about that beautiful ultimates throughout the game, yeah? The Fury of the Phoenix completely negated whatever that Godlike actually wanted to use as an engaged tool. From every single team fight, the moment the Fury of the Phoenix actually connected, every single plan of Godlike got shut down instantly. I think Zacian in the hands of Abhi is an absolute nightmare. He was able to completely stop and negate whatever that Godlike actually used as an engage. Tsunami Slam, when it crashed, you got a stun on the Kalea. You can't really follow up with the second skill. You can't really follow up with your team because your team is stunned. They don't know what to do anymore, because then they just ended up losing the fight instantly with how Asuna just had that beautiful Fury of the Phoenix connect every single time.
And you know what, though? With all that's been going on, with Abhi taking the spotlight for Soul, with Radium trying to play more of a supportive role in terms of what he can provide for the team, not being the main source of damage, rather, if I may correct myself. And with Art stealing the stage along with Bid, oh my goodness, that guy is an absolute beast of a mid laner, doing the best that he can for Godlike. Van picking up these assassins, being the flashy player that he is. People forget that Kakarot can still play Fanny. Kakarot can still play the Lancelot. And in fact, he's one of the best players of Fanny in India. And for the fact that he has been confined to playing Guinevere, Fredrin, Boxia, where he is absolutely insane nonetheless. Like, Seoul do have a plethora of heroes to choose from. I just think they haven't figured out the draft and how they would like to play. Maybe this is a style they've kind of confined Kakarot into playing, but even then, he is shining with whatever he's given. Right? With whatever he's given, he is shining. So,
Right.
I don't know, man. When are they gonna let loose the chains of Kakarot and
Release
kind of
the
turn the
Kraken.
tide? Yeah,
Forget
yeah, add that
Kakarot. Release the Kraken, man. Release the Kraken inside Kakarot, dude.
Put that rocket.
needs-
Like,
Yeah,
put that rocket
exactly.
from Soul onto Kakarot, put it onto Radium, and let them shine and see how it works. But hey, it's been working so far with what they've drafted, what game plan they've come up with. Unfortunately, Godlike have to take the backseat and make it, and as the score is 2-1 in this best of 7. But folks, we are going into a short break to make sure the players get enough rest, and we will be back. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the RNG Cup Grand Finals, and I think we're ready to rock and roll. We've had a small break. The players have had a small break. They're all ready to rumble. We saw 3 games back-to-back. 2 games for Seoul, game number 1 and game number 3, and 1 for Godlike. They found their head, but then again, Seoul had another trick up their sleeve. Are we going to see it one more time, Crooks?
I possibly do have that idea that SAUL might actually just get another pocket pick. Hopefully not Martis this time, it's overused. Because Anti, let's face it, man, you're good with the Martis, you're damn amazing, you make the plays that are needed, and, well, the jungler might actually have a hard time against you when you play the Martis, but, dude, you really want to go for Martis again and again? No, it just doesn't make, for a fun time. It does, however, make everyone who actually plays Martis a lot happy, cheer. So how about this? Anti, go for an Argus pick. Just listen to me. Trust me.
All right, bro, this guy started again. I was all pumped up, and then this guy just killed the pump by saying Argus. Just kidding. But you're right, though. In terms of the Martis, how much more? How much more are they going to use it, right? Are they going to bring it out a 3rd game, and are Godlike still going to let it go, and are they going to lose once again? Then it becomes a 3-1, and then if you ban out the Martis, then you've already fallen in the trap. Then it's a little too late, I would say. So now the question is this Martis really the key? Because I feel like yes, but also let's not forget that you have Radium on a very strong pick in the gold lane, like the Esmeralda. You have Kakarot on that Guinevere, right? They're the ones that are kind of giving the poke, giving the crowd control, allowing Anti to go and use that Decimate to get those kills, rack up those stacks in the Sky Piercer, and let Abhi play a high ground mage where you have that poking ability for him to come and be the executioner. So yes, it makes sense. The idea works well, but how much more are they going to abuse the fact that this Martis can be used, can be picked up, and it's a great pocket pick?
Look, in the end of the day, it's not just the Martis that I'm actually worried about. The one thing that I'm actually thinking about is the fact that Art really does not have an idea as to what to do against the Martis. So if he's got to go for the Kalea again, the second game, which obviously went really good for the side of Team Godlike, they had the overwhelming advantage throughout the whole, all 3 phases of the game. However, in the second game, even though he actually is very proficient with the hero Kalea, he did not have a really good response to that Martis. Well, in the game, I'm not talking about the pick. And the pick Kalea is pretty good either way. But in terms of gameplay, I think Kalea did not stand a chance against the Martis. If they have to get the Martis away, if they're not going to ban it like they did in the second game, I recommend having a hero that can actually disable him or keep him in place. See, look, if they're going for a pocket pick, if they're going for something like a Martis, how about going for a Mincetar that disables the Mortal Coil, does not allow him to actually become, CC immune, use the second skill at all? So there are heroes that are actually still viable, something that are laying under layers of snow, dirt, and ice, but it's like in the Tundra, nobody really wants to use them because they are not proven to actually have any effect in the game. But again, that's a hero like Martis. Martis has not been very effective in the game and still manages to show some light in terms of actually winning Seoul the game.
Well, yes. Well said in terms of what the Martis can provide, right? Definitely has the ability to bring Seoul back. But again, man, is this the depth that Seoul can go to? That's my question. Like, is this really how far Seoul can? Is this the deepest that you can reach into Seoul's pocket? Do you still have the CC that's available, or have they like just tunnel vision at this point? You never know. Sometimes they say, if it's not broken, why fix it? And I'm a believer in that. But then again, like, amen. At this point, I think the opponents are strategizing. They're looking at how they can change things, how they can evolve themselves. Godlike adapt and evolve within the game throughout the series. They've done that in game number 2. They've done that throughout multiple tournaments, and I think they're doing that right now with game number. They've done that in game number 2, and they're probably going to do that in game number 4 as well. So I'm not sure how this will change, how this will work out. Right? Are they going to adapt? Are they going to be able to get advantage for game number 4? That's the biggest question.
did you notice that in all 3 games we didn't get one single Hilda pick or ban? Do you think both of the teams are boycotting the hero? Like they don't want to have the Hilda at all in any of the matches? Do you think they're actually sleeping on that hero? Do you think that it's a good possibility to keep the Hilda on your side to actually get maybe an advantage? I think Godlike would actually benefit from having the Hilda, but do you think Art would go for the Hilda?
I think Hilda is a great pick. Art could definitely go for the Hilda. Art, someone that can really maximize what he's bringing in from the Hilda. Hey, we got a change on the Hindi desk as well. You got Fredo in the house, taking the place of Shinryu this time. I think RV and SM definitely going to be breaking down the game quite a bit as we know them to do, and adding Fredo to the mix, man, a lot can happen. But of course, you can see the players and the teams are smiling. They're happy. They're laughing it out. So they're ready to go to game number 4. And I think, or rather, game number 4. And if you ask me, I think they're quite excited in terms of how things are going about, how enjoying the LAN, I might say, enjoying the experience of being out in Kolkata.
Hey man, and if you're still nearby and you haven't gone to the LAN, it's happening right now in Newtown. Novotel Hotel. I'm so sorry. That is kind of like a tongue twister, but overall, just forgive me for that one. Novotel Hotel in Newtown, Kolkata. Make sure you stop by. Make sure you actually go to the venue and have some fun with all the team players, viewers, and everyone who's there. Because this is something that you don't want to sleep on. It's the GAN Gaming X Ristar Cup. And hey, we've got the first banning phase being done for already, man. Kronos, it's.
Yeah, I think with the draft being underway, the first few bans are off the table. This time, Soul on the blue side, Godlike on the red. Eason Shin, Freya, Guinevere taken off the table. It looks similar to what we've seen so far, the Guinevere being an adaptation. Of course, on the other side, however, Godlike sticking to their guns and what they know most and what they've practiced and what they have really set out to achieve, right? So the first pick being Esmeralda this time in the hands of Radium. He's done well, so why change that factor? This time they don't have the Guinevere, so what's going to be the option on the other side? You can see Art on the Grok. It's a great hero in their own position. You're looking to dominate the river as much as you can. You got Romcom on this Yuzhong. Again, could be flexing to the goal lane. I'm not really a fan of the Yuzhong in the goal lane, if I may say so, but here in the EXP lane, of course, he's going to dominate the skies, like dive into the back line. So what are they going to put Abi on? What are they going to put Apex on? They can still go for something like a Kalea, which is left up in the air. Add that with maybe a CC in the EXP lane. So now you know you can die. You have a tanky composition going in. Fanny, I spoke about it. I told you guys before we went into the break. Let the dog loose. And they did it. Kakarot on this Fanny. Now it's going to be absolute cinema, folks.
Oh man, in all honesty, I feel like right now there's big problems with whatever I'm seeing. I'm seeing expanding rivers. There's going to be a rock on the side of Team Godlike. And as we all know from Pokemon logic, rock types are weak against water types. We've got ground types, we've got dragon types, we've got even flying types. But overall, I believe that Fanny being there from the side of Team SAQL might actually just be a big boon for their side, because the Grok, he's got Earthen Rampart. He's going to summon up a wall. But the funny part is, Fanny actually uses walls to her advantage. She's got, the steel cables that lead up to tornado strikes that do massive amounts of damage. And if in closed spaces, I believe that Fanny has the best advantage. Unless, of course, Grok decides to use Tectonic Charge and then boom. Because obviously, rock types are definitely very strong against flying types.
You know what, man? I love the Pokemon logic. I'm not gonna lie, I'm the biggest fan of Pokemon myself.
Yes,
but
sir.
then, those who are watching, they're the biggest fans of Mobile Legends 5v5. As it's called in India. And right now, we're looking at how they're gonna answer and reply back to the Fanny. I like the CC being picked up. I thought it'll be on the side of Soul, but it seems like Godlike have gone for it, so it's gonna be CC in the gold lane. Harith being banned out because we know how Radium still likes to play the Harith. They are trying to read, maybe overthink that this Esmeralda could be an EXP flex. Joy taken off the table. We've seen we know they can play Joy in the
EXP lane,
mid lane, maybe in the jungle in the hands of Van. There's not a lot of crowd control coming in, not a lot of lockdown. I think a Kalea has to come out here from Seoul. Otherwise, you're really putting Kakarot in a predicament. Although they do have a Grok being picked up. They do have their EX laner and their gold laner kind of already sorted out. So the Kalea can be left open. They lock down the Leomord, prevent any sort of early aggression, right? So the Leomord's off the table. The Claude being banned out, so they're really looking at his Esmeralda in the EX lane. Lunox being picked up right now in the hands of Bid. This is something we wanted to see in game number 2, game number 1 even. Now Bid is there with the Lunox. This Fanny, oh my god, I'm excited, bro. Not gonna lie. Kakarot on the Fanny. I'm gonna call it. This game is gonna be absolute cinema. Absolute cinema, bro. I mean, you can't say SAUL are gonna win it outright. Of course, Godlike are gonna prevent that. We're gonna see what's gonna come out in the jungle. It could be a Lancelot with an assassin battle. They could go for the Hayabusa for all you know, because Van really has the assassin to lock down himself. I'm just excited. I haven't seen Kakarot play Fanny like in a long time. So, well, at least they now know they have that option to flex it, especially Apex. He has been playing with Jay for a very long time, right? We know Apex and Jay and Radium, that trio go a way back, and Jay never really could play the Fanny in competitive scene. So now with Kakarot coming into the mix, Apex might not be used to it. Maybe it took a while to adapt to it, but now with this Fanny, and not just any Fanny, a really good Fanny prop, arguably the best one in India. We'll find out, of course, but this last 2 picks, what's it going to be? Is it going to be a Zetian in the back line? Are you really going to maybe take the Kimmy even, right? I would say Kimmy would be great in the mid lane. And then in the EXP, maybe go, I don't know, are you really going to lock down the Arlott? Maybe a Sora even?
Look, I think that Sora would actually be a good pick here because the enemy Godlike obviously only have the option to take the jungle, and I believe that Sora cannot be countered with, well, I mean, Lunox can, but other than that, I believe that there's no opportunity for the side of Team Godlike to counter a Sora pick. However, I wouldn't recommend it as the best option here. I'd say
it is better to be feared than loved.
Yeah, no, I don't think I have an opinion here. They're still gonna go for the Valentina though, huh?
Hold up.
Surprise, surprise. Wait, what?
Bro, what are they cooking, bro?
What?
Is that a mispick, or are we seeing Anti on the Amon right now? Is that a mixed pick? I mean, is that a mispick, or are we seeing Anti on the... Okay, all right, look. I'm as confused as you are, folks. I'm as confused as you are. I'm as confused as you are. Look, Crucifix needs to put on his glasses to make sure it's right as well. I told you it's going to be a Hayabusa on the other side, just because they can go toe-to-toe on that. It's an Amon in the gold lane right now, with Esmeralda being picked up in the EXP. So they've kind of read into it rightly, right? They know this Esmeralda is going to go in the EXP. Is Amon in the gold lane really? Okay, I get the idea. You get to, kind of lock down the Lunox. Yes, you go for the Brilliance after that, or bait out the Brilliance with the Endless Shards and then go for the Cutthroat. Oh, this is so out of pocket, bro. This is so out of pocket. Completely left field. Unexpected, I would say. So they've thrown him off a couple times already with that Martis pick. Now Amon in the gold lane. Godlike they're not able to get a read on SAUL, and I think SAUL are really pulling up these creative picks at this point. The only question is, will this creative pick really work now? Yes, you have that invisibility cloak to try and surprise the Hayabusa. Your wave clear is absolutely
horrendous.
Terrible. Yeah, horrendous. Terrible at this point. So if anything, they need the early game more than ever. There's no chance if it goes to a base defense, they're going to be able to defend. Even if they get the opportunity, they're going to go for the kills. They're going to go for the pickoffs. So Godlike just have to wait it out, find an opportunity, get these neutral objectives, and try a small, slow snowball. But Seoul, on the other hand, the pressure is on them. They need this early game in their favor. They need to get these kills. They need to get the pickoffs. And you can see Kakarot goes for the war cry, knowing that he's going to stay in these team fights longer. He loves to cable in and out, and he knows how to manage his cables as well. So, I don't know. It feels like, is Godlike ready? Have they, braced themselves for the sort of impact that they're going to get with this Amon in the gold lane?
Look, see, in the end of the day, I understand that, they might actually want to turn it around on Hayabusa, but look at that mid lane. We've already got a fight. We've already got Khalid eating the sand to actually stay alive. That's going to keep him alive. Bro just ate a lot of sand in the river area. He just was like, yo, I'm going to dig out some sand from the river and eat that, and then I'm just going to get back HP. Apex... good stuff. I think he's staying alive. Rose singing BSG's song while just chilling out there at the mid side of the map, allowing his team to actually know where the enemies are so that they don't get caught off guard. Overall, I believe that SAUL playing pretty safe.
Oh, Petrify.
Oh, we've got Petrify and an engage from
Kakarot.
Romcom running in. We've got Apex running for his life. But overall, I think Valentina Asuna is going to be that saving grace that's going to keep everyone else alive from the side of Team SAUL.
Yeah, I
don't think so.
Anti.
I'm wrong. Anti, no way. Bro actually
Shield.
had the shield to save him.
Frostmoon Shield to make sure Anti's able to survive. Right place, right time. Romcom, oh my god. Kakarot tried to go in, right? I feel like the damage is just too much coming in. Kakarot not having the purple buff being a problem. Shouldn't have put himself in that predicament. Could have been worse. But this gives advantage for Godlike to get the turtle. Retribution secures it. Apex going to be the next target. Gets taken away. Van to get that kill nonetheless. And now they go in Bid with a Chaos Assault on top of Anti. I think they put themselves in this position. Godlike, 1,000 gold ahead. And now with the composition that I say you will have, yeah, not the ideal position for them to be in.
Yeah, and what is Kakarot doing? He's trying to clear the mid lane instead of actually trying to find Hayabusa, fight him. But overall, the moment that Kakarot actually ended up dying in the top side of the map, that was definitely because of Pokemon logic. Rock types are definitely strong against flying types, and we saw that happen in 4K, guys. That is exactly how the logic of Mobile Legends work. It's not, I'm just joking. Don't take my word for it. Again, do not follow what I actually say. It's absolutely for your entertainment only. But again, I don't really see the possibility of Fanny actually having fun around like a rock being there. The bot lane though is actually kind of fun. Look at that.
Endless shards. Oh, Kakarot goes in Cutthroat already. And then I think Kakarot just... Kakarot already makes it out alive, and I think Fate using the Vengeance at the right place at the right time. Radium able to stay in this lane quite a lot, thanks to the heal buffs that they got, right? With the passive that he has. When he pops in that invisibility, he's able to regen some HP back up. So that kind of prevents him from going back into the base. That allows him to be in the laning phase a bit longer. I think right now Mubby gets caught. No, flickers out. Tech charge coming in. Nice use of it as well. But Van goes in. But Apex standing there and waiting. He uses the flicker raging sandstorm out of there. Anti comes in, falling star move with a petrified combo, baiting out the flicker at the same time. Tech charge as the minions go in. Radium's going to be the target. Flickers out of harm's way. A lot of spells, a lot of ultimates. Use the big ticket ultimates as well. Now in this turtle fight, Godlike might just have an advantage.
Wait, I just realized there are a few heroes that can actually spin in this game. Like Esmeralda spins when she uses the second skill. Khalid spins when he uses the first skill.
Kakarot goes in. Steel Cables is there as well. Art is there trying to make something happen. Kakarot misses the cables. Gets taken away by the Ogi Shadow Kill. The kill is in the hands of Bid. Romcom goes in. Tries to zone out Apex. Taking a little too much damage, but cannot out-heal. Cannot out-sustain the Sha residue.
I mean, all honesty, I feel like right now, as at UL, they're just taking unnecessary fights. Kakarot, he's actually ending up dying before the turtle actually is even taken. So that's a big, big no-no for this. They are actually losing on their resources before the most crucial fights. Obviously.
What is Art doing? He missed that full tech charge. Yeah, he missed it completely. And now Apex goes in from the side, looking to flank. It's a two-man raging sandstorm, but the Brilliance coming in at the right time. Bid makes it out of it. Radium, again. He has the shards, but I don't know, man. Who are you going to target? Who are you looking to take down? Van looking to find an opportunity to hack away at the turret in the mid lane. Who, with the quad shadow, makes it out alive. So far, Godlike are dominating the river. Apex still trying to contest it against Art. Pop gives some good vision. No, he gets caught. He's going to go through. Van finds him. Art looking to catch him off guard. Yeah. Godlike are still dominating the river, and I still can't get behind this Aemon pick. You're lacking so much damage. Yes, you do have the burst. You have the burst, but I mean, how are you going to get to the late game? How are you going to bridge the gap between the mid and the late?
Exactly. At least in the early game, you've got some damage, but you are heavily relying on the items that you actually buy, and if you can't really do that, at least but there's a fight going on the top side. We've got
Raging Sandstorm
disengaged from the fight, but again, at the end of the day, Anti is caught between a rock and a hard place. More people. Tech charge from the Valentina, catching 3 people, and now tech charge from Art, turning him around, but he's inside the tower. He will be forced to use the flicker to escape, but then again, Art is taken out. Shadow kill coming in the backside and making sure everyone from the side of Team SAUL is forced to go back. Tower in the mid lane. Tier 1 destroyed, demolished, taken away from them.
It's a trade 1-for-1, but they take the mid lane tier 1. Godlike and the turtle. Meanwhile, a good response from Kakarot trying to find some spoils, right? You don't want to give it away for free. They lost 2 towers of turtle, but at least they get something in return on the bot side. So Essential trading back. But then again, with the composition that they've had, they should have dominated this early game. A slight bit of a mistake coming in before the first turtle, where Kakarot went in, got caught in a 3v1 situation, tried to make an outplay, but unfortunate that his purple buff ran out at the wrong time for him. And Godlike are brutal when it comes to punishing oppositions, and that's why they have been at the top of their game and continue to do so. Ogi shadow kill baited out by Kakarot, now onto Anti, but right place, right time, using the steel cables, and Godlike, again, no hesitation in this game whatsoever.
I agree with you, man. But let's just look at Aemon for a second, yeah? Oh, CC got the tower, the bot side, but Aemon, Radium has only 1 kill, but he's got no deaths or assists. So I think he's on the positive side of the KDA spectrum. Overall, I feel like this guy himself, getting himself the Genius Wand and the Wind Talker, allows him to have a lot of damage. But the side of Team Godlike, nobody's actually playing one alone. They're all together and they're playing it safe. I don't understand where Radium could actually find an opening to get a kill here, or maybe an assist there. But overall, it's not happening, man. It's definitely not happening.
They're finding a dead push. They're looking to catch somebody off guard. Who's it going to be? Who's going to fall for it? Romcom's right there. It's a 3v1. Radium. No, they're not going to pull the trigger, are they? I think they can sniff it from a mile away. They can't see anyone on the map, mainly being Art. He's the one that has this big ticket ultimate with that tech charge. The river already flowing toward the bot side. Apex catches Van off guard. 3v1 on the top side. Make that 4. But Godlike, look at how they're standing tall right in the mid lane, dominating this river, even into the jungle of the opposition. Art shows himself on the map. Van finds the Apex. Romcom already visible. 3 members in the Lord Pit. 2.5k goal lead. Godlike are slowly building their advantage, shutting down the hopes of SAUL. The fan favorite organization. Got a lot of awards for content creation, different awards in terms of games that they can win. But one thing that's eluded them so far is the title of a champion in Mobile Legends 5v5. And now the tech charge baited out by LB as well. The Lord's still going to be the target.
Nobody's trying to actually take the Lord purposely, obviously, because nobody wants to actually risk it. They want to play for the biscuit. They're trying to actually play it as safe as they can. And I think the side of Team SAU will know that. They want to actually find it.
Oh no,
they Black do Dragon have the charge. The Black Dragon is in the air, though. We've got a big ultimate. Ogi Shadow kill catching up. Only Apex, though, but he will find the kill on Apex. And that's going to be 1 person down from the side of Team SAUL. But I think right now Yuzong is finding... Oh, he does find... Kakarot is running away. He does not find him. Win escape. We've got a Asuna is able to get the kill on the enemy Hyper. Van down. That means there's going to be a chance for them to steal the Lord. But do you think they can actually steal it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They did do it earlier with the help of the Zetian in the previous game, but I don't think this one is as easy. Without the help of both the junglers, Lord's been reset. Art, looking to catch Radium. He doesn't have the tech charge. Oh, he does have the tech charge. Didn't use it.
Yeah.
It was a good time to pull the trigger. Oh, I think the second guessing himself at this point. The Lord being reset once again. Anti's there trying to get it started. Bit Chaos Assault looking to take him down. Flicker baited out
Flicker,
already. Low on mana. Apex waiting for them. The Raging Sandstorm to cast them off guard. Art being spotted. 5 members of Godlike in the Lord Pit. Anti coming in. Kakarot right there. Doesn't have the purple buff. 6 seconds for it to spawn. This could be the opening that Godlike are looking for, but they don't want to go for the purple. Radiant makes itself shown. Black Dragon coming in as well.
Oh, no.
Hoagie shadow kill, but the Retribution lands on point. Kakarot hates to make it out of there. Falling
Tech
Storm
charge.
comes in with a tech charge. Knocks up 3 members. And there's the Petrify
Shards.
combo coming through as well. And now the endless shards of Radium just falling apart. The golden glow is just not there for SAUL right now. And Godlike are breaking them down one after another. The fight for the purple buff is on. Kakarot can only walk away with it, but the Lord is already marching on the bot side. Godlike are looking to tear apart SAUL.
Damn, dude. I actually expected, Kakarot to actually be a little faster there. He would have actually connected the tornado strikes. If he did, he would have actually gotten a good opportunity to get the retribution. He would have actually got it, but it ended up being a little too slow. I think the steel cables actually didn't connect as he planned them to connect. And that ended up with, obviously, Ogi Shadow Kill being used up, Hayabusa being immune to death, and him being able to actually use the retribution. That was a good change from the, side of Mobile Legends. And I believe Mobile Legends 5v5 actually got that change pretty good. Hayabusa is able to use the retribution when he's using, his ultimate, the Ogi Shadow Kill. That allows him to make a lot more aggressive plays during objective fights. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for him to actually make this happen. However, the side of Team SAUL, they regret that change, and I think I actually see why SAUL is trying their best. And the saddest part about all of this is that, the Duke of Shards, Eamon, actually used the Endless Shards on Grok. I think Art was the worst target that you could have used it on, but it is what it is.
I mean, he didn't even have full stack on it, right? If I may say so. He didn't even have the full stacks on the Endless Shards. And not just that, you get extra if you have the Windtalker, right? Because it depends on how many shards fall apart. And while you're using your basic attacks, using your skills, but didn't even have the max stack that was possible, and then really caught. Oh, no retribution missing out, but this time goes in. Raging Sandstorm from the back line. They're looking to make a sandwich out of Godlike, but it's not going to happen. The Black Dragon is too much for them to deal with. Van gets cut out, gets melted down as they get the kill in the hands of Apex, but the Skypiercer stacks are starting to add up as Bit fights too. Make that 3 that's coming in soon enough. They're not letting Anti go back, but he flickers out of harm's way. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Van trades on the Apex. Kakarot being stopped from flying in by the Guardian's barrier. And now Art, along with the rest of Godlike, looking to take away the inhibitor. Falling Storm to try and clear the way, but it's not enough as Fate locks him down with the help of Bid. And he gets the kill. Once more, he stopped to go through. The walls are too much for them to deal with. At this point, SAUL are definitely tilted.
Dude, it's just like that scene from The Lord of the Rings. You shall not pass! And that's literally what Grok is saying at this point. Dude, I love to see how that was a comical moment when Fanny just was like trying to fly in and it just crashes into the wall and it's just like, has the nosebleed and everything. That's kind of comical when you think about it. The Lord's being started by the side of Team Godlike. They've got the pressure building up. I don't think they have an opportunity. The tech charge from both sides. They've got it. Mansataru gets the Lord, and now we've got 1 kill, the mid for mid, and Romcom is able to get the kill on Apex. They're following through. They're gonna try to find another one. Anti, no, he's too tanky, and we've got to actually go for that Fanny. Kakarot, though, he senses it, flies away, saves himself the trouble.
Yeah, he gets himself that purple buff. I think this time Anti gets locked down with the help of the Petrified Chain CC'd. They're not using the tech charge, doesn't have it, but Kakarot goes in. Cutthroat with the help of the steel cable. He's taking too much damage. Quad Shadow coming in as well. Misses out. They're trying to get a clear. Oh, he gets caught in the Furious Dive, Kakarot. The Lord is already marching in. He does not have purple, but he does have the help of the base crystal to try and make sure he can go in and out. This is what a Fanny trains for most of the time, but there's no space. It's too much. It's overwhelming for SAUL. Godlike are knocking at the door. It's already taking it down. And now with the quad shot of the Yogi Shadow Kill and the tech charge, knocking up 2 members. And the help of the Furious Dive. SAUL can barely survive, but Kakarot is finding the pieces. He gets Rom-Com. Get a big shutdown, and now looking to defend the topside wave, but SAUL's Apex goes in with a Raging Sandstorm, and the rest of Godlike have to respect the damage that SAUL can output and back off as Kakarot's on the chase, on the hunt. But I think just enough time is bought.
Dude, the fact that Kakarot was able to take down Rom-Com was one of the reasons why they were afraid, but we got Ogi Shadow Kill. Apex is going to stay alive. Anti is going to be forced to actually play safe. Apex eating sand to actually heal back all the HP, like the meme says. Oh, well, obviously, Khalid eats sand, and, you know, Minotaur gives his friends milk.
Well, the
Y'all
purple
know the
buff is
meme.
going to be the purple buff is going to be the one that they're going to take. 60 seconds for the Lord. Godlike need this Lord to try and end the game, or at least bait some kills out, but SAUL are desperate for it. Endless Charge already being used. Radium is spotted out. The Black Dragon's on the chase. He gets petrified. Furious Dive, concealed play from Art. Tech Charge for 2 members. Fate finds Anti, the one that they've been avoiding the most, and Ubby gets taken away in the mid lane. Van looking to go for the end. Radium is there with half HP. Art and the rest of Godlike walk up. Kakarot comes in, has a double buffs, but is it enough for them to try and get the kills? The damage is so lacking. They're so tanky. They have too much regen. Fate finds Apex on the top side. As we can see, Godlike are trying to end, and I think they will be able to do so with the help of the minions marching down the mid lane. SAUL concede another game to Godlike, and the score has been evened up. It's 2-2, folks.
Man, I was kind of hoping that Kakarot was able to actually defend against all the minions, dude. Sadly, it did not happen. I think Kakarot did his best. Overall, I think that Rock was the biggest threat for Kakarot. He couldn't actually just feel free to use his spells as much as he'd want to. The steel cables had to be used very proactively against whatever Grok could actually, you know, just create out of nothing. Bro could just make the walls repaired back from the Broken Walls map. I think that guy, he really did a big number onto Kakarot there. And look, we've got the MVP of the match. It's Fate on that CC, man. This guy, he was able to actually do a lot, but not, you know, very, you know, flashy. He wasn't everywhere at the same time, but he did do what was needed for his team.
Well, it looked good in the first half, not gonna lie. I feel like that meme, right? It feels like that meme. In the second half. Yeah, they had us in the first half, bro. Not gonna lie. Like, what happened? What was that Aemon pick? No, it's so out of pocket, and
sometimes we should just.
I don't know what to say, right? I really don't know what to say. Like you're really shooting yourself in the foot there before going to a marathon if you're trying to run. But that goal lane Aemon just didn't work. I mean, what are they trying to do? The idea, I mean, I could see what the Aemon probably was for. Maybe cat someone with the Endless Shards, especially Bid on the Lunox after baiting out the Brilliance. Maybe with the help of the Raging Sandstorm, the tech charge that was stolen. Maybe with the help of the Cutthroat, but I don't know. It just didn't seem right. It felt very passive as well, nonetheless. Like, you want to be aggressive if you have such a lineup. If you're playing so passive, what can you really do? Yes, Kakarot had a crazy second half of the game. In the first half, though, he really botched it. Just before the turtle, you do not want to pick a fight when it's a 3v1. Put yourself in a tough situation, and Godlike are going to punish. And they've been a great team for a long time because they know how to punish. Yes, you can bring out these random pocket picks on your side, but stability with the way that they play, understanding what works and what doesn't, knowing what is the meta, not trying to redefine it, not trying to change it. That's what Godlike are doing, and it's working. Man, never try to reinvent the wheel. Hey, just add to it, and it works.
Look, let's just be honest, yeah. I think the idea behind the Eamon pick was to keep himself away from Hayabusa's ultimate. But
No way.
look, there was the Grok. The threat of a Grok in itself should have actually made you evade the whole idea of an Eamon, because Eamon is a hero that does not have any mobility spells except for maybe running away, with a lot of movement speed buffs from being camouflaged. I think that's actually a good escape tool, but you cannot dodge Grok's ultimate, the Tectonic Charge or the Mighty Swing. You cannot dodge all of these spells as an Eamon, so you're practically shooting yourself in the foot, like you said. And again, the whole idea of whatever the side team SAUL just brought to the stage this time is making me want to scratch my head, man. That is literally my expression right now. There is nothing else that I would rather do.
I mean, I don't know, man. Is India really ready for the international stage? But that's a talk for another day. That's a talk for another day. For now, we're talking about the RNG Cup. It's 2-2 in this best of 7, and doing the best that we can to highlight these players. Of course, the rich guy being Fate on the CC in the goal lane. The same, he is the carry, the one with the highest damage as well, with the help of the Yo-Yo Blitz, especially knowing that he was going against an Eamon on the other side for some reason. A Sandbag, Esmeralda, of course, took 213,000 damage. He did quite a lot of work in this match, Anti, but Grok again are consistent. I think it feels like that side, the wingman, hasn't changed at all. I just feel like his face is just stuck there. Production's probably left that for he's probably made the whole overlay just with his face stuck over there the entire time. He has been very consistent throughout the entire series, but if SAUL are to bounce back, if they're able to make any sort of a comeback, they need to get out of this pocket pick mindset. Maybe stick to what works. Maybe it's worked for them in scrims. Maybe they haven't practiced it enough to translate it into a tournament game. Maybe in the grand finals, is the pressure getting to them? I'm not sure, because it feels, I'm not gonna lie, it feels like they're just getting outplayed, man.
Look, the Grok in itself should have actually made you like, hell no, we're not touching the, Eamon. But the Hayabusa too. Once Ogi Shadow Kill connects, stacks of his passive are on you, you're practically going to be attacked by the Ogi Shadow Kill regardless, even if you're invisible or not. Unless, of course, you're Leslie and you have protection from being damaged while being camouflaged. I think that's going to be one thing that's going to keep you alive. But Eamon does not have that protection the moment he enters invisibility for 0.5 seconds. So he will instantly be taken out of the invisibility with one of those slashes from Ogi Shadow Kill. That is not a good idea to take down, Hayabusa. Neither is it a good option to take down Lunox, because Lunox has Brilliance. So I still do not understand why the Eamon was picked in the second part of the game. But
you know what? At this point, I'll say at this point, let's just move on from the Eamon, bro. We can't keep digging that grave no more. What's done is done, and I think SAUL maybe go back to the drawing board. However, we are in the draft of game number 5. Even out the score. Martis this time taken off by Godlike. I think they're like, okay, they tried the Eamon guys, it didn't work. I think they're gonna go back to the Martis. So let's just ban that out. The Kadita's off the table. These are more than pocket picks. These are disruptors, right? Disruptors in the flow of what Godlike can do with their rotations, with moving around and getting pickoffs, maybe setting up for neutral objectives. Clinically, if you break down every single play Godlike has made, you can see that the positioning is good. Every decision that they make, every micro decision that they make translates into a big neutral objective, which is really clean in terms of the way they're playing. SAUL, on the other hand, they're looking for some chaos. They've been so aggressive the entire time, and they want to keep adding the pressure, pile the pressure, and wait for Godlike to break. So far, in game number 1, yes, Godlike did break down. But after that, we really haven't seen it. If it's come down to anything, it's just been SAUL just fighting and fighting and fighting and just piling up as much pressure as they could. So will that continue in game number 5 with the drafts? I mean, again, the Black Dragon, Yu Zhong taken off the table.
I see it. I see the disruptors being completely, thrown under the bus. They're like, Yuzong, Mortis, Kadita, these three heroes. Well, obviously in the hands of Asuna, Kadita is going to be a big threat for the side of Team Godlike. They're going to have a hard time. And Anti has proven time and time again, 2 times, that Mortis is a force to be reckoned with in the EXP lane. So that's out too. Big Black Dragon, no chance, not seeing that today. The side of Team SAUL, they've gotten Yisun Shin out, a good jungler / gold laner for some reason. I think they're trying to actually limit the gold lane. I think they have a plan for what Radium is actually going to pick. And, well, we've got to wait and see what Radium wants to actually go for. But look at that, we've got an Esmeralda.
Esmeralda, again, prioritized. In this series, Esmeralda's prioritized a lot. I mean, not surprised, because it's more like a counter pick that they do not want to give away. Also allows Bit to play the Eve more freely. Esmeralda being picked up as the first pick. What are they going to answer back on the other side? They maybe go for the Kalea plus something, but then again, you're already going to rock the Purify on the Esmeralda. You prevent Radium from picking up the Harriet, right? So they leave the Boxia open this time, so a Boxia is locked in, but they go for the Kalea still. So a Kalea Boxia looks good for a Soul this time. They get something going for themselves, but they need a Kalea plus, right? Kalea comes in like you need someone plus you need Kalea plus the burst that you're looking at. Comes in as a buy one get one free type of hero. You kind of need one, or rather, I'm not saying right. Comes in a take it for a couple, probably that's how. But either way, Godlike, what will they respond with? The Eve comes out.
Ooh, that's nice. That's a good new hero for Van to actually pick up. But yeah, like you were saying, we needed the burst on the side of Team SAUL to actually make a Kalea have any sense in this game. With Van actually going for that Guinevere, I believe that they've got a good opportunity to completely negate any counters for the Eve. So Bid's going to be safe, and I think Fate is going to give a lot of opportunities for Bid to actually have that safety, a line bordering between him and the enemy team. Oh, we finally get Radium with the Claude. Okay, I was about to say Carry being picked onto the side of Team SAUL might actually make some sense with the Kalea, but they got the Claude in. I think that's actually kind of reasonable. They've got Boxia, they've got Kalea. They can jump in, make a front line for Claude, impromptu. All of a sudden, they could just like make a wall with Claude as the center of the wall, doing a lot of damage. That would actually make some sense. But either Kalea plus Carry, or Kalea and Lunox. I think Asuna with the Lunox might actually make more sense here, because obviously it would be a very, very good pick against what Godlike have in store for SAUL right now.
Yeah, I think Lunox is probably what they're looking at, but I'm guessing Godlike already see that coming a mile away and disband it out. The Claude is great in the goal lane. Finally, we get to see a marksman in the hands of Radium. After it's been left open this time, they have 2 frontliners to be the 2 tanky frontliners rather. CC being taken away because I have a feeling it's gonna be a Phoveus. That's what they're looking to get in the hands of Anti. That's right. Lunox already being banned out. What else can they take away from the EXP laner? Phoveus is something they want to gamble with, knowing that Godlike won't ban it out because even Romcom can play the Phoveus. But what's another EXP laner that could really fit in the hands of Romcom? Maybe a Lapu Lapu, but a Sora is what they're looking at. They take, it's got to be a Phoveus coming on the other side. But then again, like I don't know if Godlike will read into it, because they would rather have the Phoveus for themselves. A Pharsa being taken away, lock down the Phoveus here for Soul, and they got themselves a winning formula.
I think right now Soul have the opportunity to at least pick a Phoveus. If not, they probably will go for the Alice like they did in the second
Alice
game.
is good.
Think they might actually go for that. The overall scene with the SAUL, I think that's depending on what Anti feels like he wants to play. Right now,
I mean,
the Kalea might actually work. Yeah, right? Anti is gonna be the one.
He usually likes to play the Phoveus. He does play. At one point, he was a Phoveus merchant, but with this series, he played Alice. He played it really well. It's unfortunate they didn't have the damage backup, but now Alice does make more sense just because of the fact that you have the Claw to help bridge that gap of the damage that you didn't have in game number 2, right? So with the help of the Blazing Duet, the Throne of Ruin, you have yourself a combo. You have something to work with. In the mid lane, however, they don't need lots of damage. Maybe they go for a Zetian again, just because they have enough damage come through. They need a little bit of poke, but you have a Guinevere on the other side. This already saw that coming miles away. Terizla, Phoveus, Lapu, 3 XP kind of left open. I think they're still going to lean in towards a Phoveus or a Lapu for the hands of Romcom. So you have the ability to dive. You have the ability to kind of disrupt and be self-sustainable in the lane. If they go Terizla, it'd still be great. What's Art going to go for, though? Oh, never mind. Never mind. They go for a Marksman, a Grok, and a Granger. All right. We've seen fighters so far, but getting a taste of marksmans right in game number 5.
Going traditional, I can appreciate it, but yeah, I was about to say Zacian might be picked by SAUL, because Zacian is a good counter to Guinevere. At the moment she uses Spatial Migration, if Celestial Armaments are ready, and I think that Guinevere might not actually have an opening to engage there. But unless, of course, Falling Star Moon actually is used by Esmeralda to take away the Celestial Armaments, then I think that's going to be a very, wishy-washy type of situation. Overall, the Grok pick from the side of Team Godlike, they might actually have something cooking right now. Because they've got a Grok, they've got a Granger, they've got the rest of their team, which kind of suits well. SAUL, on the other hand, they've got a lot of crowd control and area denial, and I think they've got a good... both teams have actually drafted pretty good. I mean, I agree. I think for the first time in like 5 games, we're looking at a draft that's kind of even Steven. Although I would say it definitely comes down to the micro interactions within the game. They do have the damage profile from both sides. They have set potential. They have the ability to try and create plays with the global ultimates. They have the RWN to go for a siege. They have a little bit of high ground. The only thing I would say is SAUL definitely have the pick-off potential with that Tsunami Slam of the Kalea. Apart from that, I think Godlike have a solid draft. So maybe instead of a 50-50, just because of that Kalea Tsunami Slam, I would say a 51-49. But then again, comes down to the execution. I've really seen Apex play the Kalea quite a lot. Will he be able to hang? Hey, you're completely forgetting about the fact that you have Spatial Migration and Violet Requiem on side of Team God. That actually kind of counteracts whatever Kalea actually brings to the table. I think it's actually kind of equal, 50-50. Surprisingly, you're hearing this from me. I'm surprisingly not supporting a specific draft. I believe that it's a 50-50 in this case. Overall,
yeah, I mean, I agree. It feels very 50-50ish, but it all comes down to how they're going to contest any sort of neutral objective. You see Kakar already going on top of Van, gets caught out with the help of Spatial Migration. He can't contest that purple, but I mean, that Lethal Wanderer whatsoever. Yeah. So now goes back into the jungle. Look at the top side, though. That's going to be the interesting thing. All right, Fate is on a Purify. Purify on a Granger. You're making sure the Granger plays safe. That could be, again, if that can be baited out early on, this Granger's a sitting duck. He needs to shoot in a straight line. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Romcom taking a lot of damage. No Purify pop, but the Tidal Strike already used up. They're trying to bait out some spells. So, and Godlike doing the same. There it is, the Flicker. Just before the turtle. 25 seconds before the turtle. A Purify baited out on the bot side just now. So you don't have a Purify, you don't have a Flicker. So Apex knows who's going to be his target. The only question is, do they have enough damage to burst him down?
I believe that they do. Surprising part is we've got no, they don't. They've got a Boxia. I forgot about that part. The Boxia is not a hero that can actually do a lot of damage, and the side of Team SAUL can't really engage without thinking twice. We've got RWM. Nice. We've also got a little bit of a problem. Kakarot jumping in and getting the kill on Bid. He's gonna roll his tires right onto the enemy's tank's base and taking down 2. That's gonna be 2 down in the mid lane. That's gonna be a big problem for this turtle fight. We've got an engage. We've got the Wild Requiem used for escaping so that he doesn't get
nice throw.
Seed. Throne of Thorns completely short. Okay, he's dead, dude. He's dead. There's no way he could actually escape that.
Yeah. 2 flickers baited out though in the process. 3 rather. 1 from Anti, forcing that out to make sure he secures that kill. Kakarot getting the good start to this Boxia. And now you know he's going to rotate much faster. Van has to keep up, but already down by a level. And Boxia is just going to keep rolling. All the S8 Yule fans going to keep hating. But at this point, Godlike can still find an advantage. They're looking to get Fate as much kills as possible, especially after he picks up the Skypiercer, which he just did. Now, I think Art will be looking to play more aggressive towards the gold side. Find some sort of opportunities. Give Fate any sort of advantage to make sure he can carry the rest of the game. Bid, again, it was a really good RWM, but wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, man. I mean, at the end of the day, if the Boxia wasn't there, I think Bid could have gotten away with maybe a kill and then still lived to tell the tale. But it did not actually end up very good for him because the Boxia is not someone you can actually just ignore at the early stages of the game. Even though he doesn't have like the most amount of damage, he does still do damage. We've got the Tidal Strike, we've got the Tsunami Slam pulling the enemy Grok away, and Art did not really have an opportunity to escape from that. Violet Requiem, though, used to actually take down 1% of Boxia's HP and then used to escape. Man, that Spatial Migration is such a very versatile spell that, well, let's just face it, it's a very versatile spell, but right now it can't really do much against a tank. Jumpy.
Yeah, at this point, like, who are you gonna pick off? Oh no, Apex Tidal Strike cancelled out. I'm not sure if this is a good fight that Soul might want to pick. Radium comes into the fray, so they definitely have the damage profile available right now. Tidal Strike catches Romcom. No, he does not use the Purified. Turtle is up right now. Anti is there with the Flowing Blood. Kakarot goes in. Tortoise's Poison's already used up, but Romcom in the back line. Too much damage onto Apex. Tidal Strike with the help of the Flicker. Look at the Tsunami Slam. Catches somebody down, but the RWM coming in from Bid at the right time. Gets 1 kill. Trade 1 back with the help of Van. Tech Charge goes in, but Radium in the back line with the help of the Blazing Duet. Gets everybody low. Art's taken away. Anti finds himself 2 members. And now Kakarot preventing Romcom from escaping. Is forced to use the Purify, as that definitely secured the fight for Soul.
Let me just be very honest with you. I think Godlike really invested into a very, very safe kind of draft. It might have actually worked out for them. It's kind of equal. Both of the teams' drafts are very equal. But the side of Team S8UL, they've really got the tankiness. They've really got every single aspect checked on their, to-do list. They are absolutely ready to take fights from the early game, from the get-go. So I think S8UL really have more of an advantage. The Claude, however, really needs the items. So in the end of the game, I think the late game insurance is going to be Claude. The rest of the heroes are just there to give an opening to Claude to allow himself to get some farm. In the bot side, we've got Anti pushing towers, and Kakarot is jumping. No, he doesn't jump, but he does roll. He styles on the enemies, goes back inside his tower. What a guy.
Yeah, with the safe composition though, Crucifix, I think you're right. In terms of the amount of risk that Godlike have to take is not really quite a lot. You have Van. If he gets a good spatial migration, yes, then you can dive in, but you do have the range. You have the high ground to dish out the damage with the help of the RWM, with the help of that Sonata. Yes, you can do it, but S8UL gotta go dive. They're the ones who are looking to jump in with the help of that Throne of Ruin, with the help of the Blazing Duet and BMI combo. Yes, they can. And it's a safe composition coming from Godlike, which completely relies on how many stacks can Fate get. Right, that's the idea. If Fate can get a couple of stacks on this Granger, on this Skypiercer, then you will start seeing them really run through with it. But here, Kakarot catches Bid. The wrong place, the wrong time, my guy. Instantly gets taken down. Throne of Ruin coming from Ansi to prevent Art from escaping. But Kakarot with the help of his Vortex with Poissons, and you can see Blazing Duet coming from Radium. Not used, rather, and now has to go back with the help of the BMI. Ansi gets caught.
Oh man, we've got more. And that's going to be Alice jumping in on the backside. We've got a disengage from S8UL. They've already got what they wanted. They've got Bid taken down. They got the advantage to take the turtle that they needed. And the side of Team Godlike understand that they can't really follow through on this one. Now, it's a matter of if S8UL decides to keep up the aggression for now. No, the Furious Phoenix is being used.
Oh, no,
the spatial migration to the... Oh, no, okay. No spatial migration, but the Violet Requiem is going to be used. Bid is able to get the kill on Apex. Bot lane, we've got off camera getting pushed. And also, there's one more kill that's gonna happen, but it's alright. Van is not gonna be, you know, that big of a problem just yet. That's about it. But bot lane, off camera, we had, you know, obviously Fate pushing towers. Sheesh.
Him getting caught out, taking too much damage coming in from Romcom. He goes in with the help of the Purify, but now I don't know if he's...
Wait, what is
oh
happening?
no, Anti's low! Art gets the shutdown! Godlike scrambling, looking to find some kill. Falling Starmore, but Tortoise's Poisons from Kakarot to make sure he can run away. Radiant flickers forward, or without a BMI! Oh, what a pause being called! This is criminal coming in. No, not like this, man. He had the kill!
I feel
Oh
offended.
my god, it's a pause by Roman number 4. I don't know, definitely not Roman Reigns, but hey, 8-3 kill score. Soul are bouncing back. Godlike finding the advantage. Oh well, here we go back in. Is he going to be able to secure that kill? Romcom was quite low. Radium lets it go. The BMI. Oh no, it was there. It was there in his hands.
Man, do you really think he should have used the battle mirror image to actually put himself in, you know, a precarious situation? I don't think that was a good idea, if at all he did want to. Overall, I believe that the side of Team Godlike, they're losing ground pretty quickly. They've got bot lane tier 1, but other than that, that's literally the only achievement that they've made so far in the game, because in terms of kills, Godlike are falling behind quite a lot, actually. And in terms of gold, slightly behind. Overall, I believe that the side of Team Godlike, they've got a few items going on for them. But do you really want to put a Granger with a Sky Piercer if you're on the losing end? I don't think that's a good idea. It's okay. You usually do tend to buy the Sky Piercer on Granger, but Kronos, do you really think it's a good idea?
Absolutely, man. Granger thrives on the Sky Piercer. There's, I mean,
At least not early.
maybe not the first item, but in this
Yeah.
case, they gambled. Let's see if he gets some kills. There's no other, honestly, there's no other item that you can go for on the Granger. You need the Sky Piercer. Without the Sky Piercer, Granger really lacks the damage, especially against a lineup like that where you have a Boxia and Alice. Yeah, you need the Sky Piercer. The only thing is, he's not allowed to play as aggressive as you'd like, only for the fact that he doesn't have a flicker. That Purify really hinders him from going forward, making any sort of aggressive plays where he's allowed to flicker out. And that Purify is thanks to the kit that Soul have for themselves, the way that they've drafted their lineup, which is why they're getting the advantage. However, if Soul overextend during a siege, that's when Godlike will look to bounce back. They can really play off the back of something, but IQSAUL need to dive forward. And the more they dive forward, the more Fate has to kite. And if he's in a great position, that could just flip the complete fight in one go. The Lord is up right now. Both teams are positioned greatly at the right place, the right time. You can see Romcom on the bot side, so they find it and go for the fight. 3-member knockup, but with the help of the tech charge, Radium in the back line, gets the Blazing Duet, catches Bid and Fate. He finds the two most important members, and now the title strike, they catch 3 and make that 4. Romcom, he showed himself on the bot side. The waves were building. He had to clear it instantly once they saw him on the map. Soul jumped and dove in for the fight, and that's all they needed. And now secured themselves a Lord at 10 minutes into the game.
I cannot believe how easy that fight was for SAUL. I believe that Godlike would have actually put at least a little more, you know, of a challenge for them to actually take that fight, because, you know, it's inside the tier 1, I understand, but still, like, it would have been a little more difficult. But look at that, we've got an engage with a BMI and a Blazing Duet doing a lot of damage. But there comes Tectonic Charge connecting onto the tower. We've also got WM Phoenix, Fury of the Phoenix connecting on all 4, and that's going to be 1. We've got, okay, Spatial Migration used to kill 1 person in the enemy team. Zacian out. We've got 1 more getting followed through. We've got Radium, of all people, getting the kill on the enemy Hyper. That's going to be Van out of the picture. And the mid lane tier 2 still standing alive? No, it's not going to be, but Fate is still alive, and he might be able to defend against this. The Holy Blast will still be available, but for how long?
Well, at this point, Soul have the Lord marching down the bot side. The Holy Shield is definitely going to make sure it's going to get cleared out, but they do have a next set of waves. The top side tier 2 should be in their pocket already. just hanging by a thread. They back off, take away all the resources that they can, and now put themselves in a predicament. This is the replay of that team fight, right? You could see instantly once he was visible on the map. You can see on the bot side, the waves are crashing and they were just waiting for the opportunity. Now Romcom decides to show himself and then they pounce. And when they pounce, the Fury of the Phoenix is popped, tech charge on the back line, but Radium goes in, dives in deep, BMI, Blazing Duet, gets the two most important targets, which they were lacking in game number 2. And oh my goodness, it turned the tide of the fight completely around. And doesn't give. Now it puts Fate in a position where he wishes he had the flicker, but at the same time with Anti diving on top of him, he needs to purify.
I agree, but hey, you think you're a punny guy, don't you? The tides of battle have turned around because Tidal Strike connected twice, huh?
Amen. Tidal Strike, Tsunami Slam, but it was beautiful at the set play. However, Godlike know what to do as well. Again, don't count them out. Yes, they're down by 5,000, 6,000 goal lead. Usually, if it's against any other team, it's a big problem. Usually, if it's against any composition, you know it's going to be difficult. But in this case, the Sky Piercer from the Granger, right? It can still change things. It's a long shot, but it can still change things. You can see he's going complete glass cannon at this point. He gets himself a Sea Halberd. He knows he needs the damage. All he needs is one kill. Do you have enough poke coming out from Bid? You know you have the set potential from Van. Romcom can get them low. All they need is the final execution. If Fate gets 1 or 2 kills in one single fight, he can just solely wipe out the entirety of Seoul. And this is where they'll be the strongest, when they're defending their base. They have the high ground, they have the range. So it depends if SAUL are going to dive in. Looks like they want to bait them out, bring them out, which is the right idea for them to do against Godlike. Art gets caught out in a bush. Kakarot making sure he gets seen. Now they get their attention to the Lord. They're baiting out Godlike more and more. And I think Godlike need to understand they can't go that forward. Oh no, Romcom, he gets caught out. Tidal Strike coming in from Apex. He's taking him down low. Romcom can't go in. Throwing Ruin coming in. Flickers out. Gets the right target. Anti goes in. And now it's a 5v4. And Seoul have capitalized on the mistake from Godlike. Turned their attention to the Lord. And I think it should be an easy secure for them.
It should have been. I still don't understand why did you use the Falling Star, but Romcom, I actually admire you as an EXP laner. You are not supposed to be making that mistake. The side team, SAUL, will be able to contest the Lord without... No, sorry. Take the Lord without any contest from the side team Godlike. No, man. I am disappointed with that play. Not with you, just with the play.
Well... This is what I was mentioning before, right? Radium is great on the marksman. Unfortunate that he's kind of forced to play into those tanky fighter gold laners. But when you give him the marksman and his most favorite marksman, if I may say so, the Claude, he knows how to make it work. He knows the pressure points. He knows the ins and outs of this hero. 308. And now I'd definitely say eyes on him as he's ready to dive into the back line as the Lord would crash in on the bot side.
Oh man, the Lord is still on his way. It's going to crash in the next 5 seconds-ish. But I don't think the side of Team Godlike would want to actually keep him away from the tower. I think it would be best for them to let him connect to the tower and then defend the high ground. Based on that, I think the bot lane will be destroyed, the tier 3 out of the picture, and now the tier 3 in the mid lane also under siege. Lord is connected
Wind of Nature.
Tidal Strike. There's going to be a fight. Tidal Strike and Tsunami Slam, 1 down. We've got Art taken down. We've also got Fate falling through. We've got Asuna taking down his partner, his enemy in his lane. That's going to be a wipe. I think it's a wipe at least. But 4 people down, and the Nexus is going to follow through just in a matter of seconds, man. Tough, bro.
It got to the point where they couldn't defend, right? The gold lead was about 10,000, and I think the game was just slipping away. So that's something that Godlike forced themselves into. We were talking about if Seoul can really win games without these pocket picks. Guess what? They definitely can.
But I'm kind of saddened by the fact that Romcom actually ended up with that one mistake where he used Falling Star Moon to clear the lane so that mid lane goes Why would you do that when you don't know where the enemy is? MVP goes to Radium, though. Obviously, bro is a mastermind with the marksman. He is the most coolest, most level-headed goal laner I've actually seen play. What I have actually understood from this game is that he is still the same with fighters or marksmen alike. What a guy.
Well, well-deserved MVP indeed. 61,000 damage dealt. Runs the fighter emblem like the meta does. And you can see he went for the one that you get a lot of damage when you're 1v1, man. That's the best part, right? He knows he has to win that 1v1 battle. I think they gambled on the fact that would he play with a Flicker or Purify? And then instantly, it didn't matter. He just wanted to win the 1v1. So Master Assassin, make it work. He went for a Trinity along with the Malefic Gun. He didn't even need the Wind of Nature. No Rose Gold, nothing. He had the damage. He knew his position was good. He trusted his teammates, played well. And this is what a clean performance from Soul would look like. We've seen one from Godlike in game number 2. Yeah. This looks very clean from Soul.
All honesty though, I think Soul has a lot more patience than what Godlike does. In the previous game, at least, this one that happened, they did not have any patience. They did end up making a lot of missteps. They did end up revealing their position a lot more often than they needed to. I think, well, that led to S8UL having more confidence. Like you mentioned in that team fight where, you know, Romcom was spotted in the bot lane and then all of a sudden there is a big fish flying from the sky and knocking 2 people airborne and then pulling away one with his tail. That is like the worst case scenario for you to actually be in. Like, not in real life. Like, there is no fish that's going to be falling from the sky. That's not happening.
Yeah, I think you can see the head-to-heads as well, right? Bid 1-5-2, again, not allowed to play the game as much as he'd like, thanks to the pressure that came in from the dive on the other side. I think S8UL are starting to get the hang of what they can do to Godlike. Godlike, yes, they understand what they can do at the same time, but slowly and steadily you can start seeing the cracks in the composition, in the players of Godlike. You mentioned one of them, Romcom. I don't know, is that something you really do? The mid lane's there, nobody's really seeing. The Lord is up. You're almost, 15, almost 12 minutes into the game. Falling Starman to clear out the wave. Yeah, that put them in a terrible position. However, you can see, oh my god, this guy's everywhere. I'm not talking about Art, but this time I'm talking about Radium. He's the rich guy, he's the carry, he's the wingman. Yeah, and the sandbag this time Art. So they've just shifted around Art from the wingman to the sandbag and just give Radium everything in this game. You can't give a marksman in his hand. He is lethal. 3-2 score. S8UL match point.
Oh man, match point for S8UL. This is going to be exciting. Do you think Godlike will be able to turn it around, make a 4-3 happen tonight? I'm betting on maybe. It's a possibility, but Godlike, guys, come on. Get some patience in. You can wait. You cannot, make any more mistakes than you need to. Have some patience. Relax. You're all doing fine. Just that, I think you're rushing things a little too much sometimes. That's not helping you. It's actually kind of like detrimental to your chances at victory.
Yeah, I think it definitely makes it a bit difficult for the side of Godlike with the composition that S8UL went with. It was really good, right? The composition was really good in terms of how they wanted to dive. The extra bit of risk factor was there. They're the ones who had to take the initiative to get something done, because Art can go in with a tech charge with the Grok, but when you dive in on the opposition, you have the Alice that can use the Flowing Blood to get to the back line, and then you definitely had Radium on that Claude BMI Blazing Duet to dish out the damage as well. So your squishies are in trouble. Your damage dealers, your carries are in trouble. So it definitely didn't work out for them, and I think S8UL just went completely full dive and then just made it possible for them, right? It was easier for S8UL to execute the game rather than Godlike. However, now match point. We've seen Godlike in this position before, or rather these players in this position before. Now it comes down to, are they going to be able to translate that for the next one, right? Because 3-2 match point, I don't think this is the best time for them to really gamble on something. Maybe go with what works,
Absolutely.
and then we'll see.
You're absolutely right. I think right now, SAUL having the match point is going to put Godlike in a lot of pressure. They got to make sure they don't make any single mistake, at least not one that would actually cost them the game. The objectives are the priority. The second one is at least defense. If they cannot keep up the defense, like what happened in the previous game, they will end up losing this game.
Yeah, well, at this point, folks, we are at match point for SAUL with a 3-2 score. It's the 6th game of the best of 7. But guess what? You'll have to wait for a short break, and we'll be back.
Stay tuned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here for the draft of game number 6 in this best of 7. Can I get a 6-7 in the chat? I'm just kidding. Either way, we got the draft underway. And already the first phase is done. 3 bans coming out from the side of SAUL. 3 bans from the side of Godlike. Freya, CC, and Yuzhong taken off the table. Kadira, Jushin, and Baxia. Godlike sticking to their guns. Soul, first pick, Isun Shin. Second, and then reply Guinevere with a Claude, and then you get the Martis once again, but this time with the Kalea. So the combo is real, but you can see instantly on the other side they lock down a Hilda. If they see Sun Shin to be flexed into the jungle, it's gonna be a difficult time. Fredrin being locked down by taken away by Godlike in the ban section. Soul ban out Phoveus, Lunox, and Esmeralda as well. What's it gonna be here, Crooks?
Do you believe in a possibility of an Alice getting picked on Godlike this time? I don't, but I think Romcom could actually use some Alice action right now. Esmeralda being banned, I think that right now Godlike really missed out on that option. But other than that, I feel like EXP lane, Lapu Lapu, I think all of these heroes are not getting the spotlight that they used to, but instead it's going to be Bid that gets himself the Yve again. This guy's consistently picked Yve more than any other hero has been picked in this whole game.
I mean, that's his best hero, man. He's his favorite hero. He loves playing the Yve, so I'm not surprised that he went with the Yve again. So it's a great pick. Why not? Just make it work at this point. So no Esmeralda as well, don't forget. So that kind of gave him the leeway to pick up the Yve. So it's okay. But Zetian is being picked up on the other side. Akai comes into the jungle. This is weird. They get an Akai in the jungle. I mean, it's a good pick, not gonna lie. But it looks so weird to see Isun Shin, Martis, and Akai in the same lineup with the Zetian and the Kalea. Lapu Lapu being locked down in the EXP lane though. How you like it?
Surprisingly, I was just thinking about how Lapu Lapu has lost his spotlight. His whole, shtick has just been like taken away from him by all these other heroes, and then just thrown into the gold lane for some reason. All right, dude, Freya is amazing. He's a basic attack hero that's amazing, and he actually sustains more than Lapu Lapu in average in total. But Lapu Lapu has always been this hero that actually can and will take you down regardless of who you are. You can be tanky, you can be squishy. No matter what you are, he will still take you down. So this hero has been slept on by a few people a lot of times, but now he's finally getting some tournament spotlight, and it's in Romcom's hand. And I hope this guy absolutely crushes it, because this otherwise would be the last game for Godlike.
Well, it could be the last and final game indeed that we will be going into, ladies and gentlemen. So brace yourselves. This lineup from SAUL, they've gambled on it once more. Godlike, however, sticking to their guns, knowing what works. When the lights get bright, Godlike shine brighter. They get stronger. They're in form. They're battle-tested champions from the Mythic Showdown Season 2. They're clinical under pressure, and now there's more pressure than ever has been. $16,551 US on the line. The total prize pool, 15 lakh rupees. SAUL already shattered once. Looking for closure, looking for revenge. Is this going to be the game that makes it happen? Game number 6 in this best of 7. IQ SAUL versus Godlike.
Oh, we've also already got a crash into the sun,
Oh, wait. Spatial Migration comes in already. Apex taken down low. Retribution from Kakarot, not able to secure the Lethal Wanderer. Godlike, slight bit of an advantage.
I think that, on all honesty, Godlike do really need this game. If they don't, they are definitely going to actually end up giving away the championship trophy to, SAUL, and that's not what they want. Look at that. They're actually already trying to invade Hilda. I don't think he's actually interested anymore. Even though he had all the HP that he needed, he did decide on going back.
Taking too much poke. Abby's taking too much poke. At this point, they're trying to bait him out. Apex has to make his way. He's taking a little too much damage. Tidal Strike comes in as well. Now they isolate him. Vance Thor going in for the Spatial Migration. Flicker baited out from Apex. Celestial Armament baited out from Abby. And now 15 seconds to the turtle. This is something that Soul can't contest unless they get that heavy spin down. Anti as well put back another protection of his own tower.
Kakarot has got himself the level 4. That means he's got the heavy spin ready. He's got the headbutt, but he will be knocked into the air. Spatial migration and also
Violet Requiem comes in.
Heavy spin baited, and Romcom was able to actually immune all of that while doing damage. He will lead the way to actually give Martis like a few free hits, but again, in the end of the day, they cannot really do much. The side of Team Godlike will have the opportunity to take the turtle without any pressure from the side of Team SAQL. They will lose a member too. Apex down.
Yeah, I think this point it's becoming very difficult. Kakarot not able to get that turtle. Heavy spin baited out much earlier. Albeit at this moment, didn't have the selection number, not level 4. Me on the bot side, Art's flicker baited out. He saw that Decimate was there. Was unlocked by Anti. Didn't want to give him a kill for him to start extending his lead. Romcom hacking away at the tower. Should be able to get a lot of gold shield coming in. Kakarot making his way onto the bot side as well. He does not have the heavy spin available. Now they catch it. Actually gets it at the right time. Romcom not allowed to use the bravest fighter. Easy kill with the help of the Decimate. Ubby flicker out of harm's way. They get the Tsunami Slam to lock down Van. And now Apex caught in no man's land. But a Tsunami Slam making sure Art gets taken away under the tower. But oh my goodness, they get the kill with a clapback.
Dude, the fact that these guys are playing pretty smart. Apex, no, I mean not Apex. I mean SAQL and well, obviously Asuna and also Anti. Both of them were playing pretty smart. They knew the distance of what Lapu Lapu's first skill can actually reach up to, and also how much Bid's range is with the first skill. So they stayed in their own respective safe zones. They didn't actually go step into the range of obviously Romcom and Bid. They were playing safe and they were making sure they don't actually make a mistake. That did lead to Apex
spatial migration and makes it out as well. Baits out the heavy spin just before the turtle. Nice from Godlike's Van, and I don't think he's gonna have it up for the turtle as well, so they can't really contest until they get into a better position. Apex trying to find some sort of position so he can get to something advantageous for them, but you can see nice use of the Mount Chakra from Radium to make sure he spots them all out.
All honesty, I think that right now Godlike having themselves what do you call it?
Oh, title strike with the help of the flicker as well. Tsunami Slam, Fury of the Phoenix to lock him down. RWM comes in, but look at Anti, gets the Decimate, finds one. Art's taken out low, but the heavy spin of the Blazing Duet coming in from Fate. He gets Apex. Now Radium claps back to Art. Under the tower, they try to get the kill, but Bid able to bob and weave. They find Anti, a 2-for-2 trade. And IQ Soul, they fumbled what they had.
Oh man, dude, SAQL, what are you doing? That was a good fight. I mean, Anti, you shouldn't have actually just gone Mark Bid. I understand the whole perspective about taking the mage down, but you did go inside the tower, which is not a good idea. Oh, we've got a little problem here. Mount Chakra used to actually get the movement speed and the jump away from what Godlike's Van actually had to bring.
Well, Bid though, if we get a small replay of that, sheesh, he bobbed and weaved. He was low in HP. He still made it out when Anti had a Decimate nonetheless. He is a slippery snake to make sure he makes it out alive. If Anti got that kill, it would have been a little disastrous. As you mentioned before, that killing spree would have made it much more difficult for Godlike to hang in these fights. Yeah. However, it's going to be difficult for me to get used to this gold lane Yi Sun-shin, man.
It's difficult for me too, man. I'll be very honest with you. It's an assassin in the EXP lane. And that's what they tried to do with the Aemon, but it didn't work out. I think the Yi Sun-shin technically works out because this guy, the moment he gets a farm, he actually is very, very strong. And on a side note, though, we've got Asuna getting himself the Lightning Truncheon to do more damage in the mid lane. I mean, Zacian with the Lightning Truncheon, I understand that full-heartedly, but the fact of the matter is,
nice,
more good Fury of the Phoenix.
Van used the Violet Requiem thinking that the heavy spin would come in, but you can see nice follow-up coming in from Apex as well. And Radium comes in with the help of the Mount Shocker. And now they catch him and take him down, but Anti's right there with a Decimate, hungry for more kills. Art gets spotted out. Bid Void Crystal, but I think the target's going to be the mid lane, making sure that the tower doesn't get taken away. Turtle is up, and Soul get it started.
I mean, to be fair, they don't have a jungler, so they can't really engage on this turtle, but Art could do a lot of damage to the enemies. And also with them having Claude and I think Bid, both of them might actually be able to just take down maybe 2, maybe 3, possibly, enemies. SAUL know that they can't really engage on that one, so they decide to play it safe. They decide to play like as though they want to give the enemy a chance to take the turtle, but they know they didn't want it to. So they got the heavy spin ready. They're waiting for that moment, critical moment, when the side of Team Godlike make a simple mistake that they can actually capitalize on.
Well, the Turtles playing hooky, going left and right. Now they get in the side of Godlike. Anti is there. Oh, Turtle being reset. This is unfortunate. I don't think Godlike expected this coming. Spatial Migration already baited out, but the Retribution in the hands of Kakarot. They go for the Tsunami Slam, lock him down. As the Decimate's able to catch him, but Fate to the back line with the help of the Blazing Duet catch 2 members. And Kakarot has to use the heavy spin to make it out alive. As SAU's Radium doesn't have the damage yet, and Art is chasing down Ubby to break that passive. And Godlike, they lose out on the turtle, but they win the fight and take the towers. And now with an invade, they almost took the purple away from Kakarot as well.
At the end of the day, do you think it really matters if they actually lose the blue buff? It's already a loss because they lost the tower in the top lane. So I think if they lost the blue buff, that would have been even worse, but at least thankfully they didn't actually lose that. Bot lane now being pressured, Claude making a quick rotation to the bot side. I think that's a very, very smart play because nobody actually expected Claude to be there. And well, with Romcom being right next to him, they know that he's going to be safe.
Well, Tsunami Slam locking somebody down heavy. Spin, Decimate coming out again. Anti stacking it up, man. He's getting kill after kill after kill times 5. And now the wave pressure on the bot side as well is there. Radium gets some farm, but Anti's kill pressure has been up the entire time. It all comes down to how many stacks he has on those Sky Piercer. Fate needs to make sure he's alive and well. He's on a 4-0-0. Bid is 0-0-7, but the kills are coming in. They catch Romcom, oh, the slightest bit, and he's able to flicker out, but he can see the Violet Requiem with the help of the Spatial Migration. Catches them as Romcom finds Apex without the heavy spin. SAUL are vulnerable. And now they go over the Raging Slash with the Bravest Fighter, makes it out alive.
And Mountain Shocker completely immune, by the way. The amount of skill that the side of Team Godlike have, the mechanical skill, is absolutely amazing. Hey, talking about that, we've got a little bit of an invade. Van trying to actually secure the blue buff, but hey, in the end of the day, it's going to be Descension that takes it. Look at that, we've got a little bit of a problem. Art being found inside the town, inside the bush of, you know, SAUL side.
Oh, now with Fate though, at this point, Fate's able to poke them out quite a lot. Takes so much, has a lot of damage. 4-0-1 definitely has the 2 items that he needs. Even the Trinity, if possible. I wouldn't be surprised if he went for the Malefic Gun. Romcom gets knocked up. Bravest Fighter baited out. This is a mistake coming in from their side, but gets the Landshaker down. Tsunami Slam on top of them as well. Apex trying to find the mark, but Blazing Duet comes in for Fate with the help of the Purifier. Looking to cast up, but BMI's out of there. Heavy spin being used up. It's 1-0. A missed position from Apex after a mistake coming in from Romcom, but Godlike punished him as he was out of position himself, and now securing the Lord. And seems like we might be heading to a game number 7 if this keeps up.
I could see it. I see the possibility of a game number 7. Godlike do have a lot of potential, especially in this match. They are playing absolutely amazing. It's like as though Bid is actually safe from whatever onslaught the side of Team God SAUL are actually bringing. I think that Mountain Shocker could be Bid's biggest kryptonite, but nothing is happening. I think there's a big gap, a disparity between the communication of the side of Team SAUL all of a sudden. Because, well, before, Asuna was able to actually accurately use the, you know, Fury of the Phoenix to completely disable people. But now, it just doesn't seem right. There's something that's being done that's not, it doesn't feel right.
Well, the Lord is marching on the bot side. The Holy Shields are present here too, taken away by Godlike in the mid lane. Lord already crashing down, should be cleared out quite easily. Fury of the Phoenix catches 3 members. Kakarot That was a good moment for him to get a heavy spin, but did not want to risk it. The top side is cleared as well. So SAUL with a successful defense, but Godlike got what they came for. They would have been happy with an extra inhibitor, but I think they got... It's okay. It's okay. They don't want to push it.
Any progress is good progress. In the end of the day, they actually ended up with something more important than what SAUL have been doing all this time. SAUL Apex just got himself the fleeting time. That is a good change of events from the previous game, because obviously in the previous game he got that as a first item. So the Kaja was very squishy. This time he's gotten himself the fleeting time a little later in the game that actually allows him to be a little more tankier and sustain more damage with the Oracle first item. I like that.
Well, the spatial migration is what's important at this point, and I think that's going to be the engage tool that Van will be using from the side of Godlike. Hasn't got a single kill, but he's been setting it up for his team, especially Fate. The heavy spin, once it comes out, he knows he's going to use the Purify. Conceal play on the top side. They catch Art by his lonesome self, and now I think they're looking to gun him down. Mountain Shock already being used. Flicker baited out. They went for the title strike. Ooh, he got lucky there. He made it out at the right time, but he didn't bait out any flickers. He would have been happy if he got one. But now that leaves, they know that Art cannot overextend, and if he does, he will be melted down.
Dead. I agree, man. But hey, I have a little question. Yeah, most people know this. I understand that most people do, accept this globally. Ruby is a good counter to Guinevere. Her second skill allows her to disable the spatial migrations knock-up effect. She is able to keep, Guinevere in check quite a lot in most cases. So why hasn't both teams have just completely ignored the Ruby when a Guinevere has been picked? Why is that the case?
Hey man, they didn't prepare for it. That's what I would say, but now what they're preparing for is to take down this Lord, 20,000 HP. I think they want to go for a reset. I'm not sure if they're baiting them out. There's this. The Mount Shocker being used. Apex catches Romcom off position, but here's the Blazing Duo to the back line. The damage is coming in too much, and you can see in the back line. Anti gets to kill himself onto Romcom, but the title strike connecting onto Art, making sure he doesn't make it out alive. He doesn't have the flicker, but Fate is there dishing out the damage. Bid with the RWM. Heavy spin to make sure he makes it out alive as Anti gets taken away. And Van is there with the Violent Requiem to dish out the damage as they pick up another. It's 2 for 1. Art, Van, solo, but Fate and Bit stand tall. The damage dealers of Godlike are making it difficult for SAUL to even breathe.
Holy crap, dude. Talking about breathing, I think you should take a little break. How about taking a glass of water, making sure that you're actually doing pretty fine, my friend.
I'm alright.
I wish I understood what was Anti thinking, man. I get it, he got the kill on Romcom, he went back, and then he came back again to take the fight, and he got, completely immobilized by Bid's ultimate, the RWM. See, look at that. He just got immune. I don't understand why he had to do that. He got taken out, and that led to a big loss in the team fight that actually pursued. SAUL could have actually defended this without losing any members from their side, but in the end of the day, they still do have all 5 members while the Lord is marching down the top side. I think he will be able to connect to the tower and destroy the tier 3s.
Oh, no.
There will be 2 of them or 3 that will be taken down, and this is going to be crucial. If they can make the high ground defense work, SAUL have an opening to end the game, or no, they don't. They actually have to push a little bit, but yeah, they might actually stand a chance.
Oh no, Kakarot already taken out super low. The damage from Fate is too much. Paired up with the melting down from the match damage and the Wishing Lantern that's coming in from Bid. Oh, Kakarot, a tank. He's a panda, man. He's the big fat panda. Having a difficult time now, being the front line of Seoul. Apex needs to get a pick off, but the 2 damage dealers in the back line have Purifies, and they have no way to bait it out apart from the heavy spin. But if Kakarot, if he goes in, he gets melted down so much, what can they really do? Look at the itemization. Anti's going for a full damage build on this Martis. But on the other side, Trinity secured Wind of Nature, Malefic Gun. Oh my god, it seems like Godlike are definitely looking to take this to game number 7. But like you said, Crucifix, if there is a mistake, there could be a possible end coming in from Seoul themselves. They don't have a lot of DPS, but they definitely have the ability to wipe out the opposition.
why is Mortis going full damage all of a sudden? In the previous games, he did get himself at least the brute force breastplate, so I know he's not against the idea of getting 1 or 2, maybe 3 defense items to actually keep himself alive. But why is he all of a sudden going for a Blade of Despair? Which obviously is not the best course of action against Lapu Lapu, Yves, Guinevere. I think survivability is better, and I think Anti knows that best. Why is he doing this?
Hey man, they're lacking the damage. They need it coming from somewhere. He's the one that's executing them. A BOD stacks with the Sky Piercer along with the Decimate that comes in. So definitely provides more HP that he can execute it while they're low.
I kind
Add the passive of the BOD. Yeah. So yeah, I would say it definitely works out. Not a bad idea, especially when you don't really have a lot of DPS on your side and the opposition has the best DPS with that Claude. Romcom is the one that's been making most mistakes though in Godlike, and they're really punishing him. And you can see with this KDA, but Godlike doing the same to Apex on the side of SAUL. Romcom with the bravest fighter. Lord already started. Apex looking for a pickoff. Meanwhile, on the backside, they get the Tsunami Slam down on Art. He tried to go in heavy spin, baited out again from Kakarot. And this is the opening that Godlike were looking for. They get themselves a Lord and Fury of the Phoenix to put them in their place to make sure they don't overextend. 6,700 gold lead on side of Godlike. The Lord is going to be spawning and marching down the mid lane. Will Soul be able to defend?
The only possibility that I actually see with Claude being stopped is, well, if Akai uses Headbutt, because, obviously the Claude's going to be expecting Kalea to, use the Tsunami Slam or any of her spells, but the Headbutt does knock up
the Lord is already down the mid lane. And I think they're looking to clear. Romcom looking to go in. There's the bravest fighter. Mount Chakra already used up. They're trying to go to the back line. Tsunami Slam comes in down. Bid in the back line using the RWM. Art is there on top of Hubby, but at the same time, Blazing Doi comes out as well. Fury of the Phoenix, not enough. Godlike find a way to end this game and take it to a game number 7.
That's beautiful. Both teams back on equal grounds, equal footings. They might actually just stand a chance of winning the game. However, I feel like right now, with what SAUL were doing, I feel like they were lacking in on the drafting, or at least the coordination. Like you said, they were lacking in on the amount of damage that they were able to deal. Bid again getting the MVP? Oh wait, is that 100% participation in team fights? What?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 100% participation in team fights with the way he played. A KDA of 0-0 and 11. Oh my goodness. They just, in the end, they didn't even get a kill in their base crystal. They locked down the base and got that for themselves. They wanted to go to game number 7. They understood the assignment. And now game number 7 is looking spicy. It's down to a best of 1. Well-deserved MVP. Probably one of the best mid laner in all of India. And probably the best player in Godlike. Arguably.
I think this could be something of akin to a bias, but I believe, at least, that Romcom is the best. But, okay.
No way, no way.
Bid is cool, bro, too. Bid is cool.
It's all smoke and mirrors, man. You got to go analyze them games. Bid's the one that makes everything happen. He's the one that makes it tick for Godlike. Yeah.
I agree, man. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, I respect EXP laners. These guys are the ones that actually just have to deal with all 5 of the enemies themselves by themselves. They struggle a lot, so I think that's a personal place in my heart for, EXP laners in general. So I think Romcom, you're amazing. And Anti too. Anti's really good. I actually adore the fact that he's able to play a non-meta hero on the EXP lane, and people are actually hyped up about it. That's crazy good.
Well, with the head-to-head, you can see in the gold lane, again, the unconventional Yi Sun-shin of the gold lane did not work. Right, this time Godlike coming out with a victory. Unfortunately, Zakai really couldn't do anything. He didn't die a single time, but every time he went in, he was melted down. I'm not sure about that build, though. Maybe that's something that came in later on. However, it's just down to this mid lane duel. 0-0 and 11. Yeah. if in the next game SAUL can look to take away the comfort of Bid in the game, then yeah, I think then they have a chance. Otherwise, I don't know, man. Godlike, with the confidence of this game, the momentum that they have in their favor, yeah, it's looking dicey. It's looking dicey for Seoul. But then again, it's game number 7. You never know what happens. They already pulled out a couple of pocket picks. Are they going to risk it for another one in the next game?
It's possible, man. But the fact of the matter is, 4 mages are going to be banned in the first banning phase, if at all they want to take down Yves too. That's one Zushin, second one being Kadita, and then I think Yves. I think these 3, not 4, 3 of them. These 3 will be like prioritized. That would actually leave an opening to other heroes, some strong ones to be left for grabs for both teams. I think that could be a risky play. So I think Yves will still be left open, but the moment that Bid actually gets it, I think that we already know what's going to happen now.
Well, what's going to happen is we're going to be in game number 7. But let's take a look at the stats. The rich guy, the carry. Again, Art's always there, bro. Like, the rich guy this time being Fate. Of course, Bid being the carry. Again, even though Claude dished out so much damage that we saw with the Blazing Duet and all those basic attacks, Bid was the one with the highest damage. The Sandbag this time being Art, and the Wingman again being Bid. This time they've taken all the stats on their side. 18 minutes, 46 second game. You know what? If anything, it's been a long night, folks. And False Jail is probably tired. Right? He's probably tired beyond the state. We got everyone that's watching, the fans from around the world. Godlike, SAUL, if you're a fan of ML, and if you're a fan of ML in India, I know you're watching and the eyes are on the screen. But this is it, folks. Game number 7. The draft is underway. We're seeing the similar bans come out from Godlike. Jushin, again, not let through whatsoever from the side of SAUL. What's going to be next to it? It's going to be a Freya. If I'm not wrong, it has to be a Freya. They can't let it go. Not game 7. So? They tried it in game number 1. It didn't work.
I mean, okay, you're right. I thought, they would skip the Freya, put the Yves in there instead, and let just like try something in the game.
Eason Shin, no, they're okay letting Eason Shin. Claude, I think Claude again. Ban out the Claude this time. What other heroes are left? You can see the players are there smiling. The casters, the Hindi casters in the offline arena, they're doing great as well. Oh, I don't know, man. It's if anything, the players must be mentally tired. It is all going to come down to how they're going to draft this game, how they're going to make it comfortable for themselves. They're already strategizing. Art, the one who usually drafts for Godlike. For Soul, it's got to be Apex. They have their strategies in place. It's game number 7. Doesn't get any bigger than this. It's got to be Claude. If the Claude is out of there for Soul, what's it going to be? The Guinevere? No.
I don't think the
Leomord, they're not going to gamble. Yi Sun Shin. Ooh.
Getting that out of the picture allows them to actually have this worry-free drafting for the gold lane, at least. Because the gold lane does really have a threat with the Yi Sun Shin, and at least not having that is okay. So, Freya, Yi Sun Shin not being there, gold lane, I think what Radium is trying to go for is something akin to another marksman. I'm surprised I didn't see the carry even once this whole tournament. Like, this whole segment.
The range is too short for a carry, right? That's the only problem. The range is too short. They can't really do anything. This time, though, we see a Yu Zhang come in instead of the Esmeralda. I'm assuming it's going to be an Esmeralda on the other side. The Claude is not there. I don't think they really go for a carry. They go for a Guinevere and a Hilda. A deny for both Van as well as Art.
Do you think that's going to work against the Yu Zhang?
I mean, it's not about the Yu Zhang. They're expecting. They're trying to hinder that Yves pick. Yeah, the Yves pick that could come through. The Yves has been so good on Bid. I wouldn't be surprised if he picked it again because it's okay. He's been absolutely a monster on it. But now they can always go for an Esmeralda. But if they lock down their two sides early, it could be a little bit of a trouble as well. Esmeralda, CC still opens on the other side. So maybe go for a Grok right now. I would say a Grok's been good It's been treating them well. Art's been great on it. The Kalea is still left open. It really comes down to what they want to go. They still go for the Eve, and they go for the Esmeralda. So making sure that Hilda, even though it chases down the Eve, they don't give that extra option of the Esmeralda taking away those shields using the Frostmoon shield.
It's be a possibility of, no, actually, I disagree. I don't think that there is going to be a possibility that Radiant will be picking anything anytime soon. I believe, however, with whatever that's happening on the side of Team Godlike, they are actually going for something akin to a zone control type of thing. They've got a diver, they've got two divers, they've got Eve, and I think their whole idea of drafting revolves around Bid and his Eve pick. But the side of Team SAUL, they go for the Lunox pick. The second match, obviously, they had that... Yeah, I think it was the second match where the Lunox was picked, and they did end up playing pretty well. So do you think it's going to happen again? Do you think Asuna is going to be really good with that Lunox, like in the first game? Second game?
I don't know. I think it definitely comes down to if they're able to set it up for him. His positioning hasn't been the best in this entire series. Yes, he's been better than usual. You know what? I just lost track of everything I was gonna say after looking at that Martis brand, bro. Godlike are like, no chance. We're not gonna risk it. Don't give them that Martis whatsoever. Take that away. And I think on the other side, a Kalea has to come off as well. You just cannot risk the fact that you'll have a Hilda that's going to invade in the opposition. But then if you give that Kalea...
Kalea? You mean Joy. That's a Joy.
No, like, I'm talking about the next band. I know they're probably looking at a jungle. Yeah, the Kalea comes off instantly. On the other side for Godlike, though, what can they go for? Something to the EXP...
I think
Phobius again, Lapu Lapu for Anti. No way they're gonna ban out the Aemon. They never really had a problem with that, but a Granger could still be good.
Do you really think they're gonna ban a Granger? I mean, no, Aemon? No, hell no.
No, they're not gonna ban an Aemon. No, I'm thinking in the lines of an EXP laner, maybe a Phobius, maybe a Lapu Lapu. I don't know if Anti's gonna have. I don't know if Anti has a Terizla in his, up his sleeves, but it's got to be those two, right? CC maybe, yeah. CC.
Let's be honest. Anti has been using Alice a lot. I think.
Yeah, there you go, CC.
Oh no, CC. So Anti still has the option of taking the Alice. So we might actually just not be surprised if he does pick the Alice. I'm sorry, my brain is actually hot fried.
No. I think Alice is really good over here. Especially you can dive onto Bid. But then again, who is the Alice gonna dive with? The Alice is a good pick, good choice. We saw this already in game number 2, but they need an extra option to dive. In the previous in game number 5, they had the Claude that did the heavy lifting, right? In the hands of Radium. But now you don't have that option. Who's gonna dive? Ubby's not gonna dive and put himself in danger like the Claude does usually. So I would say
possible.
It is possible, but then again, it's a single target here, right? You need a little bit of AoE. You need to maximize what this Throne of Ruin can bring in.
You jump in, you got the Chaos Assault, you got the Flicker, and then you got the Brilliance. Come on, dude. Asuna, dude.
It's the Ruby DD. I know it's the Ruby DD, but
yeah.
Have you seen Ubby really use that quite a lot, though? That's the question. They pull out a Leomord in game number 7. Oh, they're playing aggressive. Oh, the horse combo. The horse brothers. The Centaur and Barbiel with Leomord. Gonna be charged. That's a full dive with Bid in the back line. You wanted a carry? You gotta carry. What other option do they really have in this case?
Exactly, man. I mean, Carry is good against the Yuzong, able to melt him down, get himself a Malefic Gun. You're practically just like standing in a place, like in the same space until you use the second skill, obviously. Then you need a sidestep. But again, Yuzong, Esmeralda, and also this Hylos is gonna have a hard time. Leomord too, I believe. I think Carry is the best option here, and there is nobody that can change my mind about it. Carry is coming to the top this one. But overall, I think SAUL, they've got a good draft on their side. But nobody follow with Alice.
Well, I said you will definitely have a good draft on their side, but a full dive composition coming from Godlike with Bid playing this Eve again after getting multiple MVPs. Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a tough battle for SAUL. They need this carry to scale. They need this Lunox to scale. Godlike, on the other hand, they don't need scaling. They need level 4, and they're going to run you down like a freak train. That's what this is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends of all ages, we're in the grand finals. We're in best of 7. We're right now, after 6 games, after many hours of toiling, we are finally here. Game number 7. Godlike, clinical, under pressure. SAUL looking for the revenge, looking for closure that they did not get in Mythic Showdown Season 2 in 2025. Have a bitter taste in their mouth after what happened. Godlike, a taste of victory, and they want even more. They've already shattered SAUL once when it mattered the most. Will they do it again? Or will the fan favorites rise to be champions like they have done before? This lineup is no stranger to being at the top. Radium, Anti, Apex, Kakarot, and Abi versus Godlike's Bid, Fate, Art, Romcom, and Van. The stage is set, folks. It's game number 7. Everything on the line. Godlike versus SAUL. Let's see who comes out on top.
Sheesh, man. I mean, I don't actually understand the whole idea of, going for an assassin emblem on the Lunox. I'd rather have more advantage with the mage emblem, but that could just be me. But again, I wouldn't know as much as Uppy about, Lunox. The mid lane king, he knows what he's doing.
Well, at this point, you can see they're trying to fight for river control. Apex trying to do that. Be aggressive as much as he can, but man, not against a Leomord, not against the Hylos. That Ring of Punishment is brutal. Can slow you down for a very long time. The Law and Order right now connecting onto Abi, and I think Apex looking to poke him down, but Bid knows that this hero is really great at poking the opposition. Maximizes it on the top side. Anti able to win out the lane. Gets a faster clear. On the bot side, Radium needs a lot of time, so making sure the minions are in his favor, freezing them so that he has Fate who has to come forward and not him going into deep.
I completely understand what they're trying to do, but since this is the last game, both of the teams have to play it safe.
Kakarot goes in. At the same time, with the help of the Violet Requiem, Apex able to get first blood. And if I'm not wrong, bro is looking to build that Fury Hammer to dish out a little more damage later on. Romcom not level 4 yet. That's a good pick off into the jungler just before the turtle. Now Apex looking to get on top of Art. Ring of Punishment to slow him down as well. Void Crystal being used. Kakarot turns his attention to the turtle. There is the rest of Godlike. They're just about to hit level 4. They're super strong, and I think they need to get that Petrify coming in with the help of the Furious Dive. They get the kill onto Apex. Retribution from Kakarot secures it. RWM dropped down. A bit able to get 2 members, and up Anti goes in with the Flowing Blood, trying to get some more. Art's going to be the target. They find him with a Black Dragon, dishing out too much damage, and they get one more. Kakarot can only watch his team members fall down as Godlike get 3-2 on the board.
Let's just face it, man. I'll be very honest with you. I think Godlike is going to win this game. SAUL don't really stand a chance against what Godlike actually drafted for them. They've got to actually scale well into the late game to even stand a chance, and I don't think that's going to be happening with how much aggression they're actually putting just after winning
man,
just
you
one
can't
fight.
you can't count them out. It's not over until a fat lady sings, and that's what they're looking at. They're looking to scale. They have a late game lineup. Not gonna lie, if they find the opportunity, they definitely can make it out. They have the goal lead, even if it's very minimal. They do. The kills don't matter. They need the position. They need the map, and that's what I say you'll need to play for here. Not for the kills. Meanwhile, on the bot side, on the top side, they are going for one. Throne of Ruin baited out. Romcom makes it out with the help of the Furious Dive, but now Godlike's Van and Art goes in. Spatial Migration already baited out, but here comes the Phantom Steed on top of Ubby. Brilliance out as well. They even got the Glorious Pathway. 40 seconds to the turtle. Those ultimates will be back up. So good engage from Godlike.
I agree with you, man. Let me just be very honest with you. Godlike, they are taking advantage of whatever they've actually been doing up until now, so they know that they can actually, run over SAUL at least in the early game. Look at that, we've got Esmeralda jumping in on the carry, doing a ton of damage, forcing her to go back into. Radium, obviously. Fate is not going to be nice to Radium this time around.
10 seconds to the turtle. And you can see Godlike making the rotation down bot to Art, looking to get a sandwich play. Kakarot gets caught out. Nola on RDU's Ring of Punishment comes out as well. Oh my god, nice use the spatial migration. Violet Requiem comes out as well, but not instantly. Gave enough time for them to pop the spells and pop the ultimate. And now Radium's being chased down, but look at the back line. Our Anti comes in, Thor Ruin captured 4 members, but they don't have the damage. The Brilliant comes in at the right time. They find Van, and they find Art. Kakarot traded on earlier, so they cannot go for the turtle as both the junglers are down and out. And now Fate has to peel for the team. Romcom is present there as well. They don't have those big ticket ultimates, which gives Soul enough time to get this turtle.
I mean, hey, with the cloud in the map, I think that's going to allow them to rotate pretty fast.
Buying enough time. Fate in the back line goes in as well. Ubby's going to be the target. Glorious Pathway comes in. Retribution going to be there to secure the turtle for Van. He gets the Phantom Steed out, zoning out all of Soul. Spatial Migration comes in, but I think Godlike might want to go for more. Ubby taken down low. Brilliance once again out of there as Kakarot's going to be the sacrifice. Anti trying to buy some time. Apex comes in with a flying cloud, but it's too little too late. Godlike already on the front foot and wants to pile the pressure.
They're losing up on every single statistic in this game right now. They've lost on every single fight because, well, let's just face it, they might have actually just lost one member, but SAUL really are feeling pressure right now, and that is the biggest problem for any gamer right now. If they are getting pressured into the point where they're actually making mistakes, they are going to definitely lose. And, well, they might still be playing a little bit, safe. They might actually just play the right way, but let's understand that the side of SAUL really need to actually, work on, scaling up the carry and the Lunas.
They have to work for it, right? They have to buy their time. Yeah. They have to buy a lot of time for them. At least need the Trinity for Radium, if not even the Malefic Gun. But right now they go for Spatial Migration, get a pick off onto Fate after the Purify was popping. Right now Kakarot's caught being rock in a hard place. Van able to secure that kill. Glorious Path to slow down Apex, forces the flicker out. And Godlike, you cannot out-brawl them. You just cannot. You gotta outthink them, and that's even harder, but Anti goes into the back line. The Throne of Ruin popped in. RWM from Bid to make sure he gets the kill right underneath the turret in front of their noses. And Godlike, this is why they're called the Land Demons. They know what to do. They know how to break down a team on the offline stages. And this is the stage that they have set.
They've done it before. Do you think they can do it again to the same team that knows that they actually have to win, at least to keep themselves from actually just losing it? No, I think that the side of Team SAUL, they might actually have ace up their sleeve, or here or there. They might actually be baiting it out, but again, it's all a matter of perspective, really. I think the side of Team Godlike, they are completely dominating throughout the stages of the game. Leomord might actually just get the turtle for free again, like the previous one. But fight is just about to ensue.
Well, you can never count SAUL out, that's one thing for sure. Kakarot goes into the Spatial Migration, tries to get out of the team fight. Glorious Pathway already used it early on. Turtle being reset. Godlike focus back on the turtle. Well, one thing is for sure. SAUL thrive the most when the back's against the wall. And I think it's now or never. The goal lead has not been let up. I've been taking a look at it. It's always been less than 1,000, 500. This is the most that I've seen this time on the side of Godlike. And SAUL are doing the best that they can to keep them at bay. And now Fate's going to be the target. No Purify used yet. Radium needs time, needs space, but they're chasing him down. The Black Dragon comes in. Romcom goes in a little too deep. But that's just to zone them away from that tier 1 tower. Secured by Fate's Godlike. Godlike's Fate.
Fate's Godlike. I mean,
yeah, I know.
It's kind of like the same thing. I mean, but at the end of the day, they've got a bot in tier 1. I think Godlike are slowly but surely making progress throughout the game. to their final victory, the final goal that they have to end the game and claim themselves as champions of the Ristar XGiant Gaming Cup. And that's going to be amazing because they will be getting themselves 15 lakhs INR.
That's true, man. That's a massive prize pool. The only problem that everyone has been talking about for S8UL is the synergy. Joseph joining in this lineup, Kakarot rather, joining this lineup. They're lacking in terms of communication, but it's worked out so far. They've got into a game number 7. That's what the haters have been doubting. But if you ask me, doubt fuels this man. Alongside him, of course, you have Radium. He loves to prove his haters wrong, and there's no better time than now. At this point, look at Art poking him down. On the bot side, Radium already gets the tower. Spatial migration used, and now they're looking to siege at this tier 1 in the mid lane. Anti goes in, tries to clear it out. Art spotted out on the purple buff. Van looking to take it away. Retribution to secure it, and Fate picks it up. S8UL on the back foot, but they've been here before, and they know how it's done.
There is still only 600 gold gap. I mean, S8UL or just 600 gold away from whatever Godlike have actually, accomplished up until now. Now, they've gone ahead and started the Lord. Do you think it's going to be a direct Lord take, or is it going to be a dance that's going to be...
Well, I'm not sure about that, but the Black Dragon comes in already looking to get on top of Radium. He finds the target. Radium has to flicker out of harm's way. Furious Dive goes in. Radium gets taken away. Meanwhile, in the fight, you can see Glorious Pathway coming down. Van gets taken away by Ubby. S8UL's Anti's chasing down Bid, and Apex gets a shutdown as Ubby is there buying time, but Fate gets on top of him. Spatial migration comes out from Kakarot. Gets the right target. Art's taken down low. Apex on a killing spree, and Anti's an absolute menace, and so is Fate. They're too tanky for the opposition to deal with. Apex runs away with the slightest bit of HP. But Romcom and Fate, the two side laners, the two pillars, still standing tall.
I just realized nobody from the side of Team S8UL, unless of course, there's no Dominance Ice.
This moment there isn't any dominance ice, and I think they need to build towards it. Well spotted out, because it's very important to make sure you have any sort of anti-heal to stop Fate from regenning back up so much, and that's been the problem the entire time. There's nobody to stop him alongside the Revitalize that the Art has in store, and now I think it's going to be a 5v5 brawl for this Lord. Once again, 11 minutes in, this Lord dance has been going on for a while.
I mean, it has been, and I think the side of the team... Okay, Bid does have anti-heal, but S8UL don't really have anti-heal. Oh, look at that.
Oh, well, they go into the Black Dragon farm. Radium catches Art with the help of the spatial migration from Kakarot, but RWM catches them. Two-man Petrify. Furious Dive. He gets a double, gets taken away just at the edge. Meanwhile, the back line, Bid gets taken out. Apex is buying enough time. Fate is getting on top of him. I don't think he sees it. He's not the damage dealer, and you need to be chasing. Fate has tunnel vision the entire time. Now it's been 2 fights where he's chased down Apex rather than Ubby. And now it's looking difficult. Kakarot looking to get this Lord. Fate is trying to contest, quite desperate. Retribution secures it as Ubby picks up the kill, and Van's gonna be the target. Phantom Steed comes in. Kakarot already used the spatial migration, makes it out alive.
Man, I love the way that Apex is using that trick with Hilda where he can actually regenerate HP like quicker than his normal passive would have actually let him. Look at that, dude. Bro actually went back to top tier HP in a matter of seconds. That trick, most people don't know this. You just walk inside and outside of bush, and Hilda considers that, as a single tick of HP regeneration for his passive. So that is absolutely beautiful to see that in action. Look at that, Lord connected in the top side.
Well, they cleared out the Lord on the bot side. Radium able to get that tier 2. We knew that S8UL were playing for a scaling lineup, and they have scaled. They've got a 4K goalie now in their pocket, and now they will pick a fight when they choose. Godlike, they need to catch them off guard, find somebody out of position, and they need to chow down on them. Otherwise, it's looking difficult. Bid has not had a good game so far. Compared to his previous ones, it's not good. But I mean, 3-2-5 is great. But the previous games he's played this eve, he hasn't been caught out a single time. And Kakarot's making sure his life's difficult, and so is Apex. So Fate doesn't really know where to go. If Fate gets the right target, it might be a different story. Van not getting the right targets, 1-3-5. Godlike had the early game a little bit. Seoul knew they had to bite it out. And they have.
And the moment that SAUL actually got the advantage, it ended up with a 3,000 goal lead, man. And that is absolutely crazy. The fact that SAUL were able to actually keep the patience going on for themselves for so long throughout the early stages of the game, and then completely turn it around the moment they actually get one good team fight that actually could win, that is beautiful. I love to see it. The fact that right now Carry is now not... He is going to go for, what do you call it, Malefic Gun. I think Radium knows that, and that's the exact reason why the Fury Hammer is on his build. He's gotten himself the Wind of Nature, so that he can be immune to physical damage. I believe that's from either Leomord or this, what do you call it, Yuzong, so he doesn't have to be worried about any divers. But I think Esmeralda and Bid are going to be equally threatening.
I was going to say that they don't want to be there any longer. You got 3 members coming in. A pause being requested, 18 seconds to the Lord. Oh, this pause is going to feel heavy for the players, for the audience and the fans that are watching. Hey, guys, just put down in the chat, what do you think? Is it going to be Godlike? Is it going to be SAUL that comes out on top? We're already 14 minutes, 52 seconds in, and this Lord could be make it or break it for both these teams. If SAUL get this, Godlike might as just well hand them the trophy. But if Godlike gets it, they definitely have a chance to make a comeback with their lineup, because the late game lineup, the damage that's present on the side of SAUL is a lot. That carry, a single target hero though, that's the thing that they can capitalize on. Art looking to catch Apex, catches him with a Law and Order. The Glorious Path to slow him down, flickers out of harm's way. LB's down on the right side. They don't catch him. Now no ultimates, no Petrify present. They go and turn their attention to the Lord.
That's going to be dangerous, man. They don't have any engage tools to get the Lord, but they still
go in. Spatial Migration misses out on everyone. Doesn't catch them. Romcom with a Black Dragon for him. Now they go in Apex to the back line with a concealed play. Looking to catch Van. Looking to catch Bid. Someone, Phantom Seed comes in as well at the same time. Spatial Migration misses. They're looking to catch someone. Furious dives off as Abby's able to kite them very beautifully. He gets a kill onto Van. Bid with a RWM catches one, but it's not the right target as they trade 2 for nothing. Art and Van taken out. Fate trying to buy some time, but Radium, still full HP, turned their attention to the Lord as Kakarot's present, but Van isn't, and SAUL will lock this down.
Damn it, man. I didn't think that it would actually end like this. Godlike did not need to actually take that fight, but it's okay because SAUL could actually be thwarted it. Their ending game, their whole idea of pushing the end game could be completely negated. But again, it's all based on what Godlike actually play and what they actually do. They've got all 5 members alive. Do you think it's possible for the side of Team SAUL to actually be thwarted by Godlike and completely turned around to a victory to the side of Team Godlike?
Hey man, you lose once, you learn, then you return. This is their moment to rewrite history. This is not Mythic Showdown Season 2. We're looking at the RNG Cup. 15 lakhs prize pool. History doesn't repeat itself unless you let it. And I don't think SAUL want to let that happen. Tonight's about erasing that 4-2 and turning it around, and seems like that's what they're about to do. Siege at the tier 2. Lord coming on the top side. Bot side, minions already crashing in. Godlike need to find a way to defend this. One mistake can define their legacy, and I think SAUL are looking to take that all away. Lord crashing on the top side already. Romcom Furious dive just to get away. He's not going to be present now for quite some time. They get the inhibitor. Minions marching down the mid lane. But I don't think SAUL want to bite the bait. They understand those big ultimates. They're waiting for the Glorious Pathway, waiting for Godlike to charge at them, and then maybe make something happen.
I get that, but the thing is, Godlike are actually kind of threatening right now. SAUL can't really make that mistake. Like you said, it's 15 lakhs on the line. They cannot afford to make any mistakes, at least not in this stage of the game. They do have a lot more towers, but the moment that towers fall down, they will be susceptible to the Lord and his marching. If at all, the next Lord would be taken by the side of Team Godlike. And if at all SAUL end up fumbling, they might actually just end up throwing the game and the prize money and everything that they worked for. Revenge will not be served today if SAUL make a mistake and they know it. So they have to play it safe. They've got to play it smart, and that's exactly what they're doing. Right now, Apex is trying to actually just scout out where the enemies are. 55 seconds before the next Lord spawns in, and that's going to be an evolved Lord.
And you know what? You mentioned it right. I don't think Godlike want to make that happen. They've done it before. They know the path that it requires to be the champion. They're not chasing no revenge, bro. Godlike not chasing no revenge. They're just protecting the legacy that they've created.
Yes,
Trying to make sure they can extend on it. They're trying to build what could be a godlike dynasty. Land demons for a reason. 15 seconds to the Lord. Pressure doesn't break them. It only sharpens them. And we're going to find that out soon.
Pressure builds diamonds, guys. Don't ever forget that.
Lord is up. SAUL waiting for Godlike to come out of their base and try and contest.
If at all they make
Lord
a
being
mistake.
teased again. It's the Evolved Lord.
Yep. If a mistake occurs, that's game over for Godlike or SAUL, whoever, because it's an 18-minute Lord. It's going 18 minutes of the game, so it's going to take a lot of time to actually spawn. Look at that, they're going to start fighting, possibly.
Apex has been playing this game really well. 4-1 and 6. Anti goes to the back line. Oh no, I don't think it was meant to be. That's this moment he tries to find it, and he gets the RWM rocked out as well. Black Dragon goes in. Ubby finds the opening, gets a kill onto Art, and Apex finds Romcom. Anti into the back line, catching Bid. Van and Fate running away. All 5 members still standing tall for SAUL. I don't know if they want to go for the Lord. They're calling for a finish. The call is to go for the end, and I think they're smelling it. They smell blood in the water.
Oh my God!
He goes in. He flickers forward.
They got 2.
He finds that chaos assault. That's 2 members down and out, and Fate's the only one left standing. SAUL don't wait.
No way is he gonna do that. No.
This is not the same SAUL that we knew, and they thrive when the backs are against the wall, as they have. It's game number 7, folks, and they come out as victors of the RNG Cup. SAUL dominate 4-3 in the final game. What was a back and forth series?
That was absolutely heart racing. What do you call it? I forgot the word that I was about to say, but yeah, you get the idea. It was absolutely mind-boggling, bro. That was very, very exhilarating. The game ended up with a victory for the side of Team SAUL, and they did amazing on this one. And all honesty, that one fight that Godlike actually took, they shouldn't have taken that, man.
It was a fight that was baited out for the Evolved Lord. Godlike just went a little too early. They were just a little too early. And SAUL, you can see their fans celebrating in the arena, enjoying. But you know what matters the most is the sportsmanship that they show, man. And I know they will. Because SAUL, Godlike, they might be rivals, but they're also friends, and it was a great series.
Absolutely, and I loved every moment of this. Look at that. Look at Scaredy being happy. He's like, yes, it is over. We've got a champion, and we've got someone to give the prize money and the trophy to. So let's give it up for SAUL.
SAUL and Godlike. They don't call it the El Clasico of Indian esports for nothing, man. They don't call it the El Clasico of esports for nothing. Look at Apex, bro, smiling. Bro,
so
smiling cheekily as well.
All honesty though, Godlike, they did put up an insane fight. Both teams had 4-0, and now, after being equalized every single step of the way, they finally found a victor, and that was because of one single mistake, one single team fight. I think that might actually haunt me if it was me, but all in all, I believe that both teams did amazing. Godlike, you guys are absolutely crazy. You guys deserve to be here. You guys actually did deserve to actually be winners too, but there can only be one winner. I'm absolutely heartbroken to see that one of them have to go back home without the trophy and also the prize money, but the trophy, because both teams deserved, to be on the top, and this is exactly the reason why. They were such amazing players. The game that they played was not just your average brawl type. It was, okay, but they did have some patience. They did have some, persistence throughout the whole game. They did also end up having some of that, gentleman in them. They didn't want to just take a fight without thinking twice. And they did.
You know what? Yes, they did. But you know what? Let's throw it to the host for the interview, man. They got Apex talking, and let's listen to what he's got to say.
Yes, sir.
Kudos to him also. Like, there's so many rumors that everyone have been heard that he's kind of toxic guy and all. But trust me, he's not. Like, if you give him a good team, he's not.
Oh my god, that means you are a good team?
Of course.
That's what I wanted to hear. Talk to me about those few games जहाँ पे आपके हाथ से वो game निकला when you were on the blue side, right? I believe every single game that the team was playing on the red side, they won that. So क्या आपको ये लगता है कि red side has been a little bit more favored drafting wise क्योंकि you give one but you take two in return, or is it just the way how you guys played there?
I think it's just with the way how we guys played. We could have been more better in drafts, of course, 100%. And some decisions were very bad. But mainly it was some decisions. Yeah, not the draft.
क्या वो एक डिसीजन चास्टिस फॉल्ड्रन का है?
एक भी गेम में मैंने विन नहीं देखा।
भाई मतलब मैंने 2 बार चास्टिस फॉल्ड्रन देखा था when I was like क्यों बना है? Probably passive, HP burst healing थोड़ी सी low HP में। लास्ट गेम में भी गलती से बना है ना? Of course, इतना locked in रहना चाहिए, and again thank you so much Apex for hopping here. Radium, man, the carry trademark play जो बनाया है आपने, जैसे ही Demon Hunter आई थी उस टाइम पे यूजोंग को गायब किया. Were you guys just waiting for that mark only कि हाँ carry का Trinity build complete होगा, उसके बाद will go on the offensive?
Definitely, I think we won the draft. अगर हम late game तक pull कर सकते हैं, Lunax carry late game बहुत strong है. तो वही था, safe खेलो, late game लाओ, will win anyway.
जो गेम आपके हाथ से निकले थे, do you feel as well कि वो ड्राफ्ट में ही थोड़ा सा इशू था या एग्जीक्यूशन में प्रॉब्लम आई थी उस ड्राफ्ट?
Definitely ड्राफ्ट तो अच्छे थे, execution was the issue. Could have been better. तो सीखेंगे उससे और better करेंगे next time.
Alright, now boys, I want to invite Fredo as well here again. He's been the man जिसने organize किया था सब कुछ. Fredo, this was an insane event. Right before I give it all to you, अपने fans के लिए एक चीज जो कि आप दोनों ही बोलना चाहोगे, alright? First I'm gonna ask Apex and then I'm gonna ask Radium.
मेरे दिमाग में नहीं आ रहा है. इतना क्लीशे बहुत होगा, हर लोग बोलते थैंक यू फॉर सपोर्ट, एंड ऑफ कोर्स वो लोग ने डाउनफॉल में भी बहुत सपोर्ट किया है, एंड दिस ट्रॉफी आई थिंक इज फॉर देम ओनली, ऑल द एसएटएल फैंस.
That's sweet. चलो रेडियम, आपको बोलना था, बोलिए.
Definitely thank you. Last time भी हम हारे थे तो बहुत सपोर्ट मिला था. ABM में इतनी आदत नहीं थी सपोर्ट की. So that was something new. So I was surprised honestly. So definitely their support helped us. So really glad. Thank you.
Give them a huge round of applause, people. Team IQ SATUL, the champions, Ristar and Yan Gaming Cup Season 1. Fredo, all over to you.
And of course, to end this all, first of all, I'm really thankful to everyone who came to the stream today, and of course, watched the stream till the end. You know who the winner is. It is IQSATUL. They have definitely been at a lot of finals, and of course, today is the day where they finally get their hands on the title of being the winners of the best champion. And with that, here I would like to I would like to announce that, of course, you know, they are the ones who are going to get that 50 million prize pool, and that is exactly what we've all been waiting for. So I would like to congratulate them for winning it, and now I would like to invite Nihal to hand over the trophy to Apex.
Alright, Apex, I know before Nihal ko jab tak hum convince karte hai, I know that there's one thing that you wanted to say as well, right? Mic is all yours.
I think ये win का बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा I think जय को जाता है, which was our substitute, and he played gold lane throughout the tournament, and I think without him this wouldn't have been possible, and big shout out to him too. And like उसने हर रोल I think खेला है टीम के लिए, खास करके जब रेडियम नहीं था तो गोल्ड लेन खेला था. I think बहुत जगह पे उसने XP भी कभी खेला हुआ है, जनरल भी खेला हुआ है, so big shout out to him.
Alright boys, now Nihal, Fredo, आना क्या? Come, hop in. Fredo and Nihal giving out the trophy. Again, give it up for Aiku S8UL. Congratulations, boys. And also, जाने से पहले, I would also want to congratulate the boys of Godlike for making it to the LAN as well. Yes, आज की रात ऐसी नहीं गई जैसे वो चाहते थे. But then again, someone wins, someone learns. For all of that, again, people, wouldn't have been possible because of all of you guys. Boardroom को एक बहुत बड़ा shout out. Ristar and Gyan Gaming को भी for making this event a possibility. I believe that's about it. We're gonna let these boys celebrate out here. You guys have been an amazing audience. Shout out to the casters and everyone who's made this event possible. Thank you for showing up. This was Gyan Gaming and Ristar Cup Season 1. We'll catch you guys for the next event. Till then, stay safe, have fun, and keep on gaming.
Well, that was an insane end, of course. And of course, you heard what they had to say. A big shout out to their teammates. Big shout out to everyone that helped out. And we're almost at the end as well. Just now, hey, we're almost at the end. So let's just take a look at the stats and then just call it a day. Of course, it was an insane game in game number 7. And as the draft was in, just as we predicted, you know, the Lunox and the carry definitely have the late game scaling. Just play it safe, and that's one thing they're good at. They're good at biding time, and that's what they did, and it worked out in their favor. MVP being Abhi for this game with an 83% kill participation, and that build in the end made the right play with the Flicker Chaos Assault. Usually, you're tempted to go for the Ruby DD. In this case, he did not. Just went in straight for the backline. Went for the Chaos Assault, dished out the damage, and got the job done.
Yes, sir. Look at the damage dealt, dude. 74,522. Whoa, dude, that's a lot of damage.
Definitely was, and I think if you look at the rest of it as well, at this point with how it went through, the itemization worked out in their favor, right? It definitely did. Knowing what to build, knowing how to make things work. Art, he's a playmaker, so in a game 7 you don't really want to put him on a hero like a Hylos. Yes, the Glorious Pathway can be used to make plays, but again, they're not in their comfort zone. Van, he likes to play the Lancer, likes to play the assassins, so you want to make sure they get the assassins instead. However, got the Leomord, put the Hylos in the hands of Art. Didn't work out in their favor. Unfortunate that there's always one winner and one loser. In this case, S8UL coming out with the victory and Godlike with the defeat. It was a great series. 4-3, a best of 7. You usually don't get a best of 7 come out all the time. But in this case, we did, and it was an absolute cinema. The head-to-heads, taking a look at it as well. S8UL's carry did quite a lot of damage. The Radium knew what the game plan was, stuck to it. Didn't overextend, didn't play aggressive, even sold his boots to the end to make sure he gets that rose gold for extra survivability.
Absolutely, man. And, well, one thing that I want to talk about is the fact that Apex on that Hilda, holy, was a big threat to anybody who was actually living and breathing on Godlike's team. Man, oh man, I would not want to be against Apex's, Hilda. And, well, the fact of the matter is, even without an item like Guardian Helmet, bro was able to actually heal up faster than most people do when they go to the fountain and back. This guy, yeah, he knows his stuff. He knows how to use his heroes. He knows the mechanics, and he abuses it in the right way to get himself and his team the victory. What a guy.
Yeah, kudos to him, of course, the captain of the team. And of course, the same thing here as well. The EXP laners understanding what's right, what's need to be done. Both played a fantastic game, doing their jobs to utmost perfection. Unfortunate that there's only one winner, and in this case it was S8UL's Anti. He got the job done. Here you can see the rich guy Radium on the goal lane. The carry Bid still had the highest damage. I don't know how he does it, man. And of course Esmeralda, the Fate as a sandbag, he did absorb a lot of damage coming in, especially from Radium. And the wingman in this case being Kakarot. Those spatial migrations, the threat of diving onto Bid was very crucial to make sure Radium was given the space that he needed.
And hey, in the end of the day, I believe that everyone from the side of Team S8UL coordinated well. They were able to actually just turn the game around, even though in the early game they had a little bit of a hiccup here and there because of the drafting. Obviously, Godlike actually expected the game to actually not turn to a late game. That was the biggest mistake there. I think S8UL calculated how much time they needed to give to their carry and their Lunox. Asuna, aka Uppy, and also Radium, they made the best of the time that their team actually gave them. And, well, kudos, Kakarot, Apex, and also, Anti, you guys are absolutely amazing for actually trusting on your goal laner and also your mid laner. What a guy.
Well, folks, it was a blast, of course, the RNG Cup. A best of 7 went to 4-3. IQSAUL, your champions, get a bigger portion of that 15 lakh prize pool. Of course, it's been a long night. My name Kronos, alongside me Crucifix, who brought you the action. You can follow us on our social media. Kronos casts for me. Crucifix, what's it for you?
Inkspot, INKKK.
Yeah, Inkspot for Crucifix. And you can catch us there as well sometime. But on that note, make sure you like, subscribe, let us know how it went. You got some clips, make sure you share it with us, man. Kronos cast if you find any clips of me, of course. Same thing with Crucifix for Inkspot, and make sure you like, subscribe, and look forward to the next event because India is just getting started. On that note, thank you everyone, have a good night, and see you next time.
Waiting for you. We're chasing trophies, got me ready, don't you worry. I feel the power, I'm the champion. You got me running for the glory. Good to let this go. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run from the fight, yeah, we climb to the top. Never run from the fight, all the way to the top. Never run from the fight, yeah, we rise to the top. Burning up now, nothing's gonna stop me. I'm going faster, wanna break away. I love the way it feels. It's the adrenaline, we're going all the way. Cause we never ever going down. You got me walking through the fire. We don't catch a slide when we were young. Never run